Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. Ren sat under a tree, lost in thought. The quarterfinals had left him with a lot to think about. There are many aspects that I can improve. The use of different weapons is not to be underestimated, and combined with a good strategy between ninjutsu and ganjutsu, they can create a devastating effect. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen Kurara use ninjutsu. I wonder why. Hey, mysterious guy. Juneko's voice interrupted his thoughts. She approached, dragging a still sore Aoi and a half-asleep Shinji. Technically, Aoi muttered, adjusting his glasses with his unbandaged hand, I should still be in the infirmary. The infirmary is boring, Juneko huffed, plopping down next to Ren. And besides, we need to discuss our favorite sleeper's performance against Yukiko tomorrow. Shinji yawned, small coral crystals forming absent-mindedly between his fingers. Maybe I should invent a new super mega karatachi ice-breaking jutsu. If you use that name, a calm voice said from behind them, I'll freeze more than your coral. It was Yukiko, who had approached the group without them noticing. Juneko jumped, while Aoi began frantically flipping through a book. We were just talking about thermodynamic theory applied to penguins. Aoi stammered, earning incredulous looks from everyone. A slight smile curled Yukiko's lips. There's no need to lie. And Shinji. She turned to the coral boy. I hope you'll be awake from the start tomorrow. I don't like wasting my ice. Oh, Shinji yawned, and here I was, wanting to use my coral duck. Mizutani, Yukiko suddenly said, her tone more serious. I would have liked to fight you in the arena. Your style hides more than it shows. Ren kept a neutral expression, Yukiko's antics having become almost tragicomic in his eyes. In the distance, a lone figure watched the scene. Misaki quickly looked away when Juneko burst out laughing at another of Aoi's blunders, the sound of their familiarity echoing in the courtyard. On the academy's rooftop, two Anbu watched the scene. An interesting generation, the one with the wolf mask muttered. Perhaps too interesting, the one with the crow mask replied. The village is changing. These kids could see times very different from the ones we know. If they survive long enough. The afternoon brought with it an unusually thick fog as Fujimoto-sensei called everyone into the arena for the official announcement of the semi-finals. The Anbu were more numerous than usual, their white masks glowing faintly in the haze. Tomorrow, Fujimoto-sensei announced, his voice cutting through the fog, the semi-finals will begin. First match, Kurashimi Misaki vs Kashima Kurara. A palpable tension ran through the arena. Misaki, standing in the shadows, exuded an aura of cold determination, while Kurara methodically checked her weapons. Second match, Yukiko vs Karatachi Shinji. Yukiko nodded imperceptibly, while Shinji snored softly, only waking up when a small ice crystal touched his cheek. The winners will face each other in the finals, Fujimoto concluded. Remember, you are not just fighting for yourselves, you are the future of Hidden Mist Village. As the students dispersed, the mist seemed to thicken, as if it too was awaiting the clashes that would reveal much more than just winners and losers. Ren stood back for a moment, watching the figures recede into the mist. His gaze briefly met Misaki's, and for an instant, he saw something in her eyes, not the ferocity of her Genkai, but a loneliness that was strangely familiar. Chapter 53, Blood and Steel. Dawn had not yet broken over Hidden Mist Village when Ren reached the stands of the arena. You're early, said a familiar voice. Yukiko was already sitting in her usual position, her eyes studying the still empty arena. As are you, Ren replied simply. More students began to arrive, the excitement of the semi-finals palpable in the air. Juneko dragged a still bandaged Aoi behind her, while Shinji slept leaning against a column. First match of the semi-finals, Fujimoto-sensei announced when everyone was present. Kurashimi Misaki vs Kashima Kurara. The two kunoichi entered the arena. Kurara methodically controlled her weapons, kunai, shuriken, the kusa origami on her belt, and those almost invisible ninja strings that had proven their effectiveness in the previous round. Every movement was precise, measured. Misaki, by contrast, seemed almost vulnerable. Her eyes had not yet taken on the reddish hue characteristic of her Genkai, and there was something in her bearing, a tension, an almost hesitation, that Ren had never seen in her before. Has fighting me given her some kind of enlightenment? Fujimoto's firm voice interrupted her thoughts. Begin. The first exchange was quick but cautious. Kurara threw two kunai, not aiming to hit but to test Misaki's reactions. The young Kurashimi dodged them with innate grace, but did not immediately counterattack. "You are hesitating," Kurara said, her voice calm as she began to spin her web of threads. "You look different today." Something flashed across Misaki's face, pain, anger, before disappearing behind a mask of determination. "You know nothing of me or my blood." Ren watched intently, his gaze taking in every detail. "Yes, it certainly looks like something is breaking through her heart." The fight continued with Kurara methodically trying to limit Misaki's room for movement. Her threads glowed faintly in the morning light, creating increasingly complex patterns. But this time, Misaki seemed more patient, more calculated in her movements. It was only when Kurara's kunai lightly scratched her arm that the Kekkei Genkai manifested. The blood from the wound did not explode in a storm of splinters as in previous fights. Instead, it slowly rose, forming a single thin but deadly blade. "Control," Aoi muttered from the bleachers. "She's synthesizing power and precision." Kurara seemed to notice the change. Her movements became more complex. The Kusa origami was no longer aimed at striking directly, but at controlling the combat space. The chain hissed through the air, creating denial zones, while the blade at its end forced Misaki to move in specific directions. "Why do you hold back?" Kurara taunted, swinging the chain in a wide arc. "Where is the ferocity of the Kurashimi clan?" "The ferocity?" A bitter smile appeared on Misaki's face as she dodged the blade. Her hand was bleeding from a shallow cut, but instead of flinging the blood in deadly shards, she was using it as an extension of her control, thin crimson strands floating around her like a protective barrier. The fight intensified. Kurara had planned her strategy carefully. Each throw of the Kusa origami created new anchor points for its threads, gradually building a three-dimensional trap. Her weapon moved in increasingly tight patterns, progressively limiting Misaki's movement options. But the young Kurashimi wasn't fighting as expected. Her blood moved with much more control, not just destruction but like a precision instrument. When Kurara's threads tried to trap her, the crystallized blood formed little spheres that slid along the threads, weighing them down and altering their tension. Soon after, Misaki's crystallized blood had hit Kurara's wrist with surgical precision, not hard enough to hurt, but in the exact spot to loosen her grip on the Kusa origami. "We're not monsters," Misaki said, as the weapon slipped from Kurara's hands. "Just ninja trying to survive, like everyone else." "She's more methodical in this fight," Ren noted. "She knows exactly where to strike to disarm." "Match," Fujimoto-sensei declared. As the two kunoichi bowed to each other, Ren thought back to what he had seen. Strange though, he mused, his mind shifting to the other side of the fight. Kurara didn't use a single jutsu. She relied entirely on weapons and taijutsu, like rock lee. Could she also have some limitation with her chakra? It would explain her almost obsessive dedication to weapon control. Meanwhile, from the stands, the Anbu watched in silence. "Wake up," Juneko sighed, shaking Shinji for the umpteenth time. "It's your turn." Shinji rubbed his eyes. "Oh, yeah. The semi-finals." In the arena, Yukiko waited with her usual icy composure. The air around her was still, as if the atmosphere itself was holding its breath in anticipation. "Second semi-final match," Fujimoto-sensei announced. Yukiko versus Karatachi Shinji. Ren watched from his position. This will be interesting, he thought. Ice versus coral. Precision versus unpredictability. Begin. Chapter 54, The Bloody Mist second semi-final match, Fujimoto-sensei announced. Yukiko versus Karatachi Shinji. Begin. Yukiko wasted no time. Hiding in mist jutsu. The mist rose rapidly, enveloping the arena. But something was different. Small ice crystals danced in the mist, reflecting light in unpredictable ways. "Oh?" Shinji's voice seemed to come from multiple directions. "Icy mist? Creative." A kunai streaked through the mist, followed immediately by thin needles of ice. Where the kunai struck, the distinctive puff of the substitution technique could be heard. "Miss," Shinji chuckled, as small coral formations emerged from the ground in seemingly random patterns. "You know, my coral grows also in humidity." The mist moved in unnatural currents as Yukiko tried to locate her opponent. Ice needles continued to form and shoot through the mist, but Shinji always seemed one step ahead, replacing himself with coral pieces at the last second. "Stop playing," Yukiko's voice betrayed a hint of irritation. The temperature in the arena dropped sharply as she focused her chakra. "I'm not playing," Shinji replied, now visible on a coral formation. "I'm just improvising." Is he hiding his skills or is he just as lazy as or more than Shikamaru? Ren thought. The fight intensified. Yukiko alternated between mist and ice, creating increasingly elaborate traps. Shinji responded with his chaotic but strangely effective style, the coral seeming to grow according to its own logic. Technically, Aoi muttered from the bleachers, the mist should give Yukiko the advantage, but Shinji is using the moisture to fuel the growth of his coral. Shut up and watch, Juneko interrupted, her eyes fixed on the arena. A crucial moment came when Yukiko finally managed to trap Shinji in a corner, surrounding him with a series of ice spikes. But instead of worrying, Shinji smiled. You know what's great about coral? He said as his latest substitution carried him to safety. It doesn't need to think to grow. It just does. That's when Yukiko noticed, she was using more chakra than expected. The combination of mist and ice, while effective, was draining her reserves faster than she calculated. His attacks, once precise and deadly, were starting to show inaccuracies. Shinji seized the moment. In a motion that felt more like a sleepy dance than a fighting technique, he caused the coral to grow in an upward spiral around Yukiko. It wasn't a direct attack, it almost felt gentle. Sometimes, he said as Yukiko struggled to break free, her eyes forming more and more slowly, victory lies not in striking harder, but in waiting for the right moment. The coral continued to grow, not aggressively but inexorably, as Yukiko's strength visibly diminished. Her final attempt to create ice produced little more than frost. Match, Fujimoto-sensei declared. Winner, Karatachi Shinji. The mist slowly dissipated, revealing a transformed arena, coral and ice intertwining in almost artistic shapes. You tricked me, Yukiko said as Shinji helped her free herself from the coral. You made it look like I was just playing. Actually, Shinji yawned, I really was half asleep. But sometimes dreams have a logic, don't they? From the stands, Ren watched thoughtfully. The fight had revealed more than just the combatant's skills, it had shown that victory could come in the most unexpected ways. The final will be between Kurashimi Misaki and Karatachi Shinji, Fujimoto-sensei announced. The match will be tomorrow. As the students dispersed, the Anbu in the stands exchanged meaningful glances. This group of young ninja were showing interesting potential, not just in strength, but in their ability to think outside the box. The mist returned to cover the arena, obscuring the traces of the battle. At the same time, the mist-tinged Hidden Mist Village's main arena read as the sun set on the third-year trials. From his seat of honor, the third Mizukage watched impassively below him, his fingers drumming rhythmically on the armrest of his seat. How many left? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. 12, Mizukage-sama, the Anbu to his right replied. 5. Failed the trial. A heavy silence followed those words. There was no need to specify what failed the trial meant in Hidden Mist Village. In the bloody mist of the arena, a brown-haired figure moved with deadly grace. Maitru Mummy avoided the attacks of her classmates with a fluidity that bordered on art. Her KK Genkai made her uniquely suited to the Hidden Mist Village mist. That girl. The Mizukage murmured, his eyes following Mai's movements. She has potential. She survived longer than we expected, the Anbu agreed. And her style is unusual. Not just unusual, the Mizukage leaned forward slightly as Mai neutralized another opponent with surgical precision. It's innovative. She uses the mist not only to hide, but as an extension of her KK Genkai. A strangled cry rippled through the arena, followed by the heavy silence that only death can bring. The sixth fallen of the day. The Anbu have suffered heavy losses in the past year, the Mizukage said, more to himself than to his subordinate. Perhaps it's time to swell the ranks with new blood. In the mist below them, Mai completed another elimination. There was no joy on her face, only the cold efficiency of someone who understands that in Hidden Mist Village, survival requires more than mere strength. Have the papers prepared, the Mizukage ordered. I want her to begin Anbu training immediately after these exams. As long as she survive, of course. The Anbu nodded silently as the carnage in the arena continued. Chapter 55, The Coral Awakens Academy. The first-year arena gleamed in the morning light as Fujimoto-sensei called out the finalists. The finals will be between Kurashimi Misaki and Karatachi Shinji, he announced, his voice carrying an echo of seriousness that contrasted with the relative lightness of the previous bouts. Misaki entered the arena with a measured pace, her eyes already tinged with red. Shinji followed her, yawning, but there was a tension in his shoulders that betrayed his apparent drowsiness. Begin. The first exchange was brutal in its speed. Misaki, abandoning the caution she had shown in the previous match, launched herself into a direct attack. Her fist grazed Shinji's cheek, leaving a thin cut. Blood rose into the air like liquid rubies as a cold smile formed on Misaki's face. This time, she whispered, there's no room for games. Shinji barely had time to realize that the cut hadn't been accidental before the first small blades of crystallized blood formed around him. The morning mist seemed to thicken. The blades of crystallized blood danced in the air like deadly ruby shards. Shinji, suddenly wide awake, quickly formed his seals. Water style, water trumpet. The jet of water collided with the blood shards, momentarily scattering them in a crimson shower. But Misaki was no longer in front of him. A movement in the air, the hiss of a kunai. The blow landed, sinking into Shinji's back. Juneko held her breath. Aoi covered his eyes. Only Ren, with his sharp gaze missing no detail, noticed the faintest flicker of chakra an instant before impact. Poof. That was a close call, Shinji grinned, emerging from behind a replacement log. That was really close. Small coral formations, barely noticeable, began to emerge from the ground of the arena. But Misaki didn't give him time to develop them. She moved like a scarlet shadow, her every move followed by new blades of crystallized blood. Not this time, she growled, his KK Genkai responding to her determination. I won't let you play with me. Shinji, serious for once, quickly formed his seals. Hiding in mist jutsu. The mist rose thickly in the arena, drawing a cry of frustration from Misaki. Doing this trick again? That's when she saw him, Ren emerging from the fog, his face unusually gentle. Misaki, he said softly, I have something to confess to you. I'm in love with you. Misaki's eyes widened, a sudden blush coloring her cheeks. What? You? For a moment, a single precious moment, her guard dropped. Juneko couldn't help but laugh. Ren. I didn't know you had such feelings for Misaki. Technically, Aoi interjected, adjusting his glasses with a smirk, the probability that Ren actually had such feelings was statistically. Shut up, walking encyclopedia. Juneko interrupted, still laughing. Let me enjoy this moment. Ren maintained his usual impassive expression, but a slight blush colored his gloves. The crystal at his neck pulsed faintly, almost in tune with his embarrassment. Poof. Ren's figure vanished, revealing that it had been an illusion created by Shinji's substitution. But it was too late, the small coral formations he had scattered around the arena had done their job. Misaki, trying to regain her footing, stumbled. It was too late for Misaki now. Shinji emerged from the mist, his fist encased in coral crystals that found its mark with surgical precision. Match. Fujimoto-sensei declared. Winner, Karatachi Shinji. As the mist cleared, revealing Misaki on the ground and Shinji holding out a hand to help her up, the Anbu in the stands exchanged meaningful glances. Not bad, the one in the wolf mask muttered. The Karatachi blood runs strong in him. If only Yagura-san had inherited this KK Genkai, the other added almost absent-mindedly, with his natural talent he would be practically unbeatable. The mist continued to thin, hiding in its meanders the whispers of fate that were intertwining at that moment. A fate that would bring profound changes to Hidden Mist Village, even if no one could yet imagine how much. Beautiful illusion, Misaki whispered as she stood up, a light blush still on her cheeks. Oh? Shinji yawned, returning to his usual drowsiness. What illusion? I was too busy not falling asleep to notice. The winner of the first-year exams, Fujimoto-sensei announced in a solemn voice, is Karatachi Shinji. The arena erupted in applause, as Juneko literally threw herself at Shinji, almost knocking him over. You did it. And without even falling asleep. Actually, Shinji yawned, I took a nap during the last exchange. No, you didn't. Misaki protested, still slightly red. Yukiko approached with her usual measured pace. A well-deserved win, she said simply, but there was respect in her tone. Shinji approached Ren, scratching the back of his neck with an embarrassed smile. Sorry I borrowed your face for that illusion. It was the first thing that came to mind to surprise her. Don't worry, Ren replied with a slight smile. The important thing is that it worked. After about 10 minutes, when the examiners had finished conferring, Fujimoto-sensei returned to the center of the arena. Here are the final first-year standings, Fujimoto-sensei announced. Oh! Aoi exclaimed, scribbling frantically on a piece of paper. If I do the math. Shinji got 26 points in theory, 27 in practice, plus 40 points for the final victory. 93 points total. And Juneko. Kaido, Fujimoto-sensei sighed, can you wait until I finish? Sorry, sensei, Aoi blushed, but continued to mutter to himself. Juneko scored 74 points, 25 in theory, 29 in practice, and 24 reaching the quarterfinals. On the other hand. He grimaced, 67 points, at least the 29 in theory made up for the loss in the 8 finals. Fujimoto-sensei proceeded to announce the final standings, while Aoi continued his calculations, whispering, Shin beat me to the quarterfinals, so 20 points instead of 10, which added to his. 1. Karatachi Shinji, 93 points, 2. Kurashimi Misaki, 92 points, 3. Yuki Yukiko, 87 points, 4. Kashima Kurara, 86 points, 5. Hazuki Hiroshi, 78 points, 6. Tsuki Juneko, 74 points, 7. Mizutani Ren, 72 points, 8. Kaguya Shin, 71 points, 9. Kaido Aoi, 67 points. 10, Mori Mizuchi, Munashitma, Terano Kori, 61 points. 11, Kenji Arame, Regino Koga, Ishintaki, 60 points. To all the participants, Fujimoto-sensei continued, congratulations. You have proven yourself worthy of calling yourselves students of Hidden Mist Village. Classes will resume in 2 weeks. As the students dispersed, Juneko had not yet stopped teasing Ren for his declaration of love, while Aoi tried to calculate the statistical odds that such an illusion would work on an opponent in combat. Chapter 56, Whispers in the Shadows. Morning light filtered through the windows of the Mizukage's office, illuminating the reports neatly laid out on his desk. A dry cough broke the silence as he scanned the exam papers. Interesting, he muttered, flipping through the pages. The first year had only minor injuries, the second. He trailed off, his expression hardening. 1 casualty. And the third. He set the report down, his fingers shaking slightly. 6 deaths. This was not unusual for third-year exams, but each year seemed to weigh more heavily on his conscience. Maitru Mummy, he read aloud. First place with an exceptional rating. Her mastery of the Kekkei Genkai is remarkable for her age. Preparations for her Anbu training are already underway, Mizukage-sama, one of the guards confirmed. He turned to the second-year report, his eyebrows rising slightly. This girl. Her skill with the double wielding is impressive. She could be a candidate for the Kiba. He turned to the wolf-masked Anbu. Assign her an instructor. I want to see how far she can go. When he got to the first-year report, a new wave of coughing forced him to stop. Karatachi Shinji, he read when he had recovered. Another of the troubled family. He trailed off, studying the results more closely. But this group. Kurashimi, Yuki, even young Hazuki. It's been a long time since we've seen so many promising talents in a single year. Speaking of talents, the crow-masked Anbu interjected, Minjetsu continues to surpass all expectations. His ability to master multiple swords is almost unnatural. The Mizukage nodded, satisfied. Good. Perhaps it's time to. A new cough interrupted him. A soft knock on the door. Mizukage-sama? Your doctor is here with the ginseng tea. Hold on, he said, his hand resting on a final report sealed with the Hidden Lee village symbol. He set it aside, there would be time later. Elsewhere in the village, in a modest home of the Mizutani family, Ren and his mother knelt before the small family altar. The scent of incense filled the room as Tashiro's photo looked down on them with its usual gentle smile. Tashiro, Yuki began, her voice barely a whisper. Ren made it through his first year at the academy. I know you'd be proud of him. She paused, a faint smile on her lips. The shop. Well, business is down a bit. Maybe that's a good sign, it means the war might actually be over. I miss you, San, Ren said softly. Your teachings. I will never forget them. His hand unconsciously touched the notebook in his jacket. There were so many things he didn't know yet, so many secrets kept in places he couldn't reach yet. The knowledge he sought existed, but it was far away, protected by people he could never get close to. Not yet, at least. San, maybe I could. The thought emerged from the depths of his mind, but he quickly pushed it back. No, it's still too early. For a moment, he thought he saw his father's reflection in the mirror beside the altar, not as he had looked in the photo, but as he had last seen him, before the mission. The image quickly faded, leaving him alone with a silent determination that grew with each passing day. Later, in the shop, Ren helped his mother with the inventory. Boxes of kunai were methodically arranged, while new shelves held more basic equipment, bandages, medical kits, weapons maintenance tools. The explosive stockpile is almost exhausted, Yuki noted as he checked the register. It's not worth reordering right now. Ren nodded, cataloging a new delivery of ninja wire. The shop was changing, silently adapting to the times. Ren. A familiar voice interrupted the shop's routine. Juneko entered like a gust of wind, dragging a still slightly limping Aoi along. Technically, he was saying Aoi, adjusting his glasses, I'm supposed to be resting still, but Juneko insisted that we absolutely had to. I've got a brilliant idea. Juneko interrupted. Since we have 2 weeks off, we could train together. I need to improve my taijutsu, Aoi needs someone to test his new medical techniques on, and you. A mischievous smile lit up her face. You could teach us how to confess our love during a fight. It worked so well with Misaki. Ren tensed slightly, an unexpected blush coloring his cheeks as Yuki looked up from her register, an eyebrow raised in silent question. Oh, doesn't she know? Juneko turned to Yuki enthusiastically. During the finals, Shinji used an illusion in Ren's form to declare his undying love to Misaki. You should have seen his face. That's not exactly how it went, Ren muttered, his blush deepening as his mother hid a small smile as she returned to her register. Technically, Aoi said, adjusting his glasses, The effectiveness of the illusion was greatly amplified by the unexpected choice of subject. The statistical probability that Misaki expected a declaration of love from Ren was no lessons. Juneko nudged him lightly. Not after you made me read that boring treatise on chakra meridians. We were talking about training, Ren interrupted, desperately trying to change the subject. It was essential to understanding. Aoi began, but stopped when he noticed Ren's gaze. Yuki watched the scene with a slight smile as she continued to sort out the inventory. You could use some group training, she commented simply. That night, in his office, the Mizukage was alone. His cough had gotten worse as his temperature dropped. His doctor had left him a new herbal tea, stronger than the last. It is for your own good, Mizukage-sama, he had said in a gentle voice, his eyes briefly catching a strange reflection in the gloom. With tired hands, the Mizukage finally opened the report from Hidden Leaf Village. As he read, his expression grew darker. Byakuren, he murmured, turning to the portrait of the first Mizukage on the wall. It seems our village will never find peace. In a hidden room far away from the Mizukage's office, an elderly figure smiled in the darkness. His plan was proceeding exactly as planned. The herbal tea would do its work, slowly but surely. Chapter 57, Training and Secrets. The morning mist shrouded the secluded training ground Juneko had chosen for their session. It was a rarely visited area, hidden among the trees on the edge of the village, perfect for practicing techniques they preferred to keep private. Technically, Aoi muttered, sitting on a fallen log as he leafed through one of his medical manuals, I should rest for a few more days. But I suppose observing won't hurt. Oh, shut up. Juneko patted his shoulder. You're almost completely healed, and besides, you're here to make sure we don't get seriously hurt, right? So, Juneko rubbed her hands together enthusiastically, where do we start? Your paralysis technique, Ren said, keeping his tone casual. The one you used on Sora. That was impressive. Juneko looked surprised by the request. Oh? Did it hit you that hard? You were right to keep it a secret, Ren continued. It's always wise to have an ace up your sleeve for emergencies. After seeing what happened to Aoi, Juneko glanced at their friend. I realized I couldn't afford to be predictable. Not in this village. Aoi looked up from his book, a slight smile curling his lips. Your concern is appreciated, even if technically the likelihood of another fight like this is relatively low. You're not the only one who feels that way, Ren mused. Even though I have my own goals to achieve, I can't ignore how they try to stay close to me. Even though. His gaze drifted into a haze for a moment. Even though I always have to keep my guard up. In Hidden Mist Village, you never know when one day. Do you want me to test it on you? Juneko asked, interrupting his thoughts. Ren nodded. If you don't mind. Juneko formed the seals, the same precise sequence she had used against Sora. Temporary paralysis jutsu. The sensation was immediate and disorienting. It was as if every muscle in his body had suddenly turned to lead. He could still breathe and speak, but the rest of his body refused to respond to commands. Fascinating, Aoi commented, now fully alert. The paralysis seems to selectively affect the voluntary muscular system while leaving autonomic functions intact. Could you teach me? Ren asked as the technique dissipated. A mischievous smile formed on Juneko's face. Oh? The mysterious Ren wants to learn one of my techniques? He put a finger to his chin, pretending to think about it. I could, but on one condition. Ren raised an eyebrow. You owe me a favor, Juneko declared with a triumphant smile. Anyone, anytime, and you can't refuse. Juneko. Aoi sighed. Statistically, using such a vague clause in an agreement leads to. I agree, Ren interrupted, surprising them both. Juneko clapped her hands enthusiastically. Perfect. Now, the key is the yin element. You have to clearly visualize the effect you want to achieve. In my case, I imagine invisible chains enveloping the opponent. For the next hour, Juneko explained the basics of the technique, while Aoi occasionally chimed in with technical clarifications on the nervous system and chakra meridians. The key, she explained as Ren practiced the sequence of seals, is finding the right image. I use chains because they come naturally to me, but you could use something else. The important thing is that it's vivid in your mind. Like a chakra scalpel, Ren thought. Perhaps I could use a similar image, something that blocks the pressure points of the nervous system. Aoi, Ren said after completing his practice with the paralysis technique, I noticed something during your fight with Shin. Oh? Aoi looked up from his manual. Technically, considering the variables at play. Your medical technique is excellent, Ren interrupted, but physically you are vulnerable. A medical ninja must be able to survive on the battlefield in order to heal his comrades. That's exactly what I always tell him. Juneko interjected. You can't spend all your time studying. Aoi adjusted his glasses, slightly defensive. My studies are essential too. And even more so if you are strong enough to survive to put them into practice, Ren said. I have thought of a training plan for you. He pulled out a small scroll where he had written down a series of exercises. For starters, you should run every morning. But not just run, bring a backpack with weights. Oh. Aoi's eyes lit up. I could use my advanced anatomy tomes. The comprehensive treatise on chakra meridians weighs at least 3 kilos, and if I add comparative anatomy of the Kekkei Genkai. You're already thinking about turning the training into a study session, Juneko chuckled. But you know what? You should also learn the paralysis technique. Think how useful it would be to immobilize a flailing patient during emergency treatment. Technically, Aoi began, the application of an immobilization technique in a medical context would require precise chakra calibration to avoid interference with. Shut up. Juneko lightly hit him on the head with a scroll. Less theory, more practice. As the sun began to set, the group prepared to end their training. In the evening mist, a lone figure in an Anbu mask watched from a discreet distance, his eye covered by a patch that betrayed his identity. As silently as he had appeared, he dissolved into the growing mist. That evening, in the safety of his room, Ren pulled his notebook from the containment scroll. By the light of a candle, he began to write, need to create a personal laboratory. Medical knowledge from my previous life could be used to synthesize medicine not yet developed in this world. Points to consider, hidden location, basic chemical synthesis equipment, protection seals, ventilation system for toxic fumes, consult Datsumi-sensei on containment seals for hazardous substances. He paused, thinking. I could also develop specific antidotes for the most common poisons in Hidden Mist Village. Knowledge is power, but only if you have the means to apply it. As the night mist enveloped the village, Ren carefully placed the notebook back into his scroll. His knowledge from his previous life was like seeds planted in fertile soil, he just had to be patient and careful in cultivating them. Chapter 58, The Way of the Seal. The scent of ink filled Datsumi's lab as Ren completed the final strokes of the containment seal. His movements were fluid, precise, each stroke flowing naturally into the next. Done, he said, setting down his brush. The seal glowed faintly as the ink dried, the lines pulsing slightly with residual chakra. Tatsumi stepped closer, studying his work critically. The matrix is stable, the chakra flow balanced. He paused, a slight smile curling his lips. And you completed it 3 days earlier than I expected. Ren kept a neutral expression, though he was inwardly pleased with the result. I believe it is time, Tatsumi said after a long moment of thought, to move on to the next stage of your training. He stood up, walking over to a dusty shelf. He pulled out a particularly elaborate scroll, his fingers almost reverentially caressing the protective seals that decorated it. See this? He carefully opened it, revealing an intricate pattern of an explosive seal. It's one of the first seals I learned. My sensei showed it to me. And then told me it was the last time he would directly show me a seal. Ren raised an eyebrow, interested. From that point on, Tatsumi continued, he no longer taught me specific seals. Instead, he taught me to understand them. To see beyond the lines and understand the flow of chakra that animated them. He pointed to the explosive seal. Look at this. What do you see? Ren studied the pattern carefully. The lines seem to converge at specific points, creating areas of chakra accumulation. Exactly. But why? Tatsumi smiled. Because an explosive seal works through the interaction between the lightning and earth elements. The chakra must flow so that these elements meet at the right time, in the right place, creating a controlled reaction. He turned to Ren, his gaze suddenly serious. I won't teach you this seal, you're too young and a mistake could be fatal. But I want you to understand the principle. Each seal is a dance of elements, a balance of forces. Our job is not to memorize the steps, but to understand the music. From now on, he continued, I will no longer directly show you how to create new seals. I will give you the tools to understand them, to see the structures that animate them. You will have to learn to recognize the patterns, to understand how the chakra flows through the ink, to see the interactions between the elements. Ren absorbed each word, his mind already processing the implications. Not just learning existing seals, he thought, but understanding how to create new ones. This will be more difficult, Tatsumi warned. More frustrating. There will be failures. But in the end, a genuine smile lit up his weathered face. In the end, you will not be limited by the seals you know, but only by your own understanding and imagination. He gestured to a stack of scrolls on his desk. These contain basic theories on chakra flow, elemental interactions, principles of balance and containment. Study them. Next time we meet, instead of showing you a new seal, we will discuss what you have learned. Ren nodded, feeling the weight and opportunity in those words. This, he thought as he gathered the scrolls, may be exactly what I need. One last thing, Tatsumi said as Ren prepared to go. Always remember, A seal is not just ink on paper. It is a bridge between intention and reality. Use this knowledge wisely. The afternoon found Ren in a remote area, far beyond the usual confines of the village. The fog was thinner here, allowing him to clearly see the surface of the small lake he had discovered during his explorations. Perfect, he thought, his mind still electrified by Tatsumi's lectures. If seals are bridges between intention and reality, perhaps the same principle applies to chakra control on a larger scale. He approached the edge of the water, focusing his chakra in his feet. With a deep breath, he took his first step onto the surface. Splash! The freezing water immediately enveloped him. Resurfacing, he ran a hand through his wet hair. It's different from tree climbing, he mused as he returned to the shore. Aside from the control that must surely be greater, the principle is different. The tree being solid requires more balanced adhesion. If I stick to the water instead I sink. He paused for a moment, analyzing the problem. Now I understand how important it is to have a guide in these situations. If physics is correct, I should try to create a counteracting force that balances the water. Subsequent attempts showed gradual improvement. He could now keep his foot on the surface for a few seconds before sinking. It wasn't water walking yet, but it seemed to be going in the right direction. After an hour of trying, he decided to review the elemental exercises. Concentrating, he formed a sphere of water between his hands, surprised when it almost reached the size of his palm, remaining stable. Interesting, he thought, watching the sphere slowly rotate. It seems that even though I haven't trained on the elements these days, somehow my control and amount of chakra have increased. It's probably similar to how muscles rebuild themselves stronger after micro-injuries than before. The sphere gently dissolved as he pulled a leaf from his pocket. The cutting exercise, once so frustrating, now seemed almost natural. The leaf split cleanly in half on the first try. I'll have to see if I can find anything on the subject in the library, he mused as he performed the wind style, dusting wind jutsu, creating a breeze that scattered the fallen leaves. It might be interesting for both increasing my chakra reserves and increasing my control. The wind style, dusting wind jutsu followed with the same precision, the dust dancing in the air at his command. I've mastered these, he concluded with satisfaction. Time to move on to something more advanced. As the sun sank below the horizon, Ren gathered his equipment. It had been a productive day, new insights into seals from Tatsumi, progress in water walking, and confirmation that his control of the elements was steadily improving. One step at a time, he thought as he walked home, the crystal around his neck pulsing faintly in the twilight. True strength lies not in the speed with which one learns, but in the depth with which one understands. Chapter 59, The day of change. The doorbell rang, announcing the arrival of two customers, a jonin and his young apprentice, probably around 13 years old. Ren was immediately struck by the boy's hair, a peculiar brown that vaguely reminded him of something. Welcome, Yuki greeted. Can I help you? We would need some containment scrolls, the jonin replied. Sure, we have some explosive scrolls on offer too, Yuki added. The young ninja chuckled, a confident smile on his face. Oh, I don't need them. I have my own methods for dealing with explosions. There was something familiar about the eccentric behavior, but Ren couldn't place it. The boy noticed Ren's interested look and approached the counter. I like your attentive expression, little one, he said with a friendly smile. I'm Shiro True Mummy, nice to meet you. True Mummy. The realization hit Ren like a bolt of lightning. Now he understood why that behavior seemed familiar. It was uncannily similar to Mei True Mummy, the future Mizukage. Mizutani Ren, he introduced himself, trying to keep a neutral expression despite the excitement of the discovery. Mizutani Dada, you are the owner's son. Shiro smiled even wider. It was then that an Anbu appeared in the doorway of the shop, his presence seeming to lower the temperature of the room by several degrees. Kamio-san, the Anbu said, addressing the jonin, his voice controlled but urgent. You are required at headquarters immediately. The jonin nodded curtly. Shiro, return to the training base. But sensei. Now. The tone brooked no discussion. As the jonin followed the Anbu out of the shop, Shiro took one last look at Ren before disappearing into the morning fog. More unusual movements were drawing attention on the streets. Figures in dark cloaks moved quickly across the rooftops, while civilians seemed to be hurrying toward their homes. Something's wrong, Yuki muttered, her instincts honed from years of dealing with ninja telling her that something important was about to happen. The next few hours were strange, suspended. The usual flow of customers had practically stopped. The few who came in spoke in low voices, exchanging meaningful glances. The doctor was called urgently tonight. They say the council has been in a meeting for hours. It was in the early afternoon that the news began to spread, first in whispers, then in an increasingly loud murmur that seemed to pervade the entire village. The third Mizukage was dead. A group of Anbu appeared in the main square, their silent presence commanding attention. The official announcement was brief, formal. The third had passed away in his sleep, after a long illness. The council would meet to decide the succession. Ren watched everything from the shop window, his face a mask of calm that hid the whirlwind of his thoughts. The death of a figure of power had a different flavor now, after losing his father. It was no longer a simple historical event from a story he knew, but something real, tangible. "We should close," Yuki said after the last customer had left. His voice was calm, but Ren could see the tension in his shoulders. On days like these, it's best to stay home. As he helped his mother set up the shop, Ren noticed how his hands moved with mechanical precision, a reflection of years of preparing the shop for possible periods of instability. "The last time we closed like this," Yuki began, then trailed off, but Ren knew what he was going to say. The last time was when they had received the news about his father. Events are moving, Ren thought as he watched the fog that seemed thicker than usual outside the window. And I'm not an observer anymore. That evening, the streets of Hidden Mist Village were unusually quiet. No ninja were leaping across the rooftops, no merchants were calling out to late customers. Only the fog moved, thick and restless, as if it too could sense the change in the air. During dinner, Ren and his mother ate in silence. Toshiro's empty seat seemed emptier than usual this evening. "Your father," Yuki said suddenly, her voice barely a whisper, "always said that moments of transition are the most dangerous in a ninja village. Alliances change, old promises are forgotten." She paused, as if choosing her next words carefully. "In the coming days, strange things may happen. I want you to be especially careful, Ren. No training alone, no exploring." Ren nodded, noticing how his mother had unconsciously gripped the dinner knife with the precise grip of someone who has not forgotten her ninja training. Later, in his room, he took the notebook out of the scroll. By the dim light of a candle, he began to write, "The third is dead. Events are accelerating. The council will convene to decide the succession, but I already know who the next Mizukage will be. The question is, how? How does Yagura become Mizukage so quickly? And the Sanbi?" He paused, thinking back to the young true mama he had met that morning. Another piece of the puzzle that didn't quite fit into his memories. A sudden movement outside the window caught his attention. For a moment, he thought he saw a figure in a black cloak decorated with red clouds, but when he blinked, it was gone. My imagination? He wondered. Somewhere in the village, in a room lit only by the moon, an elderly figure was smiling in the darkness. His plan was proceeding exactly as planned. The doctor had done his job, slowly but surely, and now. "Soon," Madara whispered into the night, "very soon." Ren closed his notebook, a sense of uneasiness growing inside him. Through the thin walls of the house, he could hear his mother moving with the quiet efficiency of someone preparing for difficult times. The clanking of shelves being rearranged, the rustling of scrolls being filed away. Instead of going to sleep, Ren pulled out the scrolls Tatsumi had given him that day. There must be something here, he thought as he unrolled the first scroll on the theory of chakra flow. Something about barriers, about seals of protection. Tatsumi's words came back to him, a seal is a bridge between intention and reality. His eyes swept over the pages, looking for connections, patterns that might be useful. If an explosive seal works through the interaction of elements, he reasoned, making notes on a separate sheet of paper, then a barrier should work through the opposite principle, the stabilization and containment of chakra. A sudden cry from the street made him jump, not of pain or fear, but the cry of a child somewhere in the village. The sound made him even more determined in his search. "I can't protect the entire village," he thought as he continued to study, "but I can at least try to protect this shop. For Kasan, for the memory of Tsan." The hours passed as Ren continued to study by the candlelight. Chakra flow diagrams, theories of energy stabilization, principles of containment. Anything could be useful, anything could be used to create something new. "I don't need a complex seal," he realized as the notes piled up. "I need something subtle, unobtrusive. Something that can warn us of danger without attracting attention." That night, the fog of Hidden Mist Village seemed thicker than ever, as if it were trying to protect its inhabitants from the changes that were about to come. Or perhaps, someone watching from a high window in the headquarters thought, the fog was merely hiding the silently moving shadows, setting the stage for the events that would transform the Hidden Mist Village into something much darker. In the darkness of his room, Ren continued to study, determined to find a way to protect what remained of him. Chapter 60, Ashes and Seals. Dawn found the streets of Hidden Mist Village unusually crowded. Dark-robed figures made their way to the center of the village, while Anbu patrols moved silently across the rooftops, their white masks glowing in the morning mist. The borders will remain closed until the election of a new Mizukage, and Anbu had announced that morning. No one enters, no one leaves without special permission. Ren walked beside his mother toward the ceremony. His attentive gaze took in the small details, twice the number of Enbu than usual, the strategic positions they occupied, the way they seemed to communicate through almost imperceptible gestures. The central plaza had been transformed. A stage had been erected, where the third's body rested in an elaborate casket. White flowers decorated the scene, their scent mingling with the dampness of the mist. Ren. A whisper made him turn. Juneko, Aoi, and Yukiko stood nearby. He joined them as the ceremony began. I saw some of the council members enter the headquarters at dawn, Juneko whispered. Technically, Aoi murmured, the succession procedure requires at least 3 days of deliberation before. Silence, Yukiko interrupted gently. It's starting. The ceremony was solemn, as befitted a ninja village. No excessive tears, no wailing, just silent respect for a fallen leader. The mist seemed to join in the morning, enveloping the square inches a gray embrace that muffled all sound. The first to speak was the oldest of the counselors, his voice firm despite his age. The third fought in 3 wars, he said. He saw our village through storms that would have broken weaker nations. As a ninja, he shed his blood for Hidden Mist Village. As Mizukage, he shed his soul. More speakers followed. He led our village through some of its darkest moments, upholding Hidden Mist Village's reputation as one of the great ninja powers. He watched our village grow from a mist-filled outpost to one of the great ninja powers, added another, each recalling a different aspect. The commander of the special forces spoke of his tactical prowess in war, an old teammate recounted impossible missions he had completed, the chief medic recalled how he had modernized the village hospital. It was during the intelligence chief's speech that Ren noticed movement among the Jonin present. Ah had shifted slightly, his uncovered eye scanning the crowd with professional focus. The other, hidden beneath the blindfold, pulsed faintly with chakra. Their eyes met briefly. We always meet on these occasions, young Mizutani, he said softly as Ren passed by. His tone was controlled, but there was a note of genuine regret. Let's hope this is the last one for a while. As the ceremony continued, Ren began to recognize other faces in the crowd. The Trumami clan was gathered in a tight group. Shiro maintained an unusually composed expression, and next to him Ren noticed a young brown-haired Kanoyachi, Mei Trumami. Her eyes followed the ceremony with an intensity that seemed to go beyond simple respect for a fallen leader. Not far away, several members of the Karatachi clan watched the scene with controlled expressions. Ren recognized Shinji's father, his resemblance to his son evident despite his age. The climax of the ceremony came when the third's body was prepared for his final journey. It was tradition in Hidden Mist Village for the most powerful ninja, upon their deaths, to be transformed into pure water, thus returning to the element that had defined their lives. The process was heartbreakingly beautiful. The third's body began to glow faintly, then dissolved into myriads of crystalline droplets that dispersed into the mist like shooting stars in a gray sky. In a matter of moments, the mighty ninja who had led Hidden Mist Village became one with the very essence of the village. Perhaps this is why, Ren thought as he watched the last drops dissolve into the mist, neither he nor the first Mizukage were revived during the Fourth Shinobi War. The ceremony ended in a silence full of meaning, as the mist continued to envelop the village in its eternal embrace. In the afternoon, after the ceremony was over, Ren retreated to his room. Tatsumi's scrolls were scattered across the floor in a precise order, those on the theory of chakra flow closest, followed by those on elemental interactions, and finally the texts on the principles of stabilization. Next to these, dozens of attempted protection seals, some completely failed, others promising but unstable. The key is the basic structure, he thought as he prepared the ink with the precision Tatsumi had taught him. The concentration had to be perfect, too thick and the chakra wouldn't flow properly, too thin and the seal would dissolve. It doesn't have to be strong, it has to be subtle. Like the fog itself, present but almost invisible. The first attempt that afternoon was a failure. The lines were technically correct, but the flow of chakra was too aggressive, causing immediate destabilization. The second lasted a few seconds longer, but that too ended up dissolving into a small cloud of vaporized ink. The problem, he mused as he studied the failed patterns, is that I'm trying to create something new from traditional principles. Standard protection seals are designed to be obvious, to show their presence. I need the opposite. He drew a new pattern, this time incorporating elements he'd observed in the tracking sigils. If he could combine detection with passive containment. Lines flowed from his brush. Each stroke guided not only by theory but also by the instinct he was developing. Hours passed as he experimented with different variations. Some attempts dissolved immediately, the lines writhing like snakes before vanishing. Others lasted a few seconds, showing promising signs of stability before destabilizing in unpredictable ways. One particular one exploded into a small fountain of blue sparks, interesting, but far too flashy for his purposes. But each failure taught him something new, how chakra flowed through certain patterns, how lines affected each other, how a sigil's stability depended as much on the pace at which it was drawn as on its final form. He took meticulous notes, cataloging every reaction, every variation, every small success and failure. It's like a puzzle, he thought as he began another attempt. I need more time, more practice, more tests. As Ren continued to experiment with his attempts at protective seals, his mind couldn't help but wander back to what was happening in the village. The third Mizukage's death, he thought, is only the beginning of a period of great change for Hidden Mist Village. Far from his room, in a hidden cave, two figures sat in the darkness. The older one, his body now scarred by decades of surviving beyond the natural, turned to the younger man in the orange mask. My time is running out, Obito, Madara's voice was barely above a whisper. Soon you will have to continue the plan alone. Hidden Mist Village will be your first real test. Madara shifted his gaze to the exit of the cave, where the mist of Hidden Mist Village seemed to be swaying like a living entity. In the fog of that village, he continued, an eerie smile curling his lips, the fates of many are decided. And soon, my successor will take his place in command. Obito nodded silently, his Sharingan glowing in the darkness. I will not disappoint you, Madara-sensei. I will carry out your plan. A sarcastic grin formed on Madara's face. I know. After all. His gaze narrowed, the shadows playing across his face making him seem even older and more sinister. You are Madara Uchiha. As Madara's form faded into the darkness, the fog outside seemed to grow even thicker, as if setting the stage for the events that were about to unfold in the Hidden Mist Village. Chapter 61, Whispers of Power. The Hidden Mist Village council chamber was tensely silent. Lanterns cast dancing shadows across the faces of those present as the succession debate entered its third hour. Suikazen Fuki, one of the senior counselors, offered, his voice echoing in the circular room. As a member of the Seven Swordsmen, he has the experience and respect to lead the village. Murmurs of dissent rose from different corners of the room. Fuki? Another counselor stood up, his voice sharp. The man who was humiliated by the so-called Green Beast of Hidden Leaf Village? His reputation is ruined, and with it that of the Seven Swordsmen. Furthermore, Counselor Fujino interjected, his voice calm but piercing, after the incident with the young Hidden Leaf Village Kunoichi, perhaps it would be wise to consider a more decisive change of direction. A new face, not tied to recent events. A silence fell over the room as the implications of those words sank in. And who do you suggest? Someone asked from the shadows. I have heard, Fujino said with studied casualness, that Yagura has shown exceptional talent. Yagura? The counselor who had suggested Fuki leapt to his feet. He is little more than a boy. And what will the water daimyo say about such a unconventional choice? He has assumed great control over the Sanbi, Fujino said with studied calm. An impressive achievement for someone his age, don't you think? And besides, Fujino pulled out a sealed scroll, the daimyo has already made his position known. He will not participate in the selection, relying entirely on the judgment of the council. As the debate continued, a thin smile formed on Fujino's lips, his eyes occasionally catching reddish highlights in the flickering lantern light. Meanwhile, in a secluded area near the lake, Ren completed his 100th meter hand walk. The 17 kilograms of additional weight made his muscles tremble slightly, but his control remained steady. I can't increase the load too much, he mused as he maintained his balance. The body is still developing, I have to be careful. He stood up, his mind wandering to the project he was planning. A set of training swords, not sharp, but heavy. The idea had come from observing how weights had improved his overall strength. I need to talk to a blacksmith, he thought as he began his stretching routine. Someone who understands that I don't want combat weapons, but training tools. His thoughts returned to the protection seal he was developing. He was close to a breakthrough, he felt it, but something was still missing. I'll go to the library tomorrow, he decided. There must be something about the theory of seals that I'm missing. As he performed a series of basic kata, his mind continued to work. Kurara's style during the exams had impressed him, the variety of tools and the fluidity with which he used them was something he wanted to incorporate into his arsenal. But the real key, he thought as he completed a sequence, would be the shadow clone jutsu. Even one clone would double my learning speed. He paused, considering the possibilities. The problem is finding someone who can teach me without asking too many questions. The morning mist was beginning to lift as Ren wrapped up his training. His plans were taking shape, one step at a time. Like the fog itself, he had to be patient, persistent, and most of all, subtle in his progress. The afternoon wore on, and the tension in the village was palpable. Groups of ninja gathered on street corners, talking in hushed tones. The Anbu patrols had doubled in size, their white masks appearing and disappearing in the fog like restless ghosts. I hear the council is still in session, a Chunin muttered to a colleague as they passed the Mizutani shop. 12 hours, the other replied. It's not normal for them to take this long. Ren watched everything from the shop window, cataloging every detail. There was something different about the way the Anbu moved today, more coordinated, more present. As if they were preparing for something. Toward evening, as he helped his mother close up the shop, Ren decided to tackle the topic he had been putting off for days. "Kasan," he began, tidying up the last rack of kunai. "Do you know of any blacksmiths who could make me some practice swords?" Yuki paused in the middle of his cataloging, casting an interested glance at his son. "Practice swords?" "Not sharp," Ren quickly clarified. "Just heavy ones. To strengthen the muscles and improve control." A small smile appeared on his mother's face. "You sound just like your father," she said softly. "He was always looking for creative ways to train, too." She walked over to a hidden shelf behind the counter, pulling out a dusty old ledger. "There's Takeshi-san, in the eastern part of the village. He forged many of the weapons your father used to train with. He's peculiar, but he's the best at figuring out exactly what a ninja needs." She stopped when the sound of heavy footsteps sounded outside the shop. A group of Anbu passed quickly, heading toward headquarters. "That's the third patrol in an hour," Yuki noted, her voice betraying a slight worry. "The last time I saw this many Anbu on the move." She didn't finish the sentence, but Ren understood. The last time was during the incident with Rin. "Tomorrow morning," his mother said, returning to the previous topic, "I can give you Takeshi-san's address. But for now." Her gaze shifted to the window, where the fog seemed thicker than usual. "For now, it's best to stay home." A sudden shout from the street made them both turn. A group of Jonin ran toward the headquarters, their expressions tense. "They've decided." One of them shouted. "The council has reached a decision." The evening mist quickly swallowed their figures, but the excitement in their voices hung in the air like a harbinger of what was to come. Ren and his mother exchanged a look. Something was about to change in Hidden Mist Village, and this time the change would be swift and irreversible. Chapter 62, The Blacksmith, Part 1. Ren walked the streets of Hidden Mist Village, following the directions his mother had given him. The atmosphere in the village was electric, a far cry from the tension of the previous few days. "It's said he's completed more S-rank missions than the 7 swordsmen, did you hear?" A Chunin gesticulated animatedly to a group of colleagues. "He single-handedly took out an Hidden Stones village reconnaissance unit during the war, and that time he repelled an infiltration at the northern border. His water technique is something to behold. He also saved a squadron during that mission in the Land of Claws," another added admiringly. "It's said he's developed a way of manipulating water that no one has ever seen before." "He's still too young," the veteran muttered, his scar creasing as he frowned. "Talent or not, experience. Strange," Ren mused as he walked past. "It's a shame I don't know anything about his time before he became Mizukage, but Yagura probably wasn't that bad before Obito's control, or maybe someone behind the scenes is trying to boost his reputation." The address brought him to a secluded part of the village. The building before him had nothing to suggest a forge, except for the thin wisp of smoke rising from a chimney at the back. No signage, no weapons on display, just a dark wooden door in a nondescript facade. Ren knocked, waiting for a response that never came. The rhythmic sound of metal beating confirmed to him that someone was inside. After a few minutes, he knocked again. Silence. "Well, if he's working he might not have heard," he reasoned, his hand resting on the doorknob. "And Mom said it was peculiar." The door creaked open. His instincts screamed a warning a split second before a massive iron bar slammed down from above, aiming straight for his head. Ren leapt to the side, feeling the rush of air as the bar narrowly missed his skull. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man emerged from a door at the back of the room, alerted by his mechanical detection system. His dark eyes studied Ren suspiciously. "Who are you, little guy?" he asked sharply. "I'm Ren. Didn't anyone teach you how to read?" The man interrupted, pointing to a sign Ren was sure hadn't been there before. "It says we're closed today." And with that, he slammed the door in his face. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, Ren thought, surprised by the anger he felt rising, "I'm seriously considering murder as a reasonable solution." He paused, shocked by his own emotional reaction. It was unusual for him to lose his cool so easily. As he walked away, still reeling from his unexpected reaction, a familiar voice called out to him. "Ren?" Kurara watched him curiously, a dango skewer halfway to her mouth. "What are you doing around here? I've never seen you in the neighborhood." "I was looking for a blacksmith," he replied, frustration still evident in his voice. "Without success." Kurara's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Follow me," he said simply. They walked right back to the same door. As Kurara knocked, the man's irritated voice could be heard, "So you just don't understand." The door opened and his expression instantly changed. "How much Grandpa loves you, little Kurara." "Grandpa?" Ren blinked in disbelief. Grandpa, Kurara said, her tone suddenly soft. Did anyone come to the shop earlier? No. Takeshi began, then noticed Ren and his face twitched in recognition. Oh, no. I mean, maybe. A young customer who said he'd be back later on an urgent errand. He shot Ren a pleading look, accompanied by a not-so-subtle wink. Ren put a hand to his forehead, finding the whole situation surreal. In 2 lifetimes, this was probably the most absurd scene he'd ever been involved in. Kurara looked suspiciously from her grandfather, then at Ren. Really? And this young customer looked strangely like my academy classmate here? Oh, a classmate? Takeshi asked, desperately trying to change the subject. Why don't you both come in? I just finished forging an interesting set of kunai. Grandpa. Kurara's tone was warning. Takeshi sighed dramatically. Okay. Maybe I was a little hasty. But you know how I am with new clients. And then, he passed the bar test with flying colors. The test bar. Grandpa. Did you set that trap on the door again? Test? Ren thought. So that iron bar was intentional. This man is more dangerous than he looks. Just a little reflex test, Takeshi defended himself. You can't blame me for wanting to make sure my clients are up to par with the weapons I forge. What if someone doesn't have ninja reflexes? Kurara asked in exasperation. Oh, for civilians I use a wooden bar, Takeshi replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Kurara turned to Ren. I apologize for my grandfather. He's a genius with metal, but he has his own quirks. Then, turning to her grandfather, this is Ren Mizutani, he's... Takeshi's face visibly darkened. Mizutani? Tashiro's son? A heavy silence fell over the room. Chapter 63, The Blacksmith, Part 2, Takeshi's face visibly darkened. Mizutani? Tashiro's son? A heavy silence fell over the room. Oh, that's why. Takeshi ran a hand through his gray hair, visibly uncomfortable. I have to apologize first. You see, there was this ninja cat that's been stealing my blueprints lately, and I thought... You know, when someone knocks. The cat, you know. Kurara rolled her eyes. Grandpa, there's no ninja cat. Are you sure? Just yesterday I saw some suspicious prints on my workbench. Those were your prints, after you fell asleep on the blueprints. Ren watched the exchange, torn between the absurdity of the excuse and the weight of his father's memory still hanging in the air. Takeshi cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. Well, then. Young Mizutani, what brings you here? Your father. Tashiro was one of my most demanding customers. Never satisfied until every detail was perfect? Actually, Ren began, I'm here for a special request. I don't want combat weapons, but training swords. Takeshi raised an eyebrow. Training swords? There are many blacksmiths who make them. Not ordinary bakken, Ren specified. I want metal swords, not sharp but heavy. Very heavy. Takeshi's eyes lit up with professional interest. How heavy? As heavy as possible, while maintaining the correct proportions. The goal is to increase endurance and strength, not to simulate real combat. Takeshi stroked his chin, thoughtfully. An unusual request. Most ninja want lighter, faster weapons. Kurara, who had been silent until then, spoke up with a thoughtful expression. Actually, it could work. I've never heard of anyone using this method, but it makes sense. It would be like constant training even while practicing forms. On the one hand, I was lucky to meet Kurara, Ren mused, keeping a neutral expression, but on the other hand, I didn't want to make this training method known. Not that it makes much difference in the short term, but it makes it harder for me to keep a low profile. Takeshi nodded slowly as he considered the request. It's unusual, very unusual. But I like the idea. He walked over to his workbench, starting to scribble a few sketches on a piece of paper. It should be easier because I don't have to worry about sharpening the blades. That always takes a lot of time and precision. He scratched his head with his pencil. But the balance. That might be a problem. Increasing the weight isn't difficult, I can use denser alloys, but getting the balance right will take several tries. An unbalanced sword, even if it's just a practice sword, is worse than having no sword at all. Takeshi continued to scribble, muttering to himself. I could use a high-density steel alloy for the core. Maybe incorporate some heavier elements into the structure. He paused, looking at Ren with suddenly sharp eyes. How heavy exactly do you want them? As heavy as possible while maintaining the correct shape and balance, Ren replied. The goal is to gradually increase the weight through training. Takeshi continued to scribble in his plans, now completely absorbed in his work. I could use a modular system. Yeah, with pins here and here. He muttered to himself as he drew, adding small symbols to the margins of the paper. Ren absently noticed some circular patterns in the sketches that vaguely reminded him of the basic principles of Fuinjutsu he was studying with Tatsumi. "Takeshi-san," he asked with apparent casualness, "those symbols in the blueprints." "Oh, these?" Takeshi looked up slightly. "They're just basic forging marks. They help maintain the structure of the metal as it's being worked. Nothing special, but they make the difference between a decent blade and an excellent blade. Interesting, if I could learn those it might help me with Fuinjutsu too." "Takeshi-san," Ren said as the blacksmith continued to scribble on his blueprints, "could I watch the forging process? And maybe lend a hand?" Takeshi looked up from his sketches, surprised by the request. A hint of a smile crossed his face as he studied the boy before him. Interesting, he thought. It's not often you see a boy this young interested in forging. "You know," he said after a moment's thought, "a blacksmith rarely shows off his work." He scratched his chin thoughtfully. "But considering our little misunderstanding earlier, I might make an exception. I'll allow you to help me with the forging. And if you like," Kurara said as she examined a rack of weapons, "we could also test each other's fighting styles. The backyard here is perfect for that." "That sounds interesting," Ren replied. "Don't worry if Grandpa seems grumpy sometimes," Kurara laughed. "He's actually happy to have someone who actually cares about his work." The last apprentice ran away after half an hour. "That's a good idea," Ren mused as he considered the offer. "While I don't want to expose myself too much, I need to gain experience. With Aoi and Juneko, I've already gotten used to their patterns, so having a little more experience can be good." "Come back in 2 days," Takeshi said as he put away his sketches. "I need time to finalize the design and gather the right materials. And come early, the metal needs to be worked while the air is still fresh." As he stepped out of the forge, Ren noticed that the morning was still young. With the weights on, it would take him about half an hour to get to the academy. The library would be open, and old Shizuka-san was always more helpful in the early hours. Chapter 64, Steps in the Mist. The academy library was as silent as ever when Ren entered. Shizuka-san barely looked up from her register, her gnarled hands continuing to catalog scrolls with mechanical precision. "Section Z and D, as always," she said before Ren could ask. "And remember, no techniques above D rank for first-year students," he finished with a small smile. Over the past few months, this conversation had become almost a ritual between them. After the exams, he thought as he headed for the shelves, "It's clear that I need to expand my arsenal. But instead of looking for powerful techniques, I should focus on the basic ones and perfect them." Ren methodically examined the first scroll, Illusionary Clone. An E-rank technique that creates illusory copies through basic chakra manipulation. The clone has no physical substance, but if executed correctly it can perfectly replicate the user's appearance and movements. He studied the chakra flow diagrams carefully. The key is the even distribution of energy. Interesting how the chakra is unfurled in a thin layer to create the illusion. Next to it he found the D-rank Mizukage Bunshin, Water Clone Jutsu. This is more complex. It requires not only molding the chakra, but combining it with the element of water to create semi-solid clones. The clones have a tenth of the original's strength and dissolve after a significant hit, but can physically interact with the environment. The progression is logical, he noted mentally. From the purely illusory Bunshin to the physical Mizukage Bunshin, to the Kage Bunshin, Shadow Clone, that creates completely solid copies with their own chakra. Studying this progression will help me better understand the principles of the Kage Bunshin. Moving on to the Earth Element section, he examined the Earth Style, Earth's Power. An E-rank jutsu that applies the principles of tree climbing to the earth. Instead of adhering to the surface, the chakra must penetrate the ground and interact with it. The difficulty is maintaining a constant flow through a medium denser than water or wood. The Earth Style, Earth's Sensation, particularly caught his attention. This technique is fascinating. Not only does it manipulate the earth, but it uses chakra to sense vibrations through it. It's similar to what Dad taught me with the rocks, but on a larger scale. It could be instrumental in further developing your sensory abilities. It was the last scroll that sent a wave of excitement through him, the Mist Body Flicker. A Hidden Mist Village variation of the Body Flicker Jutsu, adapted specifically for Hidden Mist Village. Instead of simply accelerating, this technique uses the village's natural mist to mask one's movements. The user infuses their chakra into the surrounding fog, creating temporary anchor points for high-speed transportation, briefly simulating teleportation, though different from actual teleportation. Shizue managed to bring the basic version to legendary levels, he thought, studying the chakra flow diagrams. This variant offers even more possibilities. The mist not only hides one's movements, but can be used to confuse enemy sensors and create false chakra signatures. He noted how the Tora seal in the sequence was slightly modified from the standard version. The chakra is dispersed rather than concentrated, allowing for a more natural fusion with the mist. This could integrate perfectly with the hiding in mist jutsu. An interesting selection. Shizuka-san's voice almost made him jump. He hadn't heard her approach. Most students only seek offensive techniques. Basics are important, Ren replied, keeping his tone respectful. Shizuka studied the titles as she registered the loan. Cloning, Earth, and Movement. You're building something interesting, young Mizutani. Ren tilted his head slightly, surprised by her insight. The old librarian smiled slightly. I've seen many young ninja pass through this library, she said as she handed him the scrolls. Those who seek the quickest path to power rarely survive long enough to return what they borrow. This woman sees more than she lets on, Ren thought as he stepped out into the morning mist, the scroll safely tucked into his bag. But she's right, true strength lies not in learning many techniques, but in completely mastering the ones you know. Back home, Ren retreated to his room, methodically arranging the scrolls on the floor. I have to organize all this efficiently, he thought, taking out his notebook. My days are becoming more and more complex. He began to write down a detailed schedule. 04:00, wake up 04:15:06, 15, physical training, weight running, 17 kilograms, swimming, hand walking, strength exercises 06:15:08, 15, jutsu practice, bunshin, Mizukage bunshin, earth-style techniques, mist body flicker, when I have the basics, 08:15:09, preparation and breakfast, space for lab, personal projects, afternoon, variable, Takeshi, days DBD, Datsumi, Sundays, academy, when it resumes, evening, 19:00:20, Kenjutsu 20:00:21, 30, Fuinjutsu and studying. Looking at the schedule, his mind went back to the lab plan. The basement would be perfect, he mused. Spacious enough to expand, already partially sealed off, and close to the shop. He stood up, starting to sketch a rough sketch. Main compound synthesis area, seal development and testing section, ingredient storage space, hidden ventilation system, seals on every wall. I'll have to talk to Kasan about this, he thought. I'll tell her I want to create a space to develop containment scrolls and explosive seals. That's not a lie, it's just a partial truth. The lab will also be used for medical research, but that will remain my secret. He estimated that the project would take at least 3 months to complete, considering the expansion work and the installation of security systems. I'll have to find a way to account for certain special equipment. Perhaps I could suggest that they're for the creation of special sealing inks. He returned to the scrolls, examining the techniques again. The clone jutsu will be the first step. Once I master that, I'll move on to the Mizukage bunshin. The earth-style techniques will take longer. I still have my affinity for the earth to develop. The mist body flicker was left for last, the most complex technique but potentially the most useful. This one will take months of practice, but it will be worth it. The ability to move instantly through the fog will completely change my tactical options. He paused, staring out the window at the fog. Time is the most precious resource I have, he mused. I must use it wisely. Every minute wasted is a minute that will not return, and the events that are moving in the village will not wait for me to be ready. Chapter 65, Buns and Preparation, Training Grounds. Ren pulled small packages wrapped in dark cloth from his bag. What are these? Juneko asked curiously. Weights, Ren replied, showing the rudimentary bracers. 2 kilos each, for wrists and ankles. Juneko examined them with a grimace. There. How should I put it? Hideous? She turned to Aoi for support. Couldn't you have made them prettier? They're just bags with bits of lead, Ren explained. Aesthetics weren't a priority. Technically, Aoi began hesitantly, adding weight to the limbs could compromise. Oh, shut up. Juneko interrupted. Don't be difficult. We can't waste Ren's goodwill. This is the first time in months that he's been acting like the old Ren. They exchanged a meaningful look. Ren caught the hint of concern in their eyes. Whether or not they become enemies in the future, it doesn't matter now, he thought. The important thing is that they are able to survive the times to come, and then. So, I'm ready, let's begin? Juneko's enthusiastic voice interrupted his thoughts. She had already applied weights and was trying to move gracefully, failing miserably. Sparring began with Juneko. Her movements, usually fluid, were now heavy and imprecise. After a few exchanges, they moved on to Aoi, who was showing similar difficulty adjusting. Remember, Ren said as he corrected Aoi's posture, this is between us. No one is to know about the weights. They moved on to practicing temporary paralysis jutsu. Aoi, with his surgical control of chakra, was making rapid progress, although he lacked the spark of creativity that allowed Ren to visualize innovative ways of applying the technique. Did you hear that the ceremony is in a week? Juneko asked as they rested. I can't wait. They say they'll decorate the whole village. I hope Yagura-sama brings the change we need, Aoi commented, wiping away his sweat. His skills are revolutionary, and his approach to leadership seems more modern. Times are changing, Ren muttered, more to himself than to the others. Oh, come on. Juneko nudged him lightly. Don't be so serious. It'll be exciting to see the youngest Mizukage in history. You have no idea how exciting this is going to be, Ren thought, but only smiled faintly. They continued training until dusk, alternating between taijutsu and ninjutsu. Ren subtly guided their movements, suggesting corrections and adjustments without ever showing too much of his true skill. The mist was thickening as they decided to end it. Same time tomorrow? Juneko asked, rubbing her aching arms. Technically, Aoi interjected, we should rest for at least a day to let the muscles. Oh, shut up. Juneko laughed, tossing him a towel. You and your technicalities. As he watched them walk away into the fog, Ren felt a pang of something. Affection? Concern? He couldn't quite put his finger on it. The sun was setting as Ren headed to a secluded area just beyond the courtyard. Time to check the results, he thought, starting to methodically remove the weights. The first movement was telling. He felt incredibly light, almost as if he could float. With an experimental leap, he was surprised at the distance he had covered. This is unexpected, he mused, performing a series of basic movements. His speed had increased significantly, but he immediately noticed the problem. His muscles, accustomed to the extra weight, were struggling to coordinate with this new freedom of movement. He performed a sequence of kata, repeatedly finding himself overextending his strikes or losing his balance slightly. It's as if the body is expecting resistance that isn't there anymore, he analyzed. If I were to remove the weights before a fight, I would need at least a few hours to readjust. Replacing the weights, he made a mental note, add occasional sessions without weights to maintain familiarity with both conditions. Back in the courtyard, he took out his tando for his evening kenjutsu practice. As he performed the forms, his mind wandered to the possibilities. The tando is excellent for close combat, he considered as he completed a sequence. But perhaps I should expand my arsenal. A no-dachi for long reach? Or perhaps a wakizashi to complement the tanto? He stopped mid-move, an idea forming. I might ask Takeshi to forge a longer blade for training as well. Variety in weight and length would help me develop a deeper understanding of kenjutsu. The evening found him in his room, surrounded by his fuinjutsu designs. Tatsumi's teachings on understanding fundamental patterns were slowly taking shape in his mind. If each seal is a dance of elements, he mused as he studied the particular pattern, then it's the choreography that matters, not the individual steps. I don't have to memorize specific seals, but understand how chakra flows through the patterns. The night wore on, but Ren continued to study, determined to decipher the secrets hidden within these ancient forms. It's all connected, he thought as his fingers traced a particularly complex pattern. The kenjutsu, the fuinjutsu, even the weights. Each element of my style must flow naturally into the other, like ink flowing across paper to form a perfect seal. Chapter 66 Weight and Prospects. The waters of the lake seemed particularly hostile that morning. Ren struggled to maintain his swimming routine, the 20 kilos of weight pulling him toward the bottom with surprising force. Only 3 kilos more, he thought as he laboriously completed another length. And yet the difference is enormous. Perhaps I overestimated my preparation after yesterday's test. Even the hand walk proved more challenging than expected. His muscles, already tired from swimming, protested under the additional load. Yesterday's euphoria without weights caused me to miscalculate, he mused as he completed the last set of exercises. Or perhaps it's simply the accumulated fatigue taking its toll. He found a secluded spot, hidden by the morning fog. His chakra sense, extended to its maximum 10-meter radius, detected no presence. It was the perfect time to begin the clone jutsu. He opened the scroll with methodical care, studying the diagrams with clinical attention. Ram, tiger, snake, interesting, he noted. It's not so much a cloning technique as it is an advanced yin manipulation. The clone is essentially a three-dimensional illusion created by projecting one's chakra into a stable form. For the next hour and a half, Ren alternated between practical attempts and theoretical study. His first few clones were little more than blurry shadows, but each failure taught him something new about yin chakra manipulation. With the sun high and his chakra nearly depleted, he decided it was time to head home for breakfast. His mind was already cataloging the lessons he'd learned, planning changes to his approach for the next day. Kasan, he said as they ate breakfast, I was thinking about the basement. Yuki looked up from her cup of tea. The basement? I'd like to use it as a fuinjutsu lab, Ren explained. Having a dedicated space would help me progress more quickly. His mother studied him for a moment, a slight puzzlement in her eyes. Then, with a small smile, she nodded. Okay. But no dangerous experiments, okay? Ren thought, but he just nodded gratefully. He went down to the basement then. He took out his small notebook and began double-checking the list. Clear the eastern area, reinforce the walls, ventilation system, workbenches, material racks, proper lighting, seals for protection. He paused as he moved some old crates, realizing that time was flying. Takeshi. He thought suddenly. I have to go to the forge. He walked quickly through the village, absent-mindedly noting the preparations that were beginning for the new Mizukage ceremony. Banners were being raised, streets were cleared, a patina of formality was spreading over the usual hidden mist village fog. But when he arrived at the forge, he found the doors closed. Neither Takeshi nor Kurara were in sight. Strange, he thought. He doesn't seem like the type to be late. As Ren was about to walk away, he heard the distinctive sound of hammering coming from the back of the forge. He rounded the corner and found a side door ajar. I was wondering when you'd be here, Takeshi's voice sounded from inside. The blacksmith was bent over a piece of glowing metal, his hammer moving with rhythmic precision. Come in, but watch your step. I've rearranged the workshop a bit tonight. Rearranged was a gentle understatement. The workshop looked as if it had been hit by a metal tornado. Tools of all kinds were scattered across several benches, plans and sketches covered every available surface, and in the center. Your swords, Takeshi said, pointing to two forms wrapped in dark cloth. Or at least, the basis of the first prototypes. I've been working all night, inspiration doesn't wait for convenient hours. Ren approached cautiously, noticing how some of the sketches showed patterns that vaguely resembled the seals he was studying. Before I show you, Takeshi wiped his forehead with a cloth, I have to ask you something. How much do you know about forging marks? Forging marks? Ren kept a neutral expression, though his curiosity was piqued. Just what I glimpsed in your sketches the other day. Takeshi nodded slowly, as if weighing something. He walked over to an old shelf, pulling out a time-worn scroll. See these patterns? He said, unrolling the document on a relatively clear counter. They look like seals, don't they? Ren moved closer, studying the drawings with clinical attention. Indeed, the resemblance to some of the basic principles of Fuinjutsu is striking. But they're not seals, Takeshi continued. At least, not in the traditional sense. They're what we call metal imprints, patterns that guide chakra during forging. Interesting, Ren thought. The structure is similar to the flow seals Tatsumi and I are studying, but more primitive? No, perhaps more fundamental. Most smiths use basic markings. Takeshi pointed to some simpler patterns. They strengthen the metal, make it more receptive to chakra. But these. His finger trailed off to more complex, almost spiral-like designs. These are different. More ancient. He paused, studying Ren with a piercing gaze. I noticed how you were looking at my designs the other day. You have an eye for patterns, even if you don't fully understand them. He's testing my reactions, Ren realized. But why? The older marks, Takeshi continued after a moment of silence, don't just guide chakra. They stimulate it. Like a river creating its own new course. Ren noticed that some of the more complex patterns seemed to almost move in the flickering light of the forge. And these marks were used for swords? An enigmatic smile appeared on Takeshi's face. I incorporated some traditional elements. The training swords you asked about were an interesting project. They reminded me of some techniques I hadn't used in a long time. He turned to the forms wrapped in dark cloth. But before I show you the result, I must ask, how much do you really know about seals, young Mizutani? Chapter 67, Morasame the oldest marks, Takeshi said, his voice dropping as if he were about to reveal a precious secret, have an interesting history. Do you enjoy old stories, young Mizutani? Ren nodded, his curiosity genuinely piqued. Before Hidden Mist Village existed, Takeshi began, his hands absent-mindedly caressing an old hammer. Young Byakuren, he who would become the first Mizukage, was a traveler. He sought not power or glory, but knowledge. He paused to rekindle the fire in the forge, sparks dancing in the air like metallic fireflies. During his travels, it is said that he came to a particular village. A place where seals were not just marks on paper, but an art that permeated every aspect of life. There he met a master smith, Muromaki, and his daughter Morasame. Takeshi's eyes glinted in the firelight. Morasame was different. She didn't excel in her village's arts, but she had a special gift. She saw metal as others see water, fluid, alive, in constant motion. She was the first, he continued, pointing to some of the more intricate patterns on the scroll, to truly understand how chakra could flow through metal itself, not just be imprinted on it. She didn't create seals, she created what we call metal imprints, patterns that arise from the forging itself. Ren studied the drawings with renewed interest. Now he could see how some of the elements vaguely resembled the Uzumaki's signature swirls, but with a more organic quality. It is said that Byakuren fell in love not only with Morasame, but also with her art. When he founded Hidden Mist Village, he took with him not only his bride, but also the secrets of the forging that would give birth to the 7 swords of the mist. The 7 swords. Ren murmured, realizing the implication. Were they forged by her? Takeshi smiled mysteriously. Who can say for sure? Stories blend with legends. But look at this. He leaned over the scroll, pointing to a particular pattern. See how this mark resembles the shape of a vortex, but isn't it perfectly symmetrical? It's as if it follows the natural flow of the metal instead of imposing a shape on it. Traditional seals command chakra, Takeshi explained, picking up a piece of glowing metal from the forge. Metal imprints, on the other hand, are like riverbeds. They don't force the water, but create natural paths for the chakra to flow through. He struck the metal with methodical precision, each hammer stroke seeming to follow an invisible rhythm. You see, when a river carves its bed into rock, it creates natural patterns, meanders, whirlpools, waterfalls. The imprints in the metal work the same way. Each blow of the hammer is like the erosion of water, creating microscopic paths through which chakra can flow naturally. He pulled a blade he had forged earlier from the cooling pool. In the light of the forge, Ren could see subtle patterns on the surface of the metal, almost invisible if you didn't know where to look. Seals need to be maintained, renewed, constantly replenished with chakra, Takeshi continued, running a finger along the blade. But the imprints in the metal. Once the path is created, the chakra will naturally follow it, like water always finding its way to the sea. He turned to Ren, his eyes suddenly serious. That's why the 7 swords are so special. They're not just weapons with powerful seals, they're tools forged with imprints that allow chakra to flow in the most natural way possible. And more same. Ren began, his mind already making connections. She was the first to understand that she didn't have to impose her will on the metal. Takeshi nodded. She watched how the chakra flowed naturally and created imprints that followed those natural patterns. That's why her techniques were so different from those of her home village. They tried to control the chakra through complex seals. She let the chakra itself show her the way. When you asked me for these swords, Takeshi continued, moving closer to the cloth, I decided to experiment with some of these principles. What you'll see are only the first prototypes, it'll take at least 2 weeks to perfect them. He uncovered the unfinished blades carefully. Ren could see that they were still in a rough state, the basic shape was defined, but they lacked refinement and balance. On the surface of the metal, faint patterns suggested where the imprints would eventually be forged. I've only begun preparing the metal so far, Takeshi explained. These are just the basic shapes, I still have to work on the density and balance. The impressions need to be created gradually, layer by layer, as the weight is distributed evenly across the blade. He picked up one of the unfinished blades, showing off its structure. See these preliminary marks? They're like the preliminary course of a river. Over the next few weeks, each forging session will deepen these paths, creating increasingly complex patterns that will help the metal support the extra weight. He carefully put the unfinished blades away. Come back in 3 days. I'll show you how the work is progressing, and if you're interested, you can watch some of the forging. Seeing the impressions form might help you better understand what we've been talking about today. Chapter 68. Reflections and Progress. The afternoon mist shrouded the streets of Hidden Mist Village as Ren walked home, his mind still wrapped in Takeshi's tale. Korara's absence had affected him, she was usually always present at the forge, but the old blacksmith's words occupied most of his thoughts. Hidden Eddy Village, he mused, remembering the patterns he had seen. So that's where it all began. I wonder how many more secrets lie in those ruins. The idea of exploring that place someday formed in his mind with surprising clarity. It wasn't just curiosity, it was almost a necessity. How much lost knowledge, how many forgotten secrets could be hidden among those ancient stones? A movement in the mist caught his attention. Misaki was walking with 2 other academy students, her bearing as regal as ever. For a moment, their eyes met through the mist. Ren deliberately turned down a side alley, avoiding the encounter. Not yet, he thought as he felt Misaki's gaze follow him for a moment before continuing on his way. There will be time for those conversations, but not now. The basement greeted him with its familiar darkness. He began methodically moving old crates and shelves, his mind already visualizing how to transform the space. In one corner, he found some old, dust-covered scrolls, his father's notes on weapon maintenance. He carefully set them aside, they might come in handy. It was while examining an old workbench that insight struck him. Takeshi's words about the impressions of metal echoed in his mind, not forcing chakra, but creating natural patterns. He sat down at the clean table, pulling out his fuinjutsu materials. The protective seal he had been trying to create for weeks lay before him, his previous attempts always showing the same problem, too rigid, too controlled. I've been trying to force the chakra, he realized as he studied the patterns. Like traditional seals. But what if instead? He began to draw new lines, this time not trying to control the flow of chakra, but to guide it. Like a river naturally finding its way, each stroke of the brush created subtle paths that connected in organic ways. The chakra flowed through the ink with a naturalness he'd never experienced before. The seal didn't glow as brightly as his previous attempts, instead, it almost seemed to blend into the paper, as if it had always been meant to be there. I'm almost there, he thought as he studied the result. It's not perfect yet, but I see where I was going wrong now. I don't have to create a barrier that resists, I have to create a pattern that allows the chakra to flow naturally in a protective loop. The light filtering through the small basement window was fading, but Ren continued to work, each new attempt closer to perfection than the last. Takeshi's lesson had done more than reveal a piece of history to him, it had shown him a whole new way of thinking about Fuinjutsu. And as the mist outside thickened, shrouding the village in its eternal embrace, Ren continued to trace his patterns, a smile of understanding lighting up his face. Night had fallen over Hidden Mist Village as, in a room of the headquarters, a lone figure watched the village through a fogged-up window. Yagura, the future Mizukage, seemed almost out of place in the oversized office, his small stature at odds with the aura of power he exuded. Preparations? He asked without turning around. Everything is going according to plan, Yagura-sama, an Anbu kneeling in the shadows replied. The village is ready for the change you will bring. Yagura continued to stare into the mist, his eyes reflecting the lights of the village below. For too long, Hidden Mist Village has been stuck in traditions that have only weakened us. The divisions between clans, the mutual distrust, the constant power play. He turned to the Anbu, and for a moment his expression softened. The village needs unity, not divisions. Strength that comes from cooperation, not fear. The Karatachi clan elders? Contrasting opinions, one part supports me, another part is worried that I may not lead the village as they would like, a bitter smile curled his lips. The same people who considered me inadequate for not having inherited the clan's Kekkei Genkai now fear that I may have too much power. The village supports you, Yagura-sama, the Anbu said with conviction. Your strength, your talent. Strength alone is not enough, Yagura interrupted. Hidden Mist Village requires more than power. It requires a vision. He walked over to a map of the village on the wall. Imagine a village where talent is recognized for who it is, not what clan it comes from. Where every ninja can reach their full potential without the burden of age-old prejudices. The Anbu bowed more deeply. As you wish, Yagura-sama. When the Anbu left, Yagura looked back at the village. His hand unconsciously rested on the spot where the Sanbi's seal was imprinted, not with pain, but almost with determination. The beast's power was not a burden to him, but a tool to realize his dream of a better village. In another room, much more hidden, a figure with an orange mask smiled in the darkness. Chapter 69, Seals. The morning light penetrated just through the mist while Ren observed his completed laboratory. The shelves had been strategically ordered, work counters positioned to optimize space. Some specific equipment were still missing, but the basic structure was ready. Now only the protection seal is needed, he thought, the roll with his latest project tied in his hand. But before applying it here, better to test it elsewhere. After an hour of exploration, he found the perfect place, an old abandoned fishing hut, perched on a cliff beaten by the wind. The isolation made it ideal for the test. With precise movements, he began to trace the seal on the external wall. Each stretch followed the principles learned by Tatsumi and the intuitions had observing Takeshi, not forcing the chakra, but creating natural paths through which he could flow. The ink shone weakly while the pattern was completed. It seems to work, he observed, noting how the seal had almost melted with the surface of the hut. Now, the practical test. He approached the door, extending a hand to open it. It was at that moment that the seal reacted. There was no explosion or a flash of light, just a sudden sensation, as if the air itself was rejecting it. Ren found himself unbalanced backwards, dangerously close to the edge of the cliff. His training allowed him to recover the balance at the last second, but his heart beat him strong in his chest. I didn't expect this, he murmured, taking breath. It was then that the thin cuts on his arms and on the torso noticed, nothing deep, but definitely unexpected. The seal. Did he react like a chakra scalpel? He examined himself carefully, connecting the pieces. I was thinking about the medical chakra when I created it, not the usual defensive barriers. The pattern must have followed that view. After carefully removing the seal, Ren walked towards Takeshi's forge. His mind already developed the implications of the discovery. The clone jutsu is almost master, reflected while walking. The transition to Mizukage Bunshin should be natural, the theoretical basis similar, only with the addition of the water element. But first, his thoughts were interrupted when he reached the courtyard of the forge. The show in front of him stopped him. Kurara was performing a series of kata with his kusa origama, the chain that danced in the air as if he had his own life. Each movement flowed in the next with a lethal grace that had not shown during the exams. "Oh, Ren." He noticed it, stopping in the middle of a sequence. "Would you like a fast sparring? I'm working on the control of moving objects." Ren hesitated a moment, but curiosity had the best. "Agree." The exchange that followed was illuminating. With the 20 kilos of weight that burned on his movements, Ren immediately found himself on the defensive. The Kusa origami of Kurara danced in the air, creating complex and unpredictable patterns, the chain through by tracing circles and spirals, while the blade at its end shone in the morning light. Too slow. Kurara caused him while the chain melted towards his feet. Ren jumped backwards, but the movement was heavier than he had calculated. Before it could completely recover the balance, the chain had already changed direction, forcing it to an uncomfortable twist to avoid it. Each movement of Kurara seemed random, but Ren began to see the wider design. The chain did not aim both to hit and limit its movement, creating areas where it could not move freely. It was a constantly evolving trap, any oscillation of the Kusa origami that added a new layer of complexity. "It is much faster than she showed at the academy," he realized while lowering to avoid the blade that missed his neck for a whisker. His reflexes were as good as always, but the weights made every movement a fight against gravity. "And with these weights, I can't even take advantage of the openings I see." A fake to the right, immediately followed by a change of direction. The chain wrapped around the support pole behind him, further limiting his movement options. Ren found himself having to calculate not only the trajectory of the blade, but also the various segments of the chain that created an increasingly complex network around him. "Her control is impressive," he observed as he slipped between two sections of the chain. "Any apparently defensive movement is actually the preparation for the next attack. If I didn't have these weights, I could." But he didn't have time to finish his thought. Kurara had used the tension of the chain on the pole to suddenly shift her stance, accelerating in a move he had never seen her do during the exams. The blade of the Kusa origami was already traveling toward her left side, while the chain was preparing to block his escape route on the right. It was then that a sudden roar from the forge interrupted the sparring. Thick, black smoke rose from the chimney, accompanied by what sounded like a theatrical wail. Chapter 70, Deep Knowledge. Kurara and Ren exchanged a look before running inside. The scene that greeted them was almost comical. Takeshi, completely covered in carbon dust, stood in front of what appeared to have been a forging attempt. "The third prototype." He groaned dramatically. "The metal imprints. They wouldn't cooperate. They betrayed me." "Betrayed? Grandpa?" Kurara sighed, but a smile curled her lips. "Don't laugh at my tragedy," Takeshi protested, trying to keep a straight face as he wiped the soot from his face, only managing to smear it further. "It's a matter of etc." A new puff of black dust rose from his direction. After clearing the lab, Takeshi showed Ren the second prototype. The blade was heavy, but not as heavy as Ren had hoped, and the balance was still imperfect. "See here?" Takeshi pointed to some barely visible patterns on the surface. "The impressions aren't deep enough. The metal resists, like a river that won't change its course." For the rest of the afternoon, Ren assisted Takeshi in forging the new prototype. The heat of the forge made the air thick and heavy, but there was something almost hypnotic in the rhythm of the work. "First of all," Takeshi explained as he prepared the metal, "we need to understand the internal structure of the blade. Every piece of metal has its imperfections, its natural stress points. A skilled smith doesn't try to eliminate them, but to exploit them." Ren watched intently as the smith began to work the red-hot metal. There was a scientific precision in every movement, the calibrated force of each hammer blow, the precise angle of the anvil, even the timing of the cooling. "The impressions of the metal," Takeshi continued, testing the consistency of the alloy between blows, "are essentially microscopic lattices in the crystalline structure of the material. Chakra naturally finds these paths of least resistance." As they worked, Ren began to understand the seven swords better. They weren't simply weapons enchanted with powerful techniques, their true strength lay in the structure of the metal itself. The kiba, for example, had likely been forged by shaping the imprints of the metal to mimic the natural flow of lightning techniques, creating paths that chakra could instinctively follow, making them natural superconductors. Saimata must have followed the same principle, with internal patterns that mirrored the way chakra naturally moves when absorbed, making it not just an energy-eating blade, but a natural extension of that process, and perhaps there was some element of yin and yang in its imprints, as the sword seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. "Look at these patterns," Takeshi said, pointing to the subtle striations on the surface. "They are the visible expression of how the metal has crystallized internally. A mediocre smith tries to impose his will on the material. We study how it behaves naturally and work with those tendencies, not against them." As the afternoon wore on, the complexity of the work increased. Takeshi alternated periods of intense activity with moments of contemplative observation, studying how the metal responded to each change. The mistake from before, he admitted as they refined the patterns on the blade, was trying to force the extra weight on all at once. The metal resisted, like a river that rebels when you try to divert it too sharply. This time we're building the layers gradually, allowing each level to settle before moving on. Ren helped by keeping the forge's temperature constant, passing out the necessary tools, and occasionally assisting in the polishing of completed sections. Every so often, Takeshi would pause to explain a particular aspect of the process, drawing parallels between forging and other forms of chakra manipulation. The art of blacksmithing, he explained as they worked on a particularly delicate passage, is not so different from ninja art. Both require patience, precision, and the ability to see beyond the surface. A ninja shapes chakra, a blacksmith shapes metal, but in both cases, the key is to respect the intrinsic nature of what you're working with. By evening, the third prototype was finally complete. The blade lay on the workbench, the faint patterns on its surface catching the fading light of day. "Try it," Takeshi said, wiping sweat from his forehead with a cloth already stained with soot. Ren gripped the hilt and was surprised for a moment. The weight was much heavier than he had expected. His muscles, already strained from the previous sparring and the weights he had been carrying, protested as he raised the blade. With considerable effort, he managed to bring it into a guard position. "This is perfect," he thought, though his arms were shaking slightly from the effort. With movements considerably slower than he had anticipated, he began a series of basic kata. Each movement required total concentration. The combination of his usual 20 kilos of weight plus this new sword made every move a challenge. "The weight is almost what I was looking for," he said between heavy breaths, laboriously completing a sequence. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he noted that the balance is better, although the blade still leaned slightly to the right during some movements, but it was a marked improvement over his previous attempts. "I see you noticed," Takeshi smiled, noting his expression of concentration. "The balance is not perfect yet, but we are on the right track. Come back in 3 days, the metal will need time to fully settle." That evening, in the safety of his room, Ren took out his notebook and began to write observations on blacksmithing and parallels to ninja arts. Metal's imprints follow similar principles to the flow of chakra in the meridians. They create natural pathways rather than forcing energy. The importance of rhythm in the work, as in the formation of seals, each movement must flow into the next metal. Remembers, deeper impressions require gradual layering, like building resistance in the body. Possible applications for Fu in Jutsu, incorporating the concept of natural flow into seals. Investigating pattern layering for more complex seals. Exploring the idea of material memory in seal supports. Can chakra be channeled through tools during work? Potential technique to develop. The importance of patience and observation. The material says how it wants to be worked, as the chakra suggests its natural paths. Personal note, exploring the possibility of creating seals that work with the intrinsic memory, nature of materials instead of imposing external patterns. Potential connection to the techniques of the Vortex Village. He closed his notebook, his gaze wandering to the window where the fog was gathering. Tomorrow would be the day of the ceremony, the beginning of a new era for Hidden Mist Village. But tonight, in the quiet of his room, Ren felt he had made a small but significant step forward in his understanding of how chakra, metal, and perhaps the world itself naturally wanted to flow. Chapter 71, The Dawn of a New Era. The morning mist had lifted for the first time in weeks, as if the village wanted to see this historic moment clearly as well. The streets of Hidden Mist Village were unusually lively, decorated with banners that fluttered in the light breeze. "It's different from other ceremonies," Yuki observed as she and Ren made their way to the center of the village. "There's hope in the air." Ren nodded, noting how even the civilians seemed more lively than usual. Makeshift stalls offered sweets and tea, while children ran through the crowd carrying small flags with the symbol of Hidden Mist Village. The main square had been transformed. A raised platform dominated the central space, while delegations from the various clans began to occupy their assigned positions. The Hazuki clan members shone almost translucent in the morning light. The Yuki clan maintained their usual icy composure, and other smaller groups arranged themselves in a silent but rigid protocol. It was then that Ren noticed the Karatachi clan. Unlike other clans, they had positioned themselves in a less formal, almost relaxed manner. Shinji, seeing this, gave him an enthusiastic nod. "Ren," he called, approaching. "Isn't it incredible? Yagura-sama. I mean, the Mizukage-sama is from our clan. And to think that some considered him inadequate just because he doesn't have the Coral KK Genkai." "You're happy," Ren observed, studying his friend's genuine enthusiasm. "How could you not be?" Shinji smiled broadly. "He's proven that you don't need a KK Genkai to be extraordinary. His water techniques are revolutionary. And," he lowered his voice to an excited whisper, "they say he wants to modernize the academy's education system." As the conversation continued, Ren noticed how moving through the crowd with apparent casualness. His covered eye seemed to pulse slightly under the patch, and there was a tension in his bearing that contrasted with the festive atmosphere. Ren. Janeko's voice interrupted his remarks. She and Aoi made their way through the crowd. Did you see? They even made special sweets for the occasion. Technically, Aoi interjected, the making of commemorative sweets is a tradition that dates back to the founding of the village, when a sudden movement from the crowd interrupted his explanation. Yagura had appeared on the platform, his figure exuding a quiet authority that seemed at odds with his diminutive stature. His speech was surprisingly direct and free of rhetoric. He spoke of unity, of progress, of a hidden mist village that could evolve beyond its old divisions. There was no hint of threat or intimidation in his words, just a clear vision of how the village could grow. Our village, he said, his steady voice carrying to every corner of the plaza, has been divided for too long by invisible but impassable barriers. It is time that every ninja of Hidden Mist Village had the chance to reach their full potential, regardless of their birth. The crowd responded with genuine enthusiasm. Even some of the more traditional clansmen seemed moved by the sincerity of his words. He will be a great Mizukage, Shinji said as they walked away. You'll see, Ren. Things will change for the better. You can't imagine how much I want this to be true. Unfortunately it won't be so. Ren thought. A change was necessary, a Chunin commented as he passed. Have you heard his approach to the academy? No more clan divisions, only merit. As they walked through the crowd, Ren noticed Kurara standing alone, strangely alone and silent, a notable contrast to her usual assertive demeanor in the forge. Kurara? He approached. Didn't Takeshi-sensei come? Oh, Ren. Kurara almost seemed to jump, as if she had been lost in thought. No, Grandpa isn't one for ceremony. And besides, a slight smile curled her lips, he wanted to finish his project earlier than expected. Grandpa. Yuki intervened, who had followed her son. You're Takeshi-san's granddaughter? Ah. Yes, Kurara replied, suddenly more reserved. It was strange to see the girl who wielded the Kusa origami with such confidence appear almost shy. I'm Kurara, ma'am. Yuki Mizutani, her mother smiled. Takeshi-san was a good friend of my husband. I didn't know his granddaughter was already so grown up. Yuki's eyes rested on Kurara with gentle understanding. Why don't you come have lunch with us? I've prepared far too much for 2 people. Oh, no. I don't want to disturb you, Kurara shook her head, her usual assertive nature completely gone. And then Grandpa. Grandpa must be too busy with his work to remember to eat, right? Yuki interrupted softly. And a young ninja needs a hot meal on a day as important as this. Really, I don't want to. I insist, Yuki said in a tone that brooked no argument, but her smile was warm. Besides, I'd like to hear some stories about how my son is doing in the forge. Kurara looked at Ren, as if seeking help, but he just shrugged with a small smile. She knew that look on her mother's face, there was no way to say no. Okay, Kurara finally relented, a light blush coloring her cheeks. Thank you. Across the village, Councillor Fujino watched the scene from atop the platform, standing among the other dignitaries. An eerie smile curled his lips, not one of joy or satisfaction, but the satisfaction of someone who sees their plans proceeding exactly as expected. That evening, as Yuki tidied up the kitchen, she smiled at the empty plates on the table. It's nice to have guests every now and then. It reminds me of the times when your father would invite his teammates over for lunch. She paused for a moment, wiping away a cup with absent-minded movements. You know, I was happy to see Kurara today. She reminds me a bit of me at her age. Trying to be strong at all costs. What do you mean? Ran asked, helping her arrange the dishes. You see, her mother said as she dried a cup, Takeshi never had any children. Your father told me. One day, after a long journey to deliver some special weapons, Takeshi returned with this very small girl, Kurara. No one ever knew where she came from exactly, and he never spoke about it. She turned to the window, where the evening fog enveloped the village. He's a good man, Takeshi, one of the best blacksmiths I've ever known, but sometimes he gets so lost in his world of metal and fire that he forgets there are other things. It can't have been easy for her to grow up like that. Ren thought back to how Kurara had gradually relaxed during lunch, how her smile had become more genuine as the conversation flowed. You know, Yuki continued, a gentle smile on her face, sometimes even the strongest need a place where they can let their guard down. Our door is always open, if you want to invite your friends over again. The ease with which his mother could care for others, Ren thought, was perhaps her greatest strength. Chapter 72, Progress and Promise. In the morning Ren was completing his routine, his 20 kilograms of weight making every movement a deliberate struggle against gravity. The lake before him was a still surface, reflecting the gradually lightening sky above Hidden Mist Village. The body is adapting, he mused as he performed the final movements of his routine. Not as well as I would like, But progress is being made. His breathing was controlled despite the strain, years of medical practice from his previous life allowing him to carefully monitor his limits. Finding a sheltered space among the trees, he began to focus his chakra as he formed the sigils: ram, snake, tiger. The energy flowed through his meridians with surgical precision, unfurling into a thin layer that began to take shape beside him. Finally, he thought with satisfaction as a perfect clone materialized. It wasn't just a crude illusion, every detail was replicated with microscopic exactitude, from the texture of the clothes to the tiny beads of sweat on his forehead. Emboldened by his success, he prepared for the next step. The Mizukage Bunshin requires not just yin projection, but actual manipulation of the element of water. His seals moved with studied caution as he molded his chakra into a more complex pattern. The moisture in the air responded to his call, condensing into a vaguely humanoid shape before dissolving into a shower of droplets. As I thought, the control must be more precise. Water wants to follow its natural course, not be forced into an artificial shape. A second attempt yielded slightly better results. The watery clone held its form for almost 2 seconds before collapsing. But Ren could already feel his chakra running out. Enough for today, he decided. Tatsumi is waiting for me, and I can't afford to show up exhausted. Tatsumi's lab greeted him with the familiar scent of ink and parchment. The old seal master was already hard at work, surrounded by scrolls of varying antiquity. Sensei, Ren said with a respectful bow, taking out his protective seal. I have something to show you. Tatsumi's eyes narrowed as he studied the pattern. For long moments, only the sound of his breathing interrupted the silence of the lab. Interesting, he finally murmured. Very interesting. The basic patterns are correct, but something is different. He leaned forward, his fingers tracing the air over the ink without touching it. See how the flow here follows a more natural course? It's like a river finding its own path instead of being forced into a man-made channel. I tried not to force the chakra, Ren explained. To create paths it could follow naturally. A smile of genuine surprise lit up Tatsumi's face. In 6 years of teaching, I've never seen an apprentice develop their signature this early. And the most interesting. He trailed off, pulling an old scroll from a shelf. Look at this. It's the traditional protection seal. Ren studied the two patterns side by side. Where the traditional seal featured straight lines and precise angles, his flowed in organic curves. It's very different. And just as effective, if in a different way, Tatsumi nodded. The traditional seal is like a wall, solid, unyielding. Yours is more like a current that naturally deflects what tries to pass through it. He stood up, moving to a higher shelf. That brings me to an interesting question. If you were to create a seal of concealment, what kind of pattern would you use? A seal of concealment? Ren considered the question carefully, his mind already running through the possible implications. If the seal of protection works by deflecting what tries to pass through it, a seal of concealment should interact with perception itself. Go on, Tatsumi encouraged, his eyes twinkling with growing interest. Instead of blocking or deflecting, it should guide attention elsewhere, Ren elaborated, his fingers unconsciously tracing patterns in the air. Like the mist of hidden mist village that doesn't actually hide, but confuses the perception of what is hidden. Tatsumi nodded slowly. And how would you translate that concept into concrete patterns? The flow should be more subtle, Ren mused. Instead of direct lines of force, a network of smaller, overlapping influences would be needed. Like ripples on a pond interfering with each other, creating patterns that distract from the object that caused the original disturbance. A smile of genuine approval lit up Tatsumi's face. Very well. This will be your next project. I won't show you how to do it, I want to see where this understanding takes you. He stood up, walking over to a hidden shelf. But first, he pulled out the scroll with the traditional seal of protection. This is yours. Study it, compare it to yours. The differences between the two approaches may reveal more to you than you think. Sensei, Ren said, accepting the scroll reverently. I'm not sure I deserve. A teacher must be able to recognize when a student is ready for the next step, Tatsumi interrupted. Your approach to the seal of protection. He trailed off, searching for the right words. It took years of study to develop that traditional system. Yet you, following your instincts and your understanding of the fundamental principles, have created something different but equally valid. He sat back down, his expression now serious. True Fuinjutsu is not in the memorization of set patterns, but in the deep understanding of how chakra naturally wants to flow. You have shown that understanding. Now I want to see how far it can take you. As they studied the technical details of the cloaking seal, the sun slowly rose in the hidden mist village sky. The concealment seal, Ren mused as he took notes, should not be like a cloak that covers, but like something that naturally distorts perception without ever revealing that it is present. Hours passed as master and student discussed Seal's theory, each new concept building upon the previous ones like layers of a complex but harmonious structure. By the time he finally took his leave, the afternoon was well advanced. His mind was already processing patterns and possibilities, each new concept intertwining with previous knowledge in unexpected ways. Fuinjutsu, he thought as he walked home, is not just a matter of power or control. It is a subtle dance between intention and nature, between what we want to achieve and what chakra naturally wants to do. For the first time since he had begun his training with Tatsumi, he felt like he had made a real step forward in his understanding of this ancient and mysterious art. Chapter 73, Dawn of the Forge. A cold wind blew through the quiet streets of Hidden Mist Village as Ren approached the forge. The rhythmic sound of a chain cutting through the air broke the silence of the dawn. In the backyard, Kurara performed a series of kata with her kusa origami. Her blade traced deadly arcs through the morning mist, each movement precise and deadly. This was not the same girl who had fought at the academy. Here, in the privacy of the dawn, she displayed a mastery she had kept hidden. "Do you want to finish what we started the other day?" she asked without pausing her movements. Ren considered the challenge. His body was rested, his chakra at its peak. "Okay. No limits this time," Kurara smiled, her chain accelerating. "I want to see what's behind that impassive expression of yours." The attack came like lightning. The kusa origami sliced through the air in a wide arc, forcing Ren to make a quick assessment. He dodged with calculated precision, every movement calculated to conserve energy. Kurara was relentless. Her weapon created a deadly web of threats, the chain and blade moving in perfect sync. She wasn't just attacking, she was controlling the combat space itself, limiting Ren's movement options. "There's something strange about the way you move," Kurara observed between attacks. "Your eyes follow the movements, while your body seems to lag." That's when she changed tactics. The distance between them began to methodically close, the kusa origami weaving in tighter and tighter patterns. It was a bold move, moving closer meant exposing herself to counterattack, but Kurara seemed to have noticed a weakness in Ren's rhythm. The situation was becoming critical. Kurara was backing him into a corner, where his apparent slowness would be even more apparent. His options were rapidly dwindling. The tension in the courtyard was palpable. Kurara had constructed a deadly trap of chains and blades, while Ren coldly calculated his increasingly limited options. Ren began to feign fatigue, deliberately making his movements slower and more awkward. It was a calculated risk, to make Kurara think she had him in hand to hide his true condition. The kusa origami hissed once more, tracing a perfect arc through the foggy air. The trap was set. Ren had been pushed into the corner of the courtyard, seemingly with no way out. Instead of resisting, Ren deliberately moved toward the trap's narrowest point. Kurara's eyes narrowed in surprise. No one had ever willingly agreed to be trapped by her kusa origami. With a sudden movement, Ren executed a twist that caught Kurara completely off guard. His body moved unexpectedly, slipping out of the web of chains that were supposed to immobilize him. "How?" Kurara muttered, forced to completely rethink her strategy. Her opponent was moving strangely, as if he knew secrets of movement that she couldn't understand. A voice interrupted the duel. "Interesting," Takeshi said, emerging from the workshop. His strained eyes had caught something in the fight that had caught his professional attention. "Your swords are almost ready," he said to Ren. "Come inside. I have something to show you." Takeshi's workshop was a furnace. The heat from the forge made the air thick and heavy, the smell of hot metal and charcoal permeating every corner. "These," Takeshi said, revealing the two blades on the workbench, "are the nearly finished versions." The swords lay dark and mighty on the worn metal of the bench. Their surfaces showed subtle patterns, almost invisible in the flickering light of the fire. "The weight has been distributed evenly along the length," Takeshi explained, holding up one of the blades. The density of the metal was progressively increased during the forging, layer by layer. Kurara approached with professional interest. "The shape is unusual for a practice sword. The balance is different," her grandfather confirmed. "I had to modify the traditional structure to accommodate the extra weight without compromising the integrity of the blade." He turned to the forge. "But there is still work to be done. Ren, come here. I want to show you how we complete the process." For the next hour, Ren assisted Takeshi in the final forging. The old smith taught him how to keep the temperature constant, when to strike the metal and with what force, how to tell by color and sound if the blade was responding properly to the treatment. "Do you see this section?" Takeshi pointed to a particular spot on the glowing blade. "The metal here must be worked with special care. Too hard a strike would create internal stresses that could compromise the integrity of the blade. Now," Takeshi said, placing the blade on the anvil, "start striking exactly where I indicate. Steady rhythm, moderate force." Ren gripped the hammer, landing precise blows where the old blacksmith indicated. The metal responded to each impact with a clean, crystalline sound. "Harder here," Takeshi instructed. The metal resists, it has to be convinced. Beads of sweat fell from Ren's forehead as he continued to hammer. The strain of the weights he carried made each strike a challenge of precision. Careful! Takeshi suddenly exclaimed. The metal is. The blade slid off the anvil, heading for Kurara's foot. Ren reacted instinctively, his hand shot out to grip the glowing hilt. Idiot! Kurara yanked him back, as Takeshi quickly plunged the blade into the cooling vat. Steam filled the air with a high-pitched hiss. Let me see your hand, Kurara ordered, already pulling bandages from her pouch. It's nothing, Ren said, but let her examine the burn. It was superficial, she had released her grip quickly enough to avoid serious damage. Who grips a red-hot blade with their bare hands? Kurara muttered as she applied ointment to the burn. And don't say it's nothing, I saw the burn. Better a burned hand than a pierced foot, Takeshi commented, examining the blade in the vat. But the next time, use pliers. After the blade had cooled, Takeshi examined it carefully. No permanent damage. The structure has held up well to the thermal shock. The rest of the day was spent hammering, making minute adjustments, and frequently dipping into the cooling vat. Takeshi was meticulous in his work, every detail checked and rechecked. As the sun began to set, the swords were finally complete. They lay on the bench, the dark metal seeming to absorb the light of the dying forge. You can start using them tomorrow, Takeshi said, covering the blades with a cloth. As Ren walked home that evening, his bandaged hand throbbing slightly, he thought back to the day. I need to be more careful, he thought. A moment's distraction can be costly. When he got home, Ren locked himself in his room and began carefully removing the bandage Kurara had applied. The burn was more serious than he had admitted, the skin was red and swollen, with a few blisters forming. It really is no small thing, he thought as he concentrated the healing chakra in his hands. The green light dimly illuminated the room as it worked to speed up the natural healing process. The pain began to ease, but he knew it would take a few days before he was fully healed. Chapter 74, For stress. The searing pain in his hand woke Ren before dawn. The healing chakra had accelerated the healing, but it hadn't been enough for complete regeneration. He removed the bandage with clinical care, examining the damage in the dim morning light. The skin had regenerated but the fingerprints of his right hand were gone, erased by the brief contact with the hot metal. A permanent scar, a reminder of a moment of carelessness. During his morning routine, the lake seemed more hostile than usual. The 20 kilograms of weight pressed on his muscles with an insistence he couldn't ignore. His body was sending out clear signals of overtraining. Soldier's pills, he mused as he laboriously completed the last set of exercises. In Naruto there was some energy supplements specifically for ninja. Aoi might know something about them, with his medical background. He decided to skip jutsu training. His healing chakra had already consumed some of his reserves, and forcing the system further would only make the situation worse. I must ask Fujimoto if he has found someone to guide me, I haven't heard from him. He considered as he walked home. But insisting could be counterproductive. Better to wait a little longer. In the lab, he took out the protective seal given to him by Tatsumi. The traditional pattern revealed a rigorous geometric structure, in stark contrast to the organic curves of his design. The traditional seal works through direct opposition, he noted in his notebook. Mine naturally deviates. But if I combine the two approaches. He began to draw new patterns, incorporating elements of both designs. Studying the tomes on Fuinjutsu revealed advanced principles of energy stabilization. He methodically wrote down each new concept, gradually building a deeper understanding of the art. When the sun reached its zenith, it was time to visit Takeshi's forge. The swords awaited him, and with them new possibilities for progress, if he had learned from yesterday's lesson. The forge was unusually quiet when Ren arrived. In the courtyard, Kurara was performing a series of kata with the kusa origami, the chain that traced deadly arcs through the humid air. Grandpa is out on an errand, she said without pausing her movements. He should be back this afternoon. Her offer of sparring was immediate, but Ren declined, showing her bandaged hand. In response, Kurara nodded and resumed her practice. Her movements were precise, a deadly dance of metal and determination. But as he watched her, Ren noticed a peculiar pattern. In all their encounters, he had never seen her perform a single jutsu. She relied solely on taijutsu and weapons. You never use ninja techniques, he observed. It wasn't a question. The kusa origami chain stopped in midair. Kurara stood still, her breathing creating small clouds in the morning chill. My chakra. She began, then trailed off, searching for words. It's like a river flowing the wrong way. I can feel it, but I can't shape it correctly. But the exams. I made up for it with taijutsu and weapons. Just the bare minimum of chakra to pass. I was lucky in the demonstration exam. Substitution jutsu is the only one I can perform, even though it requires immense concentration. A bitter smile curled her lips. Her fingers gently caressed the metal of the hilt. but with weapons. It's different. It's like the metal understands something inside me that even I don't fully understand. It responds to my touch in ways I can't explain. Ren absorbed the information, his clinical gaze noting the small details, how her grip on the kusa origami had tightened slightly, how her posture betrayed attention beyond simple training. And no doctor has ever, Grandpa says it's no use, Kurara interrupted, a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. He says some people are like certain rare metals, they can't be forged in conventional ways, but that makes them all the more valuable. For a moment, the clanking of the chain mingled with the silence, creating an odd harmony with the breathing of the mist. The swords will be ready in the afternoon, Kurara said finally, squaring her shoulders and returning to her usual matter-of-fact stance. Come back later, when grandfather is here. Her voice had regained its usual firmness, but something unsaid hung in the humid air of the courtyard. On the way back, Ren's mind methodically analyzed Kurara's condition. The parallel to Rock Lee was obvious, a ninja compensating for his limitations through extreme specialization. But there was something different about her situation, something more fundamental. It was then that he felt it, a subtle change in the density of the air. The outlines of the buildings began to distort, like heat waves on hot metal. His heart began to race, his breathing labored, the fog, usually a familiar element, taking on an alien, hostile quality. Genjutsu, he realized, his body already in motion as his chakra reacted instinctively. The distortion intensified, reality folding in on itself in impossible patterns. Every point of reference became unreliable, gravity itself seeming to fluctuate. A presence manifested in the mist, not fully visible, but undeniably present. The air itself seemed to crackle with malevolent intent. The illusion tightened around him like an iron grip. Chapter 75, Dangers? The world twisted around Ren in impossible patterns, his mind frantically analyzing every possible threat. Madara? Obito? No, too soon. Zetsu? The chakra doesn't have the alien quality it should have. The distortion of the illusion had a peculiar signature, subtle but unrefined, powerful but lacking true malice. Like an echo of something he had already. Duneko. Realization hit him with the force of a punch. The pattern of the Genjutsu was identical to the one he had studied during their training. Surprise. Juneko's voice erupted from the fog as the illusion dissipated. She and Aoi emerged from a side alley, her triumphant smile quickly fading when she saw Ren's expression. It was just a joke, she added faintly. Since you disappeared yesterday. A prank. Ren's voice was controlled, icy. Do you have any idea what you could have done? Technically, Aoi interjects, nervously adjusting her glasses, the physiological reaction to a sudden Genjutsu can. Not now, Aoi. Ren turned to Juneko, his mask of composure cracking slightly. In this village, at this time in history, did you really think it was wise to attack someone from behind? Juneko paled, realization beginning to dawn on her. I didn't think. That's right. You didn't think. Ren, Aoi's voice was unusually firm. You're exaggerating. It was a poorly thought out prank, but... Ren turned away, his anger transforming the mist around him into something tangibly hostile. Don't try to justify her, Aoi. You should have stopped her. You're always so thorough in analyzing everything, didn't you think for a moment that this prank could be dangerous? His voice was as sharp as ice. In this village, an attack from behind can mean the difference between life and death. This isn't school, this isn't a game. And you, his eyes flickered to Juneko, should know that better than anyone, considering how hard you've been practicing. Juneko stood still, her usual perky demeanor completely gone. Her hands trembled slightly as she clutched the hem of her jacket. Ren, Her voice broke. I just wanted to. I missed you yesterday, and I thought. She trailed off, unable to find the right words, the weight of his lightness seeming to crush her. It was the threat in Juneko's voice that finally reached Ren through his anger. His breathing slowly evened out as his analytical mind regained control. This reaction. An academy student wouldn't react like this to a prank. Next time, he finally said, his voice regaining its usual detached composure, just call me. It wasn't a pardon, but it was enough to make Juneko's shoulders visibly relax. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken implications. Ren's analytical mind had already switched to damage management, cataloging every micro-expression and every word that might have gone too far. I have to go, he finally said, his voice carefully modulated to show just enough emotion to sound natural. I have some commitments. But as he turned, Aoi's voice cut through the fog with unexpected precision. Your hand. His medical training evident in the clinical focus of her gaze. The bandages are oozing. Ren instinctively clutched his injured hand closer to his body, the movement causing a flare of pain that he carefully kept hidden by his expression. The burns had indeed reopened, likely due to involuntary muscle tension during the Genjutsu. Careless, he scolded himself. The wound is compromising my control. Juneko took a half step forward, genuine concern showing through her previous discomfort. Let me see. No. The word came out sharper than expected. Ren moderated his tone. It's nothing serious. Just a small accident. But Aoi was already moving, his movements showing the confidence of someone in his field. The discoloration pattern suggests thermal injury, he observed, eyes narrowing behind his glasses. And the way you're protecting it. Second-degree burns? He's becoming more perceptive, Ren noted. The medical training is sharpening his observation skills beyond mere technical knowledge. Juneko shifted uncomfortably, her previous attempt at levity now feeling painfully inappropriate. I appreciate the concern, Ren said carefully, each word measured. But I've already treated it. He flexed his hand deliberately, suppressing the flinch that threatened to emerge. I need to focus now. I can't afford distractions. The unspoken message was clear, this conversation was over. But as he turned to leave, he caught something in Juneko's expression, not just guilt or worry, but a flash of painful understanding. She had finally recognized the wall he had built between them, even if he couldn't figure out why. Necessary distances, he reminded himself as he walked away, the fog engulfing his form. In this village, attachments are luxuries I can't afford. But the thought rang hollow. Juneko's Ganjutsu has improved, Ren mused, clinically dissecting the illusion in his mind. It wasn't just the technical complexity that worried him, it was the strategic implication. An attack from behind, no matter how playful, revealed a dangerous lack of awareness of Hidden Mist Village's current political context. He paused in a secluded alley, noting the slight tremor in his burned hand. It wasn't just the physical pain that worried him, it was a symptom of something deeper. The control he had so carefully constructed was beginning to crack. The line between caution and paranoia grows thinner every day, he analyzed as he continued on his way. Every interaction is a calculated risk, every reaction must be calibrated. But today, his overreaction to Juneko's prank had been telling. His control was no longer as perfect as he thought. In the distance, the village bells chimed noon. It was time to move. His priorities were clear, first, force stress to recover, then perfecting his basic techniques. The rest, his friendships, his bonds, the worries of Juneko and Aoi, had to wait. The mist closed behind him as he made his way toward his destination, hiding from view the young ninja who, step by step, tried to balance the necessity of survival with the ever-increasing weight of loneliness. The afternoon found him back at the forge, the sun slowly setting behind Hidden Mist Village's ever-present fog. His hand throbbed with a dull ache, a constant reminder of his carelessness the day before. Takeshi waited in the workshop, his expert gaze immediately noticing the bandage. The hand? It will heal, Ren replied simply. There was no need to elaborate, they both knew that scars were an inevitable part of the trade. The old blacksmith nodded, then walked to a corner of the workshop. They're ready, he said, his voice betraying a hint of professional pride. But before I show them, I need to make sure you've learned yesterday's lesson. Not just the burn, Ren realized. It's testing my deepest understanding. Metal is unforgiving of impatience, Takeshi continued. Ren listened in silence, his mind already analyzing the implications hidden in those words. The weight of the 20 kilograms on his body seemed more pronounced than ever, as if they too were meant to underscore the importance of patience. Come back tomorrow at dawn, Takeshi finally said. When you're rested. A tired blacksmith is a dangerous blacksmith, and you've already paid enough for one lesson. Ren wanted to protest, but the throbbing pain in his hand and the accumulated fatigue told him that the old blacksmith was right. Some progress could not be forced. Night was falling over Hidden Mist Village, bringing with it the promise of a new day and, perhaps, lessons better learned. Chapter 76, Betrayal. The mist of Hidden Mist Village was an unnatural, almost blood-red color. Familiar streets twisted into impossible shapes, while shadows moved predatorily through the alleys. The chakra in the air was thick, corrupted, as if the city itself were bleeding. A figure materialized in the mist, Juneko, her usual bright eyes now cold and distant. Her hands formed seals Ren knew all too well, but this time the Ganjutsu wasn't directed at an enemy. I'm sorry, Ren, she whispered, her voice strangely distorted. But some secrets must remain buried. The illusion tightened around him like a vice. Through the distortion, he saw Aoi methodically writing down his every weakness on a bloody scroll, his usual clinical precision now terrifying in its efficiency. The village must know, Aoi murmured, adjusting his glasses that reflected a crimson Sharingan. Every detail, every limitation. The scene shifted, fluid like poisoned water. Her mother's shop was ablaze, smoke mixing with reddish fog. Shinji emerged from the shadows, his trademark sleepy smile transformed into a mask of calculated cruelty. The Karatachi clan serves a new master now, he said, coral crystals tinged red. And you are a threat to the new order. Yukiko appeared at his side, her eyes no longer protecting, but trapping. Did you really think you could change anything? Her tone was as cold as the ice chains forming around her arms. A hollow laugh rang out through the fog, a laugh distorted by a spiraling orange mask. And then Yuki, his mother, falling betrayed by those who had sworn to protect her, her eyes pleading with her son as Ren awoke with a start, his heart pounding against his ribcage. The sun was already high in the sky, its light filtering through the window of his room as if to reassure him that it had only been a dream. He rose slowly from the bed, his body responding with an unexpected fluidity. Where he usually felt the rigidity of his muscles under constant strain, he now felt a sort of almost forgotten lightness. His movements, normally calculated to compensate for the constant weight of his equipment, flowed with a naturalness that surprised him. The body is responding positively to rest, he noted with clinical detachment, but his mind struggled to focus on the analysis. The echoes of the nightmare persisted, coloring every thought with dark hues. The images of his comrades' treacherous faces continued to overlap with reality, like a genjutsu that refused to dissolve completely. He performed a few test movements, noting how his reflexes were sharper, more precise. But there was something wrong with the way his chakra offlowed, not a physical problem, but an instability that arose from deeper within. The stress has been building up gradually, he realized as he watched his hands tremble almost imperceptibly. Like poison in a body, so subtle that it goes unnoticed until it reaches critical levels. The episode the day before with Juneko and Aoi hadn't been a simple outburst, it had been the symptom of a deeper pressure that he had ignored for too long. His overreaction was the warning his subconscious had been trying to send him through the nightmare. He sat in the lotus position. Meditation is not just a technique of concentration, he mused, but a tool for maintaining balance between body and mind. I have neglected that aspect, focusing only on physical progress. His thoughts kept returning to Juneko and Aoi. The way she had reacted had been more than a simple tactical distancing, it had been a moment of true loss of control. And for someone who relied on constant control for survival, this realization was deeply disturbing. These are valuable resources, he told himself, trying to analyze the situation with his usual clinical coldness, but the images of the nightmare kept intruding on his thoughts. Aoi's medical ninjutsu, Juneko's genjutsu. But they are also potential weaknesses. And in this village, weaknesses can become fatal wounds. The sun continued to rise in the hidden mist village sky, its light filtering through the fog like a silent warning. Some decisions could not be postponed any longer. There would be no training today, his body and mind required a different kind of attention. Takeshi's forge radiated its usual intense heat as Ren stepped through the door. The old blacksmith looked up from his work, his hammer pausing in midair, his practiced eyes studying the young visitor. You look different today, young Mizutani, Takeshi observed, his voice rough. Ren remained silent, but a spark of anticipation lit up in his eyes as he watched Takeshi walk toward the corner where the swords were stored. The images of the nightmare lingered in his mind, but the sight of the blades, the culmination of weeks of planning and preparation, momentarily dispelled the shadows of his fears. You have the enthusiasm of a cat in a fish tank, Takeshi said with a knowing smile, noting the subtle change in the boy's demeanor. Ren approached the workbench, his control mask faltering slightly as he reached for the first sword. The weight almost took him by surprise, it was massive, challenging, perfect. For a moment, the sheer satisfaction of seeing his project materialize outweighed even the pain of the burn and the weight of his worries. Even heavier than I imagined, he thought with a mixture of appreciation and excitement. His mind was already calculating the training potential as he pulled out the containment scroll. I'll put them away for now, he said, his tone betraying a hint of genuine appreciation as he performed the seals. The swords disappeared in a cloud of smoke, their weight temporarily dissolved but their promise fresh in his mind. What happened to all that excitement? Takeshi asked, his piercing gaze trying to read past the complex interplay of emotions on his young client's face. The other day you looked like you were ready to lift mountains. Ren composed himself. I don't feel so good today, he replied in a measured voice. I'll examine them more carefully later, at my leisure. The words were measured, but there was a spark of anticipation in his eyes that he hadn't entirely managed to hide. Takeshi studied him in silence, his strained gaze registering every little tension, every little hesitation. A flash of understanding passed through his eyes, the kind of understanding that comes from decades of watching people struggle with weights far heavier than mere metal. He said nothing more. Some questions don't need to be asked, some answers don't need to be given. Korara watched from her seat, her eyes not missing a single detail of the scene unfolding before her. You look weird today, she said as she walked him out the door, her voice mingling curiosity with a hint of concern. That word, weird, rang in Ren's mind as he walked away into the fog. It wasn't the first time he'd heard it, but today it carried a different burden. Chapter 77, The weight of control. The dawn light barely penetrated the fog as Ren pulled out his containment scroll. Takeshi's two blades lay before him, the shorter Tando and its larger sister, both forged not to cut but to build strength through their extraordinary weight. As his fingers closed around the Tando's hilt, the weight felt as crushing as the thoughts plaguing him. His first attempt to lift it failed. Between the equipment he was carrying and the weight of the blade, it was simply too much. He began to methodically remove the weights from his body, and with each piece that fell, he felt something inside him loosen as well. As if those 20 kilograms were not just a physical burden, but the weight of an emotional armor he had been building day by day since his father's death. His second attempt with the Tanto was more successful, but as he struggled to keep it raised, his thoughts drifted back to the incident with Juneko and Aoi. Their genuine concern, the pain in Juneko's eyes, Aoi's calm determination. They didn't deserve his coldness. The blade quivered and then fell, taking him with it in a controlled fall. Sitting there, breathing heavily, Ren realized that it wasn't just physical exhaustion that was weighing him down. I'm turning into exactly what I fear, he mused bitterly. I'm afraid of losing control like when I lost San, and it's making me stiff. He stood slowly, looking at the blades before him. Takeshi had taught him that metal had to be both strong and flexible. A weapon that was too stiff would break on the first real impact. I can't continue like this, he realized. This village is dangerous, yes, but turning every bond into a potential threat isn't the answer. I'm building a prison, not a fortress. He thought back to Juneko's bright smile, Aoi's meticulous attention, their constant presence at his side despite his attempts to push them away. They weren't weaknesses, they were anchors that kept him human in a village that sought to turn its ninja into weapons. I have to find a balance, he decided as he placed his blades back in his scroll. I can't afford to be completely vulnerable, not here in Hidden Mist Village. But this obsession with control, it's becoming my true weakness. As he put his weights back on, for the first time in a long time, he felt the desire to lighten not only his body, but his heart as well. Perhaps it was time to take a first, cautious step toward a new balance. The sun was high as Ren made his way to the small ramen stand where he often ate lunch with his father. The owner, Kenji, looked up in surprise when he saw him enter alone. Young Mizutani, the old cook smiled. It's been a while. Ren nodded, taking a seat at the counter. He hadn't been here since before. The familiar smell of the broth brought back memories he tried to bury. I saw your friends pass by yesterday, Kenji said as he prepared a bowl. The energetic girl and the young doctor. They looked worried. Juneko and Aoi, Ren thought. They're still trying to catch up with me, despite everything. At the end of the counter, a Jonin was eating in silence. Something about his bearing caught Ren's attention. There was a familiarity in the way he handled his chopsticks, an economy of movement that spoke of years of experience with a sword. The same as always? Kenji asked as he prepared a bowl. Yes, Ren said quietly. You know, Kenji said as he worked, your father always sat at that spot on the counter. He said he could see both the entrance and the reflection of the window on the wall from there, old ninja habits. A nostalgic smile crossed his face. He was a strong man, Dashiro. But his true strength did not come from being impenetrable. The Jonin at the end of the counter rose silently, leaving a few coins beside his empty bowl. Thank you for the meal, he said in a measured voice. See you soon, Ganrif-sama, Kenji replied with a respectful bow. As the Jonin stepped out into the fog, Ren tried to grasp the sense of familiarity that was eluding him. Chapter 78, Second Year Academy Start. The soft glow of the morning sun painted the academy's courtyard in muted gold as students began to gather. An undercurrent of anticipation and nervousness rippled through the air, marking the start of a new semester. Ren noticed Juneko and Aoi even before entering the building. They stood near the entrance, Juneko unusually quiet, fiddling with the hem of her jacket, while Aoi appeared suddenly engrossed in his notes. The atmosphere between them was thick with unspoken words. Hey! Shinji's cheerful voice broke the tension. I slept so much these past 2 weeks that now I'm completely awake. You know what that means? That you will finally pay attention in class? Suggested Yukiko, appearing silently beside them. No, that I'll have to catch up on all the sleep I missed during lessons. Shinji looked around, noticing the strange atmosphere. What's wrong? You all look as tense as shamisen strings. The awkward silence that followed made Shinji realize he had said something wrong, though he couldn't figure out what. Nothing happened that I know of, Shinji, Yukiko sighed, while Juneko seemed to wish the ground would swallow her up. Oh really? Then why isn't Juneko talking? It's the first time I've seen her this quiet since. Well, ever. Technically, Aoi interjected, speaking for the first time, silence isn't necessarily indicative of everyone to class. Fujimoto-sensei's voice interrupted any further attempts by Shinji to improve the situation. The classroom was exactly as they had left it, yet it felt different somehow. Perhaps it was the light filtering through the windows, or maybe it was the awareness that the village itself was changing. I hope you all took advantage of these 2 weeks to rest, Fujimoto-sensei began, his gaze sweeping over the students, because starting today, things will change. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. The village is entering a new era under the leadership of the 4th Mizukage. An era that will demand more prepared, more versatile, and stronger ninja. This means, he continued, beginning to write on the blackboard, your training will intensify. Sparring will be weekly, no longer monthly. Theory is important, but a hidden mist village ninja must be ready for anything. Misaki, seated at the back of the classroom, straightened slightly at those words. Other students exchanged glances, some excited, others apprehensive. Oh no, Shinji groaned. How will I sleep if we have to fight every week? You could always use your coral as a pillow, Yukiko suggested. Already tried that, Shinji yawned. It's surprisingly comfy, though once I woke up with an entire coral reef around my desk. Fujimoto-sensei tapped the chalk against the board. I see your enthusiasm hasn't waned. Good. You'll need it. The lesson proceeded normally, though the atmosphere felt charged with a new energy. Aoi took notes with his usual meticulousness, though his gaze occasionally drifted toward Ren. Juneko, for once, seemed genuinely focused on her book instead of her usual attempts to make the class laugh. And remember, Fujimoto concluded as the students began packing up their materials, tomorrow we'll begin practical evaluations. I want to see how much rust you've gathered over these 2 weeks. Ren stood, determined to finally talk to Juneko and Aoi. He had spent the past few days pondering what to say, how to balance the need to keep his distance with the desire not to lose those connections entirely. Mizutani. Fujimoto-sensei's voice stopped him before he could reach his friends. A moment. Juneko and Aoi hesitated at the door, but a nod from Fujimoto urged them to move on. I have good news, the sensei said once they were alone. Regarding your request for a kenjutsu instructor. He paused, studying Ren's reaction. I've found someone who might be interested. A jonin with considerable experience. Ren waited, sensing there was more. Ganri-san has a particular reputation, Fujimoto continued. He's demanding. But if you accept to meet him, I believe you could learn a great deal. The name hit Ren like a lightning bolt. The jonin from the ramen stand, that's why his movements had seemed familiar. When? He asked simply. Tomorrow at dawn, East Training Field. Fujimoto studied him carefully. This isn't an opportunity he offers often, Mizutani. Think carefully. As he exited the classroom, Ren saw Juneko and Aoi still waiting in the hallway. His heart gave a small leap, but before he could say anything, Fujimoto's voice called him one last time, oh, and Mizutani. Bring the tanto. Chapter 79, The Dawn of the Sword. The air was heavy with dampness as Ren approached the East Training Field. The tanto at his side felt heavier than usual, as if it recognized the importance of the moment. Through the haze, a figure emerged, standing still as a statue. Ganryu was already there waiting, his presence imposing. 2 swords rested visibly on his back, their scabbards catching the faint glow of dawn. You're early, the jonin said without turning. Ren halted, surprised that Ganryu had noticed his presence so quickly. The jonin slowly turned, his sharp eyes scrutinizing every detail of the young man before him. I fought alongside Toshiro on several missions, Ganryu continued, his voice calm but with an undertone Ren couldn't quite place. He was precise, methodical. Perhaps too much so. There was no accusation in his tone, but a hint of regret. Without warning, one of Ganryu's swords moved. The strike came with an impressive speed Ren had never witnessed before. Instinct took over, and his tando was out of its sheath in an instant, deflecting the blow at the last moment. He also favored the tanto, Ganryu remarked, completing the movement with innate fluidity. But you hold it differently. A new attack followed immediately, this time in a more complex pattern. Ren could barely keep up, slowed by the 20 kilos of training weights strapped to his body. Training weights, Ganryu noted suddenly, stopping mid-motion. Interesting choice. But useless if you don't know how to use them properly. He noticed my weights right away? Ren thought. The clash resumed, the sound of blades ringing through the still air. Minutes, or perhaps hours, passed as Ren struggled to keep pace with the jonin's relentless assault. Each time he thought he had discerned a pattern in Ganryu's movements, it shifted, leaving him scrambling to adjust. He's strong, Ren realized. Your style is peculiar, Ganryu remarked as their weapons locked once more. I see your father's influence, but there's something else. Something more clinical. The next exchange was closer, more intense. Ren's muscles burned under the weight of his gear, but he refused to yield. You're compensating for the extra weight by adjusting your posture, Ganryu observed mid-strike. It won't work. Not in the long run. He stopped abruptly, lowering his sword. Take off the weights. Ren hesitated. That wasn't a request. Methodically, Ren removed the training weights, each piece landing on the ground with a dull thud. Ganru watched silently before continuing. Weights are a tool, not a crutch. You've been adapting your style to them instead of integrating them naturally into your movements. Without the weights, Ren felt disoriented, his body too light, almost unbalanced. Ganru raised his sword again. Now, the Jonin said firmly, show me what you can really do. The ensuing exchange was entirely different. Freed from the burden of the weights, Ren's movements became smoother, more fluid. He was no longer fighting against his own body. Better, Ganru commented, parrying a thrust. But still too rigid. You move as if every strike must be perfect? Perfection is an illusion, boy. In real combat, there's no perfect strike, only the necessary one. He stepped back, lowering his sword again. 3 times a week, at dawn. I'll teach you the true kenjutsu of Hidden Mist Village, not the techniques from books, but the art forged in mist and blood. He studied Ren closely, as if weighing his worth. But on one condition, no weights during training. Use them throughout the rest of your day if you must, but here, you'll first learn to move correctly. Only then can you add weight without compromising your style. Yes, sensei, Ren said, bowing formally. I'm not your sensei yet, Ganru corrected. That's something I'll decide after a month. For now, I'm just a jonin with time to waste on a stubborn young student. As the mist began to lift, Ganru added almost casually, your father would have agreed, you know. That you're trying to grow too quickly. Some lessons take time to truly learn. Before Ren could respond, Ganru disappeared into the mist, leaving him alone with his thoughts and a new perspective to consider. Chapter 80, Shifting Currents. The academy classroom was unusually quiet that morning. The students watched with a mix of interest and concern as Fujimoto-sensei drew a complex diagram on the blackboard. Today's practical evaluations, he announced, will be different from usual. You won't be sparring against each other but instead tackling specific tests to assess your individual progress. Ren, seated in his usual spot, could still feel the echo of the morning training session with Ganru in his arms. Without the weights, his body felt strangely light, almost vulnerable. Juneko, sitting nearby, flashed him a brief smile, a gesture that spoke of a restored sense of harmony between them. Flashback, the day before the evening mist enveloped the streets of Hidden Mist Village as Ren walked home. Juneko and Daoi caught up with him shortly after, their steps unusually hesitant. Juneko was the first to break the silence. Ren, she began, her voice uncertain, can we talk? Ren stopped and turned to face them. Of course, he replied, his voice neutral but not cold. Juneko shrugged, her eyes on the ground. I'm sorry for how I acted the other day. I shouldn't have put pressure on you. And I shouldn't have reacted the way I did, Ren interrupted. I was too focused on myself to see that you were just trying to help. Aoi, who had remained silent until then, added, technically, interpersonal tensions are common in teams under pressure. But we're a team, aren't we? And we should act like one. Juneko smiled, shaking her head. Always so precise, Aoi. Then she looked up at Ren. Friends? Ren hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a rare smile. Friends. The rest of the walk was filled with light jokes and laughter, a relief after days of tension. For the first time in a while, Ren felt things returning to normal. End of flashback. First test, chakra control, Fujimoto continued. You'll need to maintain a stable water sphere while performing a series of predefined movements. Juneko shot Ren a knowing glance while he kept his gaze fixed on the blackboard, his expression seemingly neutral. Yet, there was a sense of ease between them, a silent understanding. The first test immediately revealed changes in the class dynamics. Aoi excelled as usual with precise control, but others also showed significant improvement. Yukiko, in particular, seemed to have further refined her already impressive skills. When Ren's turn came, he performed the task with measured precision, well enough to pass, but without drawing much attention. Only those who knew him well might have noticed how every movement was carefully calibrated to appear slightly imperfect. There's something different about the way you move, Yukiko remarked during a break between tests. It wasn't a question. Ren merely nodded slightly. Ganru's words still echoed in his mind, perfection is an illusion. Only the necessary strike matters. The day continued with other evaluations, kunai throwing, basic ganjutsu, and taijutsu. In every test, Ren maintained the same controlled precision, a performance carefully calibrated to remain in the upper middle range without truly standing out. But as he observed his classmates, he noticed something he had previously missed. Juneko was no longer trying to hide her talent for ganjutsu. Aoi moved with newfound confidence, as if he had finally embraced his medical knowledge as a strength rather than a weakness. They're growing, he realized. All of them. And I'm still trying to stay in place, as if control is the only thing that matters. It was during the final test of the day that something changed. The last test was a demonstration of elemental ninjutsu. As the students assembled in the academy courtyard, the gray sky overhead seemed to close in on them. "Show me your best water element jutsu," Fujimoto-sensei instructed. "I'm not looking for complex techniques, but control and precision." Hiroshi went first, displaying a perfectly executed water-style, water trumpet. The jet of water was powerful and precise, a natural demonstration of his Kekkei Genkai. When Ren's turn came, he hesitated for a moment. Ganra's words returned to him, "You move as if every strike must be perfect?" He formed the seals with fluid movements, no longer rigidly controlled as usual. The water responded to his chakra differently, not a show of power, but a natural flow that seemed to dance in the air. "Interesting," Fujimoto-sensei murmured, his sharp gaze missing nothing. "An unusual approach." Aoi, who was watching intently, adjusted his glasses. "Technically, the chakra modulation you used is very different from your usual pattern. It's as if he stopped trying to control it and let it flow," Yukiko said. After the evaluations, as the students prepared to head home, Juneko approached Ren with newfound confidence. "You were amazing today," she said with a sincere smile. Ren gave a slight smile, a rare but genuine expression. "Thank you." As they walked together into the evening, Ren realized something had changed. It wasn't just how he moved without the weights during training with Ganru or how he performed the jutsu in the final test. It was as if a door he had kept carefully shut had begun to open, allowing a bit of light to filter in, reflecting the new balance he was starting to find between control and trust, between strength and flexibility. Hidden Mist Village's familiar embrace surrounded them, concealing the faint smile that, for the first time in a long while, Ren allowed himself to show openly. Chapter 81, The Way of the Sword. The night fog had yet to dissipate when Ren reached the eastern training field. Ganru was already there, seated in Seisa, his sword resting by his side. He did not look up. "Sit," he ordered calmly. Ren knelt, mirroring the formal position. Ganru's gaze pierced him, a silent but undeniable pressure. "Is this what it feels like to face an experienced ninja?" The Kenjutsu of Hidden Mist Village, Ganru began, did not originate in dojos or on open battlefields. It was born from the mist, where nothing is clear and every sound can betray you. With a fluid motion, he rose to his feet, his hand brushing the hilt of his sword. "First lesson, forget everything you think you know about the sword." The blade hissed through the air without warning. Ren reacted instinctively, raising his danto to parry. The clash rang sharply. Too slow. If not for the tanto, I would have already lost. Maybe this is already too much for me. Wrong, Ganra said. You're thinking too much. The mist cannot be controlled, it can only be understood. With another motion, he struck from an impossible angle. Ren tried to dodge, but the blade found an opening in his guard. Ganru stopped, observing him with inscrutable eyes. How does he know exactly where to strike? I don't even have time to react. Your body knows what to do, but your mind holds it back. Every action is calculated, measured. In the mist, there's no time for such luxuries. The training continued relentlessly. Ganra's blade seemed to emerge from the fog as a natural extension of the environment. Sometimes it was just a glint before it struck, other times, it was a sound that heralded the movement. I can't see everything. I have to stop relying only on my eyes. But how? Sound is both your ally and your enemy, Ganru explained as their blades clashed. Listen. Ren closed his eyes. The hiss of the blade, the slight shift of feet on the ground, even the rhythm of Ganru's breathing, it all came together to tell a story his eyes couldn't see. There are too many details. But if I can focus on one at a time. Better, Ganru approved. But it's not enough to listen. You must become part of the mist. He formed a hand seal, and the fog around them thickened. True Kenjutsu of Hidden Mist Village is not just technique. It's the art of blending with the environment, of using every element to your advantage. Ren sensed more than saw the next attack. Ganra's blade seemed to be everywhere, each strike a trail lost in the fog. There's no stopping him. Not like this. I have to move before he strikes. But how do I predict it? The moisture in the air can extend your blade's reach. Chakra flows through the steel and mingles with the mist, creating a weapon that goes beyond its physical limits. To demonstrate, Ganra's sword traced an arc in the air. Ren felt the wind of the cut well beyond the blade's range. This is what it means to turn the environment into a weapon. It's not just the sword. Everything around him is part of his attack. This is only the beginning, Ganra said, halting suddenly. The Kenjutsu I will teach you has been refined in the mist and blood over generations. But first, you must let go of control. True strength lies not in domination, but in flow. He lifted his sword, his eyes shining with intensity. Now, let's see how well you can flow. The attack that followed was ruthless. Ganra's blade moved in impossible patterns, weaving a lethal web of steel through the fog. Ren desperately tried to defend himself, his tando intercepting strikes from every direction. His movements were quicker without the weights, but less controlled. Am I improving? Or is he holding back? You're still thinking, Ganra said, his voice seeming to come from everywhere. The mist doesn't think, it flows. The blade doesn't think, it cuts. A violent strike sent Ren's tando flying from his hands. Before he could react, the blade was at his throat, cold and unyielding. Here it is. Again. How long will it take before I can overcome even a single attack? Do you see what happens when you lose control? Your first instinct is panic. But panic is just another form of rigidity. He stepped back, allowing Ren to retrieve his weapon. Again. This time, don't try to win. Just survive. The dance resumed. Ganra's blade moved like a shadow, chakra amplifying every strike. Hidden Mist Village's Kenjutsu was born from our apparent weakness. The mist is our strength. A precise movement left a series of cuts on a distant tree trunk, well beyond the blade's physical reach. Chakra should not be forced through steel. It must flow like water finding its course. Ganra lowered his sword. That's enough for today. You have much to reflect on. As Ren caught his breath, Ganra examined the tanto. A good blade, he remarked. But it's only a tool. The true art lies in how you use it. He pulled out a scroll and tossed it to Ren. These are the basic katas of our style. I want you to practice them not on solid ground, but in the mist. Find a place where it's thickest and start there. Don't watch your movements, feel them. As the sun began to rise over Hidden Mist Village, Ganra vanished into the morning fog. Ren stood still, the scroll in his hands, aware that he had just embarked on a path requiring much more than physical strength or technique. Can I do it? I have to. Chapter 82, Steps in the Mist. The sound of rippling water filled the quiet of early morning. Ren stood barefoot on the lake's surface, blindfolded. His breathing was steady, synchronized with the rhythm of the water beneath him. The tando moved with precision as he performed a series of kata, each strike fluid and natural. The air was still, interrupted only by the faint rustle of Ganra's movements. A shuriken whistled through the air, aimed at Ren's shoulder. Without breaking his flow, Ren shifted aside, deflecting the projectile with a quick flick of his tando. Another followed, then another. Ren's movements grew sharper, his senses attuned to every vibration in the humid air. Ganra observed from the lake's edge, arms crossed, a slight furrow on his brow. He's progressing faster than I expected, he thought, though his face remained impassive. He grabbed another handful of shuriken and threw them in rapid succession. Ren blocked two and narrowly dodged the third, maintaining his balance on the water. Sloppy, Ganra said sharply. You're still hesitating between movements. If this were real, you'd already be dead. Ren didn't respond. He adjusted his stance and continued the kata, his mind focused, his body fluid. I won't stop, he thought, his determination unyielding despite the constant criticism. Ganra sighed internally. This boy doesn't break easily. Perhaps he does have potential. Another attack came, this time with Ganra moving across the water with his sword drawn. The clash was swift, Ren's tando meeting the Jonin's blade in a burst of sparks. Ren stumbled slightly but recovered, managing to parry the follow-up strike. He gritted his teeth, determined to keep up with the relentless pace. 4 months earlier the training had been grueling. At the academy, the students began practicing water walking, a skill that quickly separated the diligent from the distracted. Ren's aptitude was evident from the start, though he deliberately stumbled once or twice to blend in with the others. Only Yukeko's sharp gaze seemed to catch the faint smile he couldn't suppress when he effortlessly completed the task. You've been practicing on your own, haven't you? She whispered during a break. Ren shrugged. Maybe a little. In Tatsumi's workshop, Ren's progress in Fuinjutsu was equally remarkable. He mastered the concealment seal, applying it with precision to tools, scrolls, and even areas of his lab. Barrier seals are next, Tatsumi had said, handing him a scroll covered in intricate diagrams. You're close, but remember, precision matters more than speed. Ren spent hours perfecting barriers, creating protective domes and walls that could withstand moderate attacks. Though not yet flawless, the progress was undeniable. His nights were filled with solitary training. By the end of the 3rd month, he had mastered the water clone jutsu. At first, the clones were fragile, collapsing under minimal impact. But with persistence, they became solid, capable of enduring sparring sessions and even executing basic jutsu. Earth element techniques also entered his repertoire. He started with simple techniques, such as creating small walls and detecting vibrations in the ground, but the foundation was solid. Now his focus shifted toward learning the mist body flicker, an advanced technique promising unmatched mobility within the mist. Today Ganra's blade slashed through the air again, the force sending ripples across the lake's surface. Ren dodged, his stando barely meeting the blade, enough to redirect it. He felt his muscles burn, but his movements were smoother, more instinctive. The blindfold was no longer a hindrance. Better, Ganra muttered under his breath, though he raised his voice to say, but not good enough. You're still predictable. Ren exhaled slowly, lowering his tando as Ganra stepped back. Take off the blindfold, the Jonin ordered. Ren obeyed, blinking against the morning light. Ganra's expression was unreadable as he sheathed his sword. You've improved, he said curtly. But don't get comfortable. You're not ready to face a real enemy. Ren tightened his grip on the tando but nodded. He knew better than to argue. Instead, he focused on his breathing, letting the tension in his shoulders ease. Ganra turned to leave, tossing a scroll at Ren. Study this. It's the next step in your training. Ren caught the scroll, watching as Ganra disappeared into the mist. The academy buzzed with activity as Ren arrived later that morning. Yukiko waved him over, a rare smile on her face. Ready for another round of water walking? She teased. I thought I was done falling into the water, Ren replied with a smirk. The students practiced in pairs, their steps growing steadier with each attempt. Ren deliberately held back, keeping his movements controlled but unremarkable. It was easier this way, to remain unnoticed. That evening, Ren stood alone on the training field, Ganra's scroll open before him. He focused his chakra, following the intricate patterns illustrated in the scroll. This wasn't a basic technique but an advanced extension of Kanjutsu, learning to use the moisture in the mist to extend the reach of his blade. As he practiced the initial kata, his blade seemed inert at first. Each movement required near superhuman precision, the chakra needing to flow through the steel and beyond, merging with the surrounding moisture. His early attempts were disappointing, the blade barely vibrated, and the mist remained indifferent. But Ren didn't stop. He repeated the movements, adjusting his breath and allowing the chakra to harmonize with the environment. After hours of effort, a faint trail formed behind the blade's arc, the moisture in the air finally responding. It wasn't perfect, but it was a beginning. As the moon rose over Hidden Mist Village, Ren continued to practice, the determination in his eyes shining brighter than the blade itself. Chapter 83, A Day in Hidden Mist Village. The day began with Ren's usual training routine. The lingering haze clung to the streets as he strapped on his weights and started his run. The heavy metal bands around his legs and arms didn't hinder his pace, they were now an integral part of his regimen. After completing several laps around the lake, he dove into the lake, his strokes cutting smoothly through the water as he focused on maintaining steady chakra control on his feet and hands. After drying off, Ren shifted his attention to chakra exercises, drawing fire element chakra from deep within him. Sparks flickered at his fingertips as he cycled through the basic fire style techniques. His progress was steady, though mastering fire, his least compatible element, was proving to be a slower process than the others. Nevertheless, the discipline of integrating multiple elements made him feel closer to his goal. Satisfied with his morning, he headed to the academy. On the way, Ren's sharp eyes caught sight of a boy practicing alone in the academy's courtyard. His movements were aggressive, unpolished but raw with potential. The face was unmistakable, Zabuza Momoki. Ren paused briefly, leaning against a wall, watching as Zabuza's wooden sword lashed out in powerful arcs. Zabuza. The demon of the hidden mist, Ren thought, a chill running through him. If I remember correctly, in the next 2 years he'll slaughter the entire class during the graduation exams. But the timeline felt blurry in his mind. Second year? Third? He decided to note it in his pocketbook that evening. Keeping tabs on Zabuza's progress might prove invaluable. Class began with Fujimoto-sensei standing at the front of the room, his usual stern expression amplified by the misty light filtering through the windows. Today's lesson is on Hidden Mist Village's guerrilla tactics, he announced, gesturing to a map pinned to the board. In battle, direct confrontation is rarely our strength. Instead, we use the terrain, the mist, and deception to our advantage. He drew a line across the map. For example, when facing a superior force, we draw them into narrow paths where their numbers mean nothing. Once inside the mist, they're blind. From there, precision and patience win the fight. Ren took notes, his mind flickering between Fujimoto's words and his own experiences with Ganru. Everything ties back to the mist. To understanding it and making it part of you. Yukiko raised her hand. Sensei, what happens if the enemy learns to manipulate the mist against us? Fujimoto's expression didn't change. Then we adapt. Remember, the mist is only a tool, the real weapon is the shinobi who wields it. Ren nodded subtly, understanding more than ever that tactics and adaptability were the true core of Hidden Mist Village's philosophy. The scene shifted to the village council chambers, a grand but somber room filled with aged wood and the faint smell of dampness. Yagura, seated at the head of the table, addressed the council. The villagers need stability, Yagura said firmly. I propose expanding trade routes with neighboring settlements. It would bring in resources we desperately need and strengthen alliances. One of the counselors, Fujino, frowned deeply. His gaze lingered on Yagura, filled with barely concealed disdain. With respect, Mizukage-sama, Fujino began, his voice smooth but cold. Such measures could expose Hidden Mist Village to unnecessary vulnerabilities. Isolation has kept us strong. Trade invites risk. Yagura's expression hardened. Risk is necessary for growth. If we stagnate, we'll crumble from within. The tension in the room was palpable, the other counselors exchanging uneasy glances. Though the Mizukage's authority was absolute, it was clear not everyone trusted Yagura's vision for the village's future. That evening, Ren stood behind the counter of his mother's shop, helping her sort supplies. The familiar scent of herbs and parchment filled the air as he carefully labeled jars and stacked scrolls. His mother glanced at him, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Ren, I haven't seen Kurara around lately, she said casually. She used to stop by all the time. Did something happen? Ren's hand froze briefly. Kurara. He hadn't thought much about her absence until now. She's in another section at the academy, he said, resuming his work. We don't cross paths often. His mother hummed thoughtfully. You two were close. Maybe you should check on her. The forge isn't far. Later that night, sitting by the faint light of his desk, Ren flipped open his notebook. On one page, he wrote about Zabusa, graduation exams, timeline unclear. Observe progress. On another, he scribbled a note about Kurara, visit forge soon. Something feels off. Closing the notebook, Ren stared out the window at the dense haze covering the village. His mind raced with thoughts of Zabusa and Kurara. Chapter 84, A difficult choice. The next morning, the sun rose sluggishly through the haze as the metallic sound of hammers echoed in the forge. When Ren arrived, he found Kurara and her grandfather, Takeshi, busy preparing crates of tools and materials. The forge was alive with activity, the heat from the embers making the air even heavier. What's going on? Ren asked, stepping closer. Kurara turned, her face marked by a smile that didn't reach her eyes. We're leaving. My grandfather has been called along with other blacksmiths to build a bridge in a nearby village. It'll expand Hidden Mist Village's trade routes. Ren hesitated. And the academy? What about your studies? Kurara paused, her hands gripping a box of tools. Helping my grandfather is more important, she said calmly. Then, with a bitter smile, she added, in any case, I would have had to stop eventually. I can't manipulate chakra properly. It was inevitable. Her words hit Ren like a punch. What a waste, he thought at first, recalling Rockley and his determination to overcome his inability to use chakra. After a moment, Ren took a deep breath and stepped closer to Kurara. You know, a real ninja never gives up, he said, thinking ironically of Naruto's famous taijutsu. There are other ways to become strong. You don't have to give up. Kurara held his gaze for a long moment, her eyes searching for something in his. Finally, she gave a small nod, letting silence speak for her. The moment was interrupted by Takeshi, who called them over to load another crate. Takeshi, who had quietly overheard their conversation, gave a faint smile but said nothing. Ren stayed to help, and as he was lifting the boxes, Takeshi approached him with a loud laugh. Boy, don't think your strength is enough for this job. These tools are tougher than you. Takeshi boomed as he tried to lift a crate too heavy for him. The box slipped from his hands, spilling a pile of tools onto the floor. Oops. Well, there's some work for you. He exclaimed with unrestrained laughter, showing no embarrassment. Ren looked at him for a moment before joining in the laughter. Despite the humor, Kurara's words lingered in Ren's mind. On his way home, he reflected again, not so much on what might be lost but on how someone could be helped not to give up entirely. The next day, Ren met up with Aoi, Juneko, Shinji, and Yukiko for training. Between sparring sessions, Shinji managed, as always, to provoke laughter, even turning a simple exchange of blows into a comedy sketch. At one point, while trying to imitate a kunai bouncing, he tripped clumsily, knocking over a bucket of water near Juneko, who dodged it just in time. Shinji, are you okay? Aoi asked, struggling to suppress a smile. I'm just testing my balance, Shinji replied theatrically as he stood up, soaking wet but with a proud expression. This time, even Yukiko let a faint smile escape. Come on, Ren, Juneko said, tossing him a wooden kunai with precision. Show us how you do those precise moves you're so good at. Ren, with a more reserved expression than his friends, accepted the challenge. As they trained, he performed his movements with precision, but occasionally his gaze drifted beyond the training field. Yukiko, noticing his distraction, approached him quietly during a break. Is something wrong? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Ren nodded, but his reply came only after a moment. Yes, I'm fine. Just thinking. In a dark cave, the atmosphere was thick and tense. Obito, his face concealed by his mask, stood before Zetsu, the eerie figure emerging from the shadows of the stone. It's a problem, Zetsu said, his voice a slippery whisper. Fujino's words have had no effect on Yagura. You need to intervene. Obito remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on an undefined point in the cave. Then, he nodded slowly. If the council can't control him, then I will, he said, his voice low and heavy with determination. It's only a matter of time. The shadows seemed to close in around him as he plotted his next move. Later that afternoon, Ren found himself immersed in his laboratory, his pocketbook open beside him. Next to complex diagrams, he jotted down keywords like painkiller and adrenaline synthesis. His notes were precise, with arrows linking ingredients, methods, and potential applications. He glanced up for a moment, observing the light flow of liquid in a glass cylinder. His work was still experimental, but the process kept him focused. Taking a deep breath, he returned to writing, adding new ideas to refine the accuracy of his compounds. The window beside him was open, letting in the cool evening air as the dim light of the lantern illuminated his scattered notes. Chapter 85, A New Coexistence in the Forge. Takeshi adjusted the last tools on a cart. He turned to Kurara, his usual gruff smile poorly masking his concern. Behave yourself, he said, ruffling her hair. And don't drive the Mizutani too crazy. Kurara raised an eyebrow. Grandpa, you're the one who causes trouble. Caught off guard, Takeshi muttered, That's what worries me. If I'm not there to cause it, don't get any ideas to do it yourself. His smile widened. At least you'll get to continue the academy. And besides. He gave her a meaningful look. The Mizutani are good people. Mornings at the Mizutani household quickly settled into a predictable routine. Ren woke up at dawn for his training, while Kurara helped Yuki with the shop, moving around the house with the ease of someone comfortable anywhere. It was during one of these mornings that the inevitable happened. Ren, fresh out of the shower with just a towel around his waist, found himself face to face with Kurara as she entered the bathroom as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Oh, she said, noticing him but showing no trace of embarrassment. I didn't know you were in here. Ren, trying to maintain a shred of dignity, cleared his throat. Could you? I'm just grabbing my toothbrush, Kurara replied nonchalantly, then walked out. A few seconds later, she popped back in, adding, could you open the window when you leave? That'll clear the steam faster. Ren stood frozen, his cheeks blazing, as the door closed behind her. WTF? News of Kurara's new living arrangement emerged during a lunch break at the academy. Ren, Juneko, Aoi, and Shinji were sitting in their usual spot in the courtyard when Kurara approached. Hey Ren, there you are, she said, squeezing into the group. Shall we try a new position tonight? Juneko choked on her onigiri. Aoi blushed behind his glasses, while Shinji woke up from his usual half-sleep. It's not what you think, Ren hurried to explain, struggling to maintain composure. Kurara, you can't say things like that, or people will misunderstand. I don't see what there is to misunderstand. I just said I want to try a new position, Kurara replied, digging Ren's hole even deeper. His friend's eyes widened. Kata, not positions, they're called kata, Kurara. Ren exclaimed, exasperated. Whatever, same thing to me, she shrugged. Catching his breath, his friends asked why he would need to try anything at night. It's not what you think, Ren quickly explained. Kurara's staying with us temporarily while her grandfather is away for work. Oh, Juneko said, regaining her composure. That explains why I saw you two walking in together this morning, she added with a sly smile. I don't blush, Ren protested, visibly blushing. Of course not, Kurara chimed in, rising gracefully. You only blush when I walk into the bathroom while you're changing. The silence that followed was broken only by the sound of Juneko choking on her lunch again. The afternoon resumed with Fujimoto-sensei's lesson on chakra manipulation, but Ren struggled to focus. Juneko kept sneaking amused glances his way, Shinji pretended to nap while muttering new positions in his sleep, and even Aoi, usually so serious, hid a smile behind his meticulous notes. When classes ended, Ren turned to Kurara. I've got an errand to run. You can head home without me. Kurara gave him a feline look. Alright, but don't forget that tonight we need to. Kata. Ren cut her off quickly, as his friend's muffled giggles resumed. They're called kata. Alone, Ren made his way to the lake. The late afternoon mist created the perfect environment for what he had in mind. With deliberate movements, he began removing the weights, 20 kilograms of metal that had left their mark on his muscles. Finally, I can get back to practicing the mist body flicker, he reflected, positioning himself. He focused his chakra, attempting to replicate the jutsu. I never expected a situation like this. I need to be more careful with Kurara around, even my lab experiments are suffering. Puff, Ren moved a meter, maybe slightly more. After several hours and numerous attempts, something shifted. For a brief moment, his body seemed to dissolve into the mist, reappearing 3 meters away. Good. It's still not at an acceptable level, but I can feel the improvement. I need to practice more consistently. He pulled a notebook from a scroll, Mastered Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, Ranki, Substitution Jutsu, Ranki with Chakra Filament Variant taught by Tsan, Hidden Mist Jutsu, Rank D Temporary Paralysis Jutsu, Rank D Water Style, Water Trumpet, Rank D Wind Style, Dusting Wind Jutsu, Rank E Wind Style, Dusting Wind Jutsu, Rank D Earth Style, Earth Control, Rank E Earth Style, Earth Sense, Rank E Earth Style, Rock Bullet, Rank D Chakra no Mesu, Chakra Scalpel, Basic Healing Techniques Elemental Affinities, Primary, Wind Secondary, Water Developed, Earth in Progress, Fire Passive Abilities, Chakra Perception, 12-meter range, Tree Walking Water Walking in Training, Mist Body Flicker, Initial Phase Max Range, 3 meters Speed, Slow examining his Jutsu pocketbook, kept separate from the one dedicated to Fu in Jutsu, Ren critically analyzed his arsenal. Though impressive for a first-year student, he couldn't ignore some glaring gaps. My offensive repertoire is still too limited, he mused, running his fingers over the yellowed pages. The rock bullet's range is too short, and its projectile speed isn't fast enough to be a real threat in combat. Even combining my elemental affinities, something decisive is missing. He leaned against a tree. I need to stop spreading myself thin by learning basic techniques. It's more effective to refine and maximize what I already know. His gaze drifted into the mist as he considered his options. Once I master the mist body flicker, I could combine it with a hidden mist jutsu too. He paused, a sudden realization sparking in his mind. The shadow clone jutsu. It would be the perfect key. Straightening up, a new energy coursed through him. He continued, Ganri-sama must know it. A jonin of his caliber. Maybe he could teach me. Reinvigorated, Ren headed home. Dinner was already ready when he arrived, and the aroma of his mother's cooking filled the air. Yuki served the portions while asking about their day. It was interesting, Kurara replied with a smirk. Ren's friends are quite peculiar. Especially that Juneko, she couldn't stop giggling every time she looked at me. Ren focused intently on his plate, trying to maintain his usual impassive expression despite the blush threatening to betray him. The embarrassing events of the morning were still all too vivid in his mind. After dinner, he and Kurara moved to the backyard for their evening training. As they exchanged blows in controlled sparring, Ren's mind kept drifting to the mystery of Kurara's chakra. Her movements were fluid and precise, her mastery of weapons undeniable, yet there was something fundamentally different about how her energy flowed, or didn't flow. It's not muscular, he analyzed mentally, dodging a thrust. Her coordination is perfect, her reflexes excellent. And it doesn't seem to be psychological, her confidence with weapons proves she isn't afraid to exert her strength. While studying her movements, Ren began forming a mental list. The chakra was there, he could sense it clearly. Could it be an issue with the meridians? Or something deeper, at the cellular level? The chakra pathways might be. Keep your guard up, Kurara scolded, interrupting his analysis with a swift move that sent his tando flying. You're more distracted than usual tonight. Ren retrieved his weapon, nodding in acknowledgement. As they resumed their exchange, his medical mind continued cataloging possibilities, early trauma to pressure points? Congenital anomaly in the chakra circulatory system. Or perhaps. His gaze froze for a moment, an idea beginning to form. There was something peculiar about Kurara's condition, something that went beyond a simple control issue. And with his combined knowledge of modern medicine and ninja arts, he was determined to uncover exactly what it was. Chapter 86, The End? The morning sun faintly reflected off the mist enveloping the eastern training ground, a place suspended between the silence of nature and the intensity of challenges. Ren stood at the center, his heart beating in time with his anticipation. Facing him was Ganri-sama, a feared and respected master, scrutinizing him with impenetrable eyes. On guard, Ganri said abruptly, launching his attack. The sword gleamed in the air, aimed at Ren with lightning precision. Ren, now accustomed to the unpredictability of such encounters, swiftly raised his stando to block the strike. The clash of steel echoed through the valley, marking the start of a duel that would soon become a fierce dance. The duel intensified, the two opponents studying each other and landing strikes with an almost perfect rhythm. Their blades collided relentlessly, like the drums of an epic battle. Ren felt chakra coursing through him, every fiber of his body taut with effort. Waves rippled across the lake with each step, bearing witness to their relentless clash. Minutes that felt like hours passed as the battle moved from the ground to the nearby lake, their steps breaking the water's surface. At the lake's center, a deafening silence surrounded them, broken only by the sound of waves created by their movements. Ren felt his chakra slipping away, every block bringing him closer to his limit. When his last reserves drained, his body gave out, and he plunged into the icy water. Ganra stood firm on the surface, watching intently. He did not move to save him, not immediately. He must learn to endure, he thought. The battlefield does not forgive. Ren fought against panic, his hands desperately clawing to resurface. Time seemed to stretch, every second testing his willpower. Finally, when the master deemed he had proven enough, he dived in and pulled Ren to shore. Panting, Ren sat trembling, his soaked clothes clinging to his skin. Ganra watched him for a moment before speaking, his voice calm like the surface of a still lake. Learning to handle any situation is crucial, he began. Once, during a mission, I found myself trapped behind enemy lines with no support. It was my adaptability that saved me. You must do the same. Battles will never be fair, Ren. You will always need to find a way. The words cut into Ren's mind like a sharp blade. This ninja isn't just strong, he thought. He has a depth I never imagined. What he says makes sense. After a moment of silence, Ren gathered his courage. Ganri-sama, may I ask you something? The master nodded. I want to learn the shadow clone jutsu. Ganri raised an eyebrow, curious. Why would you want to learn that? You already know the Mizubunshin, more than sufficient for a ninja of Hidden Mist Village. Ren hesitated, searching for a plausible justification. If I ever need to infiltrate in the future, he explained, using the Mizubunshin might reveal my affiliation. Having an alternative technique would increase my chances of success. Ganri smiled, a smile that didn't reach his lips but glinted in his eyes. This boy continues to surprise me, he thought. We'll see, he said aloud. When you manage to land a blow on me, I'll teach you the Kage Bunshin. Ren's face lit up, his enthusiasm barely contained. Of course, Ganri-sama. Thank you. As he dried off, Ren reflected on the challenge ahead. Does it always have to be this hard? He wondered. Then he shook his head. No, I can't think that way. I must be grateful. He's trying to make me stronger. The master walked away, leaving him to contemplate his words and the promise he had made. Later, at Yuki's shop, the clinking of weapons mingled with a soft hum of daily activity. Kurara, with precise movements, was arranging the newly delivered items. Light filtered through the windows, casting irregular shadows across the floor, but the atmosphere remained serene, almost familial. Yuki watched Kurara with a faint smile. Kurara, she said, breaking the silence naturally, you're really good at this. You remind me of someone who always knew how to put everything in order. It's good to have you here. Kurara continued working, carefully placing a set of kunai in its proper place. I'm just doing my duty, she murmured, avoiding eye contact. It's not always about duty, Yuki replied firmly, placing a hand on her shoulder. You're part of this family. Even if you don't ask for it, you're not alone. Before Kurara could respond, the shop's bell chimed, announcing the arrival of Ao, his stride purposeful and his face inscrutable. Beside him walked a red-haired girl, her expression vaguely bored but alert. Al-san, Yuki greeted him with a smile. What brings you here? And who's this lovely young lady? This is Maître Mummy, Al replied, gesturing toward the girl without any emphasis. My apprentice. I'm not his apprentice, Mai interjected curtly, crossing her arms. I'm here to learn, that's all. Al rolled his eyes, ignoring her retort. As you can see, she has a mind of her own. Noticing Kurara, Al shifted the topic. Wait a moment. You look familiar. What's your name? Kurara, Yuki interjected, noting the slight tension in the girl. She's Takeshi's granddaughter. Takeshi? Al paused, furrowing his brow, then nodded. Ah, of course. How's that old wolf doing? Well, thank you, Kurara replied in a measured tone, though a faint glimmer in her eyes betrayed a touch of emotion. Ao didn't press further and moved to the counter, leaving Mai to explore. After purchasing a few scrolls, he turned back to Yuki. And Ren? Still buried in his training, I presume. Yuki shook her head slightly, smiling. He never takes a break. He always says he wants to be ready for anything. Ao chuckled, a hint of irony in his voice. Determination is a double-edged sword. But it's something you can't teach. Keep an eye on him, Yuki. He might become someone important, or lose his way. With a nod of farewell, Ao and Mai left the shop, disappearing into the mist that enveloped the village. Yuki watched Kurara, who had resumed her work, her movements less mechanical now. Sometimes I think life gives us certain trials to remind us we're still alive, Yuki murmured. Kurara didn't respond, but her gaze lifted for a moment, as if searching for something in the woman's words. Then she returned to organizing the counter, her hands moving with steadier confidence. Meanwhile, not far from the village, a burst of chakra shattered the air, violent and sudden, like a scream of raw energy. The ground trembled, and Ren was hurled with uncontrollable force, slamming violently into a tree. His breath caught, pain spreading through his body like a wave. The air was suffocating, the mist engulfing everything in oppressive silence. Ren lay on the ground, his face streaked with blood. He tried to move, but his body refused. A looming shadow twisted within the mist, its shape unclear, shifting like smoke. The detonation's echo throbbed in Ren's ears, a relentless reminder of his helplessness. His bloodied fingers clawed weakly at the ground, his vision darkening. Am I fading? Chapter 87, The unexpected glow. A burst of chakra tore through the air, violent and sudden, like a scream of pure energy. The ground trembled, and Ren was hurled with uncontrollable force, slamming violently into a tree. His breath caught, pain spreading through his body like a wave. 1 hour earlier Ren observed the seals drawn on the ground with precision, the chakra flowing through them like a delicate luminous weave. He was experimenting with new fuinjutsu techniques, focusing on barriers and concealment seals. Far from the village, he felt free to test ideas that had come to him to enhance the security of the hidden laboratory in the shop's basement. The golden light of late afternoon filtered through the trees, barely breaking the monotony of the mist. Maybe with a tweak to the lateral flow, he murmured, bending down to examine a spot where the seal flickered slightly. A satisfied smile crossed his face when the barriers were stabilized. That's enough for today, he muttered to himself, carefully stowing his tools and seals into his containment scroll. His mind briefly wandered to home, to the comfort of a warm meal and the tranquility of his small room. But just as he turned to leave, a ripple passed through the air. At first, it was faint, almost imperceptible. But within moments, it transformed into a wave of pressure that made his skin crawl. Ren froze, his heartbeat quickening. This chakra, wild and immense, sent chills down his spine. It wasn't just powerful, it was a wave of chaos ready to engulf everything. What the hell? He whispered, instinctively placing his hand on his tando. The sensation intensified, a strange vibration making him pause. Maybe I should just leave, Ren thought as his gaze wandered into the mist, which seemed to call to him. But curiosity propelled him forward, one step at a time. This isn't normal. What could it be? He wondered, his heart beating faster with every step. When he reached a clearing, his eyes widened. Before him stood 2 figures. One was a ninja he didn't immediately recognize, Haru Same, cloaked in a mantle. Only after a moment did he place him. He'd seen him once at the village kiosk, a man of few words, seemingly always lost in thought. His cold, analytical eyes observed every movement carefully, while his dark hair, tied in a ponytail, fluttered lightly in the chakra turbulence. His hands formed a series of seals with precision and urgency, his gaze fixed on the unstable aura surrounding the other figure, none other than Utakata. But something was off. The Jinchuriki's body trembled violently, his face contorted as he struggled to contain the furious power of the 6 tails within him. The chakra pulsed irregularly around Utakata, forming a chaotic aura that distorted the air. Harusame's sharp gaze fell on Ren, and his voice shattered the tension. Get out. Now. Ren's instincts screamed at him to run, but his body seemed frozen in fear. I've made a mistake. I need to escape, now. He thought, panic rising within him like an uncontrollable fire. Before he could move, Utakata roared with a primal sound, and the air became unbearably heavy. Harusame placed a seal on Utakata's chest, but the tailed beast's influence exploded violently in defiance. No. Harusame shouted, frantically forming another seal, but it was too late. A condensed sphere of energy, a tailed beast bomb, formed in front of Utakata. Its crackling energy lit up the clearing with a sinister glow before being unleashed. The attack ripped through the air, heading straight for Ren. Adrenaline surged through his veins, and Ren moved instinctively, leaping to the side in a desperate attempt to dodge. The tailed beast bomb veered slightly off course, weakened as Harusame's seal tightened its grip on Utakata. The sphere detonated in the distance, but the shockwave was immense, hurling Ren far away. The world spun as his body slammed into a tree. An explosive pain shot through his back, and the air was torn from his lungs. Darkness crept into the edges of his vision as he collapsed to the ground, the echo of the explosion still ringing in his ears. I am fading? He wondered, a desperate thought slicing through him like a blade. Meanwhile, in Hidden Mist Village, I walked beside my through the mist-shrouded streets of the village. Suddenly, he stopped, his gaze lifting to the horizon. A devastating pressure of chakra rippled through the air, an energy so intense it made the ground beneath his feet tremble. Stay here, he said firmly, placing a hand on her shoulder. Without waiting for a response, I moved quickly, heading toward the source of the terrifying chakra explosion. In the Mizukage's tower, Yagura rose from his desk, his face impassive but his eyes sharp. "There's a chakra disturbance north of the village," he said to an Anbu team awaiting his orders. "Investigate immediately and report back with every detail." Ren, still lying on the ground, struggled to breathe. "No, it can't end here," he whispered through clenched teeth, gripping the earth with trembling hands. "I have too much left to do." He couldn't allow it to end like this. With one last effort, he pulled a containment scroll from his pocket. Shaking, he retrieved a syringe, a prototype he had developed in the laboratory for emergencies. Better than nothing, he thought, observing the transparent liquid inside. The condensed adrenaline had never been tested in real conditions, but now there was no choice. Gritting his teeth, he injected it directly into his arm. A sharp pain coursed through his body, followed by a surge of energy. His heart pounded in his chest, and his breathing became rapid and irregular. His eyes widened as a newfound clarity overtook him, but his body still trembled, his legs unsteady. "This isn't a cure," he told himself, standing slowly. "But it's enough to keep going." Determination burned in his eyes. Whatever was happening, it wasn't over yet. With his mind now sharpened by adrenaline, Ren began running in the direction of the village. Each step was painful, but the need to reach safety overpowered everything else. The mist seemed to thicken around him, and time blurred into a confused whirl. At one point, he felt something behind him. His breath caught, and a surge of fear made him glance briefly over his shoulder. He saw only shadows moving indistinctly in the mist. A shiver ran down his spine as he quickened his pace. "Stop!" A distant voice called, but he couldn't make it out. His body, pushed to its limits, ignored the warning, continuing to run until his legs gave out. He collapsed to the ground, panting, his eyes refusing to fully close. Before him, a familiar silhouette appeared. It was Ao, his face tense and his breathing heavy. "Boy. You need help," he murmured, approaching cautiously. Ren tried to say something, but the words died in his throat as consciousness abandoned him. It wasn't long before a few Anbu arrived, their masks gleaming in the dim light. Ao turned to them, his face serious and his gaze piercing. "The source of the chakra was in that direction," he indicated precisely, "but now it seems to have dissipated. Check the area immediately and report every detail to me." One of the Anbu stepped forward. "What kind of threat are we dealing with?" "We don't know yet for certain, but the chakra I felt was extraordinary," Ao replied, continuing to tend to Ren. "Search the area now and report back to me." Another Anbu moved closer, observing Ren carefully. "And who is this boy? What is he doing here?" "I know him, he is from the village," Ao replied firmly. "But I don't know why he was here. Right now, the priority is to save him." As the Anbu headed in the indicated direction, Ao leaned over Ren, lifting him carefully. "Come on, boy, you can't leave us now," he murmured, his voice firm but tinged with rare concern as he began carrying him toward the village hospital. Harusame knelt beside Utakata, his breathing labored and his mind racing. Before him, the Jinchuriki's still body seemed too fragile to contain the devastating power of the six tails. The seals applied to Utakata's chest glowed faintly, indicating they were working. The six tails chakra had receded, and the area around the clearing had returned to an eerie silence. He took a moment to steady himself, running a trembling hand through his hair. "This tailed beast is too much of a burden for him," he thought, his gaze fixed on Utakata's exhausted face. The image of the boy he had seen earlier, Ren, flashed through his mind, and a sense of guilt struck him hard. Did he survive? His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of rapid footsteps. Within moments, an Anbu squad emerged from the mist. One of them, with an authoritative voice, asked, "What happened here?" Harusame stood slowly, maintaining a calm but firm tone. "During training, Utakata suddenly lost control. I applied the seals to contain him, and he's now stable." The Anbu exchanged glances, nodding. "Do you need help returning him to the village?" "No," Harusame replied, shaking his head. "But there was a boy. He was here just before. I don't know if he survived the explosion." One of the Anbu stepped forward. "Ao has already found him. He's taking him to safety, but we don't know if he'll make it." Harusame closed his eyes for a moment, another burden adding to his already overwhelming sense of responsibility. "I see. Report to Yagu. The Mizukage on Utakata's condition. I'll take him back." The Anbu nodded, quickly disappearing into the mist to carry out their orders. In a cave far from the village, two figures lay in shadow. Obito Uchiha, his face masked, turned to Zetsu, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. As a first experiment, it didn't go badly. Zetsu, his dual voice intertwined, responded. The six tails reacted as expected. But it might attract too much attention. Obito let out a low, cold laugh that echoed in the cave. "Every pawn has its role," he said with icy calm. Then, fixing his gaze on the fading vision, he added, "Let's continue. The game has just begun." Chapter 88, Consequences. Ao burst into the hospital, Ren's blood still fresh on his hands. "I need a doctor. Now." His voice echoed in the atrium, authoritative and urgent. A gray-haired doctor rushed toward them. "Dr. Imizu?" His eyes narrowed as he quickly assessed the boy's condition. "Emergency room, now," he ordered as nurses hurried with a stretcher. Dr. Kaito, passing through the corridor, froze when he noticed the new arrival. He immediately recognized the boy. He often saw him at the hospital with his son, Aoi. The two had become friends while attending the same academy. His heart sank as he hurried to them, where Dr. Imizu briefed him quickly. Multiple contusions, possible internal injuries, trauma shock. "Doctor," a nurse interrupted, "should we contact the family?" "I'll do it." Ao's voice brooked no argument. He turned to Dr. Kaito. "Take care of him. That family has lost too much. They deserve to hear it from someone who understands." That evening, Yuki was at home, waiting for Ren. He had never been this late. "Don't worry, Yuki-san, he will be home soon," said Kurara, noticing her anxiety. But Yuki couldn't shake the strange feeling. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Yuki." It was Ao, his voice controlled but gentle. She froze. The bowl of miso she held trembled slightly before falling. "It's Ren, isn't it?" she whispered, her voice threatening to break. "He's alive," Ao said quickly, seeing the growing terror in her eyes as she finally turned. "But he was in an accident. He's at the hospital." Kurara, who had been living with him for just over a week but had already adapted to consider the house her own, asked with her usual composure, now slightly wavering, "What happened?" "We don't know yet," Ao replied, choosing his words carefully. "But Dr. Kaito is treating him personally." Yuki closed her eyes, painful memories mixing with present fear. "I can't lose him too," she murmured, more to herself than to anyone else. She felt Kurara's hand on her shoulder, a silent gesture of support. "Let's go," Kurara said, her voice unusually soft. At the hospital entrance, Dr. Kaito was waiting for them. His face betrayed exhaustion, but his eyes showed a glimmer of relief. "He's stable," he said before they could even ask. "He suffered severe impact trauma, but there's no permanent damage to vital organs." "Can I see him?" Yuki's voice barely trembled. "In a little while. We're finishing some tests." Dr. Kaito hesitated for a moment. "There's something else you need to know. The residual chakra we detected. It's not normal. It's as if he was exposed to immense energy." Al stiffened imperceptibly. He knew what it meant. The chakra of a tailed beast always left unmistakable traces. But now wasn't the time to explain what had happened. The hallway was suddenly filled with the sound of deliberate footsteps. Two Anbu emerged from the shadows, their porcelain masks glowing in the dim light. "Al-san," one of them said, his voice neutral. "The Mizukage requires a full report on the incident." Kurara moved silently, positioning herself between the Anbu and Ren's room door, a subtle yet unequivocal gesture. "I'll accompany the Anbu to the Mizukage," Ao said with measured calm. "Doctor, please ensure that no one disturbs the boy until I return." Dr. Kaito nodded, understanding the hidden message in those words. "Of course. The patient needs absolute rest." As Ao left with the Anbu, Yuki approached the corridor window. "He'll make it," murmured Kurara beside her. "He's stronger than we think." The next morning, the first rays of dawn filtered through the hospital window as Ren slowly began to regain consciousness. His eyes opened with difficulty, his vision still blurry as he tried to focus on his surroundings. "Where am I?" The thought emerged confused in his mind, followed by a flash of understanding as the memories of the incident hit him, the chakra explosion, Utakata, the tailed beast bomb. He turned his head slightly, ignoring the dull pain accompanying every movement, and noticed two figures asleep beside his bed. His mother, Yuki, was curled up on a chair, her face marked by exhaustion but finally relaxed in sleep. Next to her, Kurara slept in a more composed position, arms crossed and head slightly tilted. A slight movement of his hand was enough to wake Yuki, whose eyes opened wide. For a moment, she remained still, as if fearing it was a dream. Then her face lit up upon seeing Ren awake. "Ren," she whispered, her voice breaking with emotion as she gently held his hand. Kurara also woke up, and though her face maintained its characteristic composure, her eyes betrayed relief. "Welcome back," she said simply, but the warmth in her voice was evident. "You scared us," said Yuki, trying to control the tremor in her voice. "Ao brought you here last night. How are you feeling?" Kurara asked, carefully studying his face. Before Ren could respond, the door opened, and Dr. Imizu entered the room. "I see our patient is awake," he said professionally. "Excuse me, but I'll need to run some checks. Could you step out for a few minutes?" Yuki hesitated momentarily but nodded. Of course, doctor. We'll be right outside. As Dr. Imizu completed his final checks, the door opened silently, and Ao entered the room. Their eyes met briefly. His parameters are stable, said Dr. Imizu, noting something on the chart. Rest is working. I'll return later for another check. With a nod toward Ao, the doctor left the room. Ao approached the bed with measured steps. It's good to see you awake, he said, his voice professional yet not devoid of warmth. You gave us a scare. What? What exactly happened? Ren asked, still confused about some details. I found you at the forest's edge after the explosion, Ao explained. Utakata temporarily lost control of the tailed beast, but Harusame managed to stabilize the situation. You were lucky, the tailed beast bomb was deflected at the last moment. He paused briefly. What were you doing in that area? I was practicing Fu-in-jutsu, Ren replied, keeping his voice as steady as possible. I see. Ao remained silent for a moment before continuing. It's a relief you're better. You got lucky this time, Ren, but avoid wandering outside the village, especially at night. Understood. Ao glanced briefly around, then lowered his voice slightly. There's another matter. Regarding what happened, the official story will be that, while you were training, you got caught in crossfire between Hidden Mist Village ninjas and bandits, and luckily, no serious damage occurred. The Mizukage doesn't want to spread unnecessary fear in the village. I hope you understand. Ao's gaze was serious but understanding, conveying the importance of sticking to this version of events. How long will I have to stay here? Ren asked after Ao left. A few days, as a precaution, replied Dr. Imizu as he re-entered the room. We want to ensure there are no lingering effects from the chakra exposure. The days in the hospital passed slowly, but at least Ren wasn't alone. Besides the constant presence of his mother and Kurara, on the second day, he received an unexpected visit. Ren. Juneko's voice echoed down the hallway before she even entered the room, startling a passing nurse. Aoi followed her at a more cautious pace, shaking his head with a resigned smile. Could you not yell? This is a hospital, Aoi chided her as he approached the bed. His eyes betrayed concern as he studied his friend's condition. How are you feeling? I've been better, Ren admitted with a half-smile. But I'll survive. Of course you'll survive. Juneko exclaimed, plopping into the chair beside the bed. You can't get code this easily, who else would put up with my jokes during boring lessons? Juneko. Aoi sighed. What? I'm trying to cheer him up. She protested, then turned back to Ren. Did you know Fujimoto asked about you? He said you're the only one who doesn't fall asleep during his lectures on the First Ninja War. Probably because he's the only one who actually takes notes instead of drawing. Aoi quipped, throwing a pointed look at Juneko. Hey. My drawings are art. And besides, I've seen your doodles of medical formulas. Ren couldn't suppress a laugh, which quickly turned into a grimace of pain. Don't make me laugh, it hurts. Sorry. Juneko looked genuinely apologetic. But at least we made you smile. You've been way too serious lately. Speaking of serious, Aoi interjected, my father told me you need to rest for a while. I know, Ren murmured, reflecting on the events that had brought him there. I'll keep it in mind. Good. Juneko sprang to her feet. Then it's settled, when you're out of here, we're doing something fun. No training, no techniques, just. I don't know, whatever normal kids do? Juneko, we're ninjas, Aoi reminded her. Exactly. We're the most boring ninjas of our generation. Well, maybe you and Ren, I'm clearly the most fun. Ren stayed silent, listening to their banter, grateful for the temporary distraction. In the Mizukage's tower, Yagura sat at his desk. Before him, the report on the incident lay open, its pages dense with details demanding his attention. So, this is what happened, he murmured, his eyes scanning the final lines. Despite his young age, he exuded an aura of natural authority as he stood to gaze at the village through the window. The mist had cleared, revealing the lights of Hidden Mist Village beginning to flicker on in the twilight. Haru-same, this isn't like him. He said. A Jinchuriki's training cannot endanger civilians. He turned toward the Anbu who waited silently. Increase patrols on the village's outer borders. Civilians shouldn't venture that far, especially at night. As the Anbu disappeared to carry out his orders, Yagura returned his gaze to the village. His usually impassive expression betrayed a hint of concern. I must protect this village, he thought. At any cost. Chapter 89, back to normality. A month had passed since the incident with Utakata, but for Ren, it felt like a lifetime. The days began early, following the ritual of training in the courtyard. The 20 kilograms weights, gradually reintroduced after his recovery, had returned as a regular part of his routine. The familiar whistle of kunai slicing through the air blended with the sounds of the village awakening. For Ren, these moments represented a sense of stability. "Don't overdo it," Aoi commented one morning during a break at the academy, watching as Ren rubbed his arm. "My dad says you should still be resting." "I'm fine," Ren replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with a quick motion. "I can't afford to fall behind." Juneko, standing nearby, rolled her eyes. "Typical of you two. One worries too much, the other doesn't worry enough." Their conversation was interrupted by Fujimoto-sensei, who called them to order. That week, his lessons seemed to follow a specific theme. "Today we'll revisit the water barrier," he announced in his strict tone. "A ninja must be able to defend themselves in any situation." Fujimoto demonstrated the technique with a precision that defined him. His hands moved swiftly through the seals, and a crystalline wall of water rose from the training pool. "Me, Hitsuji, Tora," he explained. "It requires chakra control to maintain stability. But, as you know, no technique is perfect. Can anyone tell me the weaknesses of this technique?" The students began to answer. Koi, speaking confidently, observed, "It only protects you from the front, so you always need to position it between yourself and the enemy." Aoi, more reflective, added, "Mobility. If you're forced to move, it's hard to use." Fujimoto gave a faint smile. "Correct. But there are ways to address these weaknesses. The first is to create a water clone that can perform the barrier. This allows the user to maintain mobility and defend from other angles. The second is to use the barrier on the move, adapting it to your movements. A third, more versatile option, is to combine the two, creating a moving barrier and adding a second clone to strengthen the defense." Fujimoto then paired the students up to practice creating a moving water barrier, challenging them to keep it stable while moving. The room filled with attempts, some successful, others less so. In one corner, Juneko and Shinji trained together. "Don't think you'll get away with that fancy technique of yours," Juneko teased, noticing Shinji's attempt to incorporate coral into the barrier. "Fancy? This is the Super Karachi Coral Barrier," Shinji declared in a tone that was half serious, half boastful, as he admired his work with a smug grin. "Meanwhile, you seem more interested in splashing water everywhere, Juneko." At that moment, an unexpected jet of water struck Juneko in the face, making her shiver and leaving her momentarily speechless. "Oh, you're dead," she exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with determination as she chased Shinji around the room. He laughed while dodging her, but Juneko's resolve only made the scene more hilarious. Just as the chaos seemed to escalate, Shinji deftly slipped between Yukiko and Ren, who were practicing together. "Don't worry, Ren," Shinji said with a sly grin, turning to Juneko. "I've found my human shield." Juneko stopped abruptly, glaring at Ren for a moment. "You're lucky Ren is still recovering, otherwise, you wouldn't stand a chance," she said, crossing her arms and huffing. Ren shook his head, stifling a laugh. "Don't worry about me, Juneko. I can still dodge a few hits." Yukiko raised a water barrier, her cold expression softened by a hint of irony. "If you keep this up, Shinji, I'll have to add you to today's list of problems," she said in her usual sharp tone. Shinji responded with a bow, his smugness barely concealed. "Always at the service of the class," he said with a sly smile. Fujimoto-sensei, observing from a distance, shook his head with a faint smile before calling everyone back to order. In the afternoon, Ren's training with Tatsumi was equally intense. With Ganro on a mission, Ren no longer limited himself to Sunday sessions but visited the master every afternoon. Tatsumi seemed to appreciate Ren's consistent presence and often involved him in requests for seals from the villagers. For Ren, who was honing his chakra control more and more, these activities were an excellent opportunity to put his skills into practice. While Ren worked with Tatsumi, Korara was already helping at Yuki's shop. She didn't do it out of obligation but because she felt comfortable around Yuki, as if the house had become a little hers too. "Finger carving seal, do you know it?" Tatsumi asked one afternoon while preparing a scroll with fluid movements. Ren hesitated for a moment. "I think I read something about it in the tomes you gave me," he said thoughtfully. It was a half-truth, he had seen it countless times in Naruto, but he preferred not to seem overly knowledgeable. "It's an advanced technique," Tatsumi explained. "It allows you to focus chakra into the tip of your finger to inscribe on any surface." Ren nodded, but Tatsumi wasn't finished. "Soon, you'll be able to try it," the master continued, fixing him with a firm gaze. "I'll show you how to concentrate chakra, but the rest will be up to you. You'll have to apply your knowledge and replicate what you do with ink, this time using chakra." At the end of an especially intense day, something unexpected happened. Ren was walking home after saying goodbye to Aoi and Juneko. Their light-hearted conversation had distracted him, but as he passed through one of the narrower village streets, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Someone was watching him. Ren slowed his pace, trying to act naturally. Feigning nonchalance, he changed direction, heading into a side alley. The footsteps behind him mirrored his movements. There was no doubt, he was being followed. Calmly, he picked up his pace slightly and, taking advantage of a sharp turn, disappeared around a corner. Holding his breath, he leaned against the wall and listened. The footsteps stopped, but whoever it was didn't approach. After a minute of silence, Ren cautiously resumed his walk home, remaining alert. Who could it be? He wondered. He hadn't sensed an immediate threat, but the idea of being watched annoyed him. Yet, the situation reminded him of something. The incident with Utakata had not been in vain. It had made him more aware of details, more attuned to subtle cues. Even though he hated to admit it, that crisis had sharpened his instincts in ways he'd never had before. As Ren approached his home, the ever-present fog seemed heavier, mirroring the lingering doubts about his mysterious observer. After a quiet dinner with Yuki and Kurara, where his mother's unusual protectiveness surfaced as she urged him to eat more and rest enough, Ren retired to his room. Summoning his notebook from a scroll, he began jotting down ideas and reflections from the day. A knock on the door interrupted his focus. With a quick motion, Ren closed the notebook and tucked it away in the scroll. "You've learned to knock," he commented, raising an eyebrow as Kurara entered with her usual determined demeanor. "Yuki told me to," Kurara replied matter-of-factly, stepping into the room anyway. "Though honestly, I don't see the point if I'm coming in anyway." Ren shook his head, stifling a wry smile. He remained silent, knowing some battles with Kurara were pointless. Kurara crossed her arms, her gaze resolute. "I want to fight," she declared, leaving no room for doubt about her intentions. Ren paused for a moment. It was true, since the incident, they hadn't sparred. Perhaps it was time. Without another word, he nodded and stood. Minutes later, they found themselves in the courtyard, illuminated by moonlight. No words, no hesitation. The two began their friendly duel. Chapter 90, Mystery Solved? The Mizukage's council chamber was in turmoil. The dim lights illuminated the faces of the advisors, many of whom displayed visible signs of frustration. "The construction of the bridge is taking longer than expected," said Tanaka, his voice laden with irritation. "Our resources are dwindling, and the constant bandit attacks are undermining our credibility." "Perhaps we should reconsider the entire project," interjected Himura. "The village cannot afford." "No." Yagura's voice, though youthful, resonated authoritatively throughout the room. "Nothing is achieved without risks. If we're afraid of mere bandits, we might as well cease to exist as a village." He rose slowly, scrutinizing each advisor present. "This is exactly what we must change." "Mizukage-sama, but our finances?" Tanaka tried to interject. "If we don't improve our trade routes, we will always have financial problems," Yagura interrupted firmly. "This is precisely why we must end our isolation. Change always requires sacrifices." "Yes, Mizukage-sama," said Himura. "But the current patrols are not enough to cover the entire area." At that moment, Fujino stood up. His eyes, for an instant, seemed vacant, devoid of life. "Mizukage-sama, perhaps I have a solution that could resolve our financial issues." He paused briefly, as if listening to a distant voice. "We could request contributions from the major clans of the village. After all, Hidden Mist Village's prosperity is in everyone's interest." A heavy silence fell over the room. "We cannot ask this of the clans. What will happen to our credibility?" Himura objected. "They are the foundation of the village, and it's not as if they are faring much better." Some advisors, however, nodded in approval of the idea. Yagura observed Fujino for a few moments, almost deciphering his words, then shook his head. "Himura is right. We will resolve this bandit problem once and for all." Fujino, though he tried to hide it, appeared visibly displeased. Later, in his office, Yagura remained alone, standing before the large window overlooking the mist-shrouded village. "Bring in now," he ordered without turning around. The veteran ninja entered shortly after, escorted by an Anbu who silently withdrew. "Mizukage-sama," Ao said respectfully. "I have a task for you, Ao," Yagura said, finally turning to face him. "The bandits are hindering the construction of the bridge. Select a group of skilled ninja and send them to patrol the area. I want every threat eliminated." Ao nodded slowly. "As you wish. I will personally oversee the selection of the team." "Good," Yagura replied, turning back to the window. "You may go." As the door closed behind Ao, Yagura remained by the window, gazing at the village enshrouded in mist. The weight of his ambitions pressed heavily on his shoulders. Hidden Mist Village needed more ninja, strong, capable ones, to bring about the changes he envisioned. Yet, the current number of shinobi was insufficient to patrol the expanding territories and maintain the village's stability. "Perhaps," Yagura murmured to himself, "it is time to accelerate the students' preparation at the academy." His gaze hardened, the faint glow of determination flickering in his eyes as he began to consider the drastic measures required to ensure Hidden Mist Village's future. In the academy courtyard, the sound of splashing water and the voices of students filled the air. Under the watchful eye of Fujimoto-sensei, the young ninja practiced combination techniques, Mijibunshin, water barriers, and attack-defense sequences. Hazuki, maintain focus on the clone while raising the barrier. Fujimoto's authoritative voice echoed through the courtyard. He observed approvingly the progress of the young student, noting how his failure in the first-year exam had made him more determined. In one corner of the courtyard, Aoi was locked in intense training with Yuki Sora, Yukiko's composed and precise cousin. Their movements were sharp and deliberate, each step calculated. Yuki Sora sidestepped a strike effortlessly, countering with a swift feint. "Aoi, your defense lacks flexibility," he remarked, his tone calm yet instructive. "I'm working on it," Aoi replied with a hint of dry humor, deflecting the counterattack. "Precision is my strong suit, you'll see it." Despite his remark, Aoi's focus was unwavering. His movements, though precise, carried a calculated effort, as if he were dissecting each step to integrate what he learned. Parrying a follow-up attack, he added, "This is technically improving my medical skills. After all, I'll be the first to patch myself up if I mess this up." Not far away, Juneko was training with Kori. Their style was more impulsive but no less effective. "Juneko, you're losing balance," Kori exclaimed, blocking an attack with a satisfied smile. "If you don't learn control, it will be too easy to exploit." "Control? That's part of my style," Juneko retorted, increasing the speed of her strikes. "Let's see if you can keep up with this." A short distance away, Ren moved in sync with Kaguya-shin, but his mind wandered elsewhere. This combination has potential, but the seal execution timing makes it impractical in combat. Unless... A punch from Shin grazed his face, forcing him back to the present. "What's wrong, Mizutani? Do you find this training boring too?" the Kaguya asked with a smirk. "We could switch to something more traditional." Traditional? Knowing the Kaguya, he probably means something involving bones and blood, Ren thought, suppressing a shiver. "There will be time for that," he replied diplomatically. Their dynamic had changed significantly since the incident at the academy when Ren had stood up for Shin. Now, the Kaguya seemed to respect him, almost considering him a worthy rival, if not a friend. Later, after Juneko and Aoi had taken different paths home, Ren and Kurara walked together through the misty streets of Hidden Mist Village. Since Kurara had started living with the Mizutani family, their journey home had become a shared routine. "Any news from your grandfather?" Ren asked, breaking the silence. "He says there have been delays in the bridge construction," Kurara replied, twirling a kunai with habitual ease. "So I'll be staying with you longer." Her tone was detached, as if reporting a mere fact. Ren nodded, but a familiar sensation struck him suddenly. It can't be Genru, he thought. I would have been informed of his return. And yet... "Do you sense anything?" he asked Kurara, seeking confirmation. She raised an eyebrow, her expression mildly curious. "What should I sense?" Strange, Ren reflected. Perhaps her lack of chakra refinement prevents her from perceiving these shifts. "Nothing," he replied, deciding to drop the matter. "Your mother made Nikajiga," Kurara said, changing the subject with her usual detachment. The kunai continued to spin between her fingers, a precision Ren had learned to recognize as a sign of thought. "Are you getting used to my mother's cooking?" "Food is food," she replied, but Ren noticed the kunai's movement had become slightly faster, a small sign of appreciation. Back at home, Kurara headed to the shop to help Yuki. "We'll train after dinner," she said, her tone leaving no room for discussion, before disappearing behind the counter. Ren nodded, heading to his laboratory. "Finally, I can focus on my research," he thought, closing the door behind him. Seated at his desk, he pulled out his latest notes on synthetic adrenaline. The compound had worked, but ending up in the hospital after the Utakata incident meant he remembered nothing of its precise effects. "I need to find a way to test it safely," he reflected, jotting down a series of detailed notes. His eyes shifted to the notes from his evening training sessions with Kurara. Each night, under the guise of practicing healing chakra, Ren had been analyzing Kurara's chakra. Since beginning his work on stimulating her chakra, he had noticed something peculiar. The chakra flowed, but there were moments when it seemed to reverse its course, following a logic different from days past in Hidden Mist Village, and Ren had resumed a rigorous training routine. In addition to his research, he had returned to practicing with training swords, particularly the weighted one that required considerable effort just to lift. The combination of the weapon's weight and chakra control was paying off, improving both his endurance and the precision of his movements. That afternoon, sitting at a village food stall with a steaming bowl of ramen, Ren contemplated the progress he had made over the past few days. The warm aroma of the broth filled the air, grounding him in a rare moment of reflection. But just as he lifted his chopsticks, a hand rested on his shoulder. This presence. Ren froze, instantly recognizing the aura that had been shadowing him for weeks. Chapter 91, New Bonds. The steam rising from the bowl of ramen seemed frozen in the still air as Ren clearly felt the presence behind him. It was the same aura he had sensed for weeks, but this time it was closer, tangible. He didn't turn immediately, he waited for the hand on his shoulder to be accompanied by a voice. "Can we talk?" Utakata asked, his tone calm yet serious. Ren looked up, instantly recognizing the young Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. It was the first time he had seen him so closely since the incident. With a nod, Ren gestured for Utakata to sit beside him. "It's not every day a Jinchuriki seeks you out. Could it be about the incident?" Ren thought, striving to maintain a neutral expression as his thoughts swirled. "I've been looking for you for a while," Utakata began, avoiding direct eye contact. His voice carried a mix of hesitation and sincerity. "My master told me what happened. And I wanted to apologize. I never intended for anyone to get hurt because of me." Ren was surprised by his words. He hadn't expected Utakata to take such a step forward. This might be my chance to build a connection with him. Even if I'm not proud of it, it's time to try the no-shame jutsu, Ren thought. "You don't need to apologize. I don't think anyone can truly understand how difficult it must be to live with the Six Tails. But if there's one thing I believe, it's that only people with great hearts can accept the tailed beast. They're the only ones capable of truly understanding them." Utakata glanced at Ren, visibly moved by his words. "I'd never thought of it that way," he admitted with a faint smile, as if those words had lifted a weight from his chest. Noticing the chatter around the food stall, Ren leaned slightly toward Utakata. "If you'd like, we could take a walk and talk more calmly," he suggested. Utakata nodded. "I'd like that. Thank you." They walked through the quiet streets of the village, illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns. The cool night air was a stark contrast to the bustle of the stall they had left. For a while, they remained silent until Utakata broke it. "How did you come to that conclusion about the Sanbi?" he asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Ren paused briefly before answering. "Well, after following most of Naruto, it's obvious to me," he thought with a hint of irony, trying to suppress a smile. "I think it's the same for all the tailed beasts. Imagine being trapped inside a body, forced to lend your strength without ever having the freedom to do what you want. In some ways, I understand them. And that's why I think we all need to be more compassionate toward them." Utakata remained silent, absorbing those words. Not only was he struck by the thought, but even the Six Tails, dormant within him, seemed to stir. For the first time, a thought rippled through the beast's mind, a different awareness, a distant memory of freedom. "I'd never thought of them that way," Utakata admitted. "Maybe you're right. Maybe the problem isn't them but how we treat them." Ren gave a small smile. "It's not something we can change overnight, but if there's one thing I've learned, it's that change begins with mutual understanding." Utakata studied the younger ninja with newfound respect. There was something different about Ren, a maturity that belied his age. "Maybe you're right," he said, a small smile playing on his lips. "Maybe we could actually be friends." Ren turned to him, surprised. "Friends?" he repeated. "Yes," Utakata replied. "I think you might be the first person I can talk to without feeling judged. No, I am definitely not proud of the no-shame jutsu, but it has paid off. This is a golden opportunity. If I could train with him or even just influence him positively, I could change future events." Silence filled the air again, but this time it was laden with understanding. After a moment, Ren stopped and turned to Utakata. "You know," he said with a light smile, "if you'd like, we could train together sometime. You're already a ninja, while I'm still in the academy. I could learn a lot from you." Utakata regarded him for a moment, surprised by the suggestion. Then, a sincere smile spread across his face. "That wouldn't be bad," he said. "And maybe I could learn something from you as well." Ren nodded, pleased to have found a natural way to strengthen their budding bond. "Then let's meet here in a few days. Same place, same time?" "Agreed," Utakata said, his voice tinged with hope. That chance encounter already seemed to be evolving into something more meaningful. From afar, Harusame watched the two with approval. He was grateful that Ren, the boy he had glimpsed during the incident, was safe. Meanwhile, Kurara was training alone, intensely focused on holding a small droplet of water between her hands, a basic exercise Ren had assigned her. Though she didn't show it outwardly, the inability to perform jutsu like others was starting to weigh heavily on her. Multiple times, the droplet slipped away, breaking apart in her hands, and a mix of frustration and determination played on her face. She closed her eyes for a moment, recalling Ren's words, "A true ninja never gives up." Taking a deep breath, she let those words guide her. When she opened her eyes again, the droplet of water reformed between her hands. This time, her concentration was unshakable. No matter how long it took, she wouldn't give up. Elsewhere, Zetsu's mocking voice broke the silence. Looks like your plan didn't work. Yagura rejected Fujino's idea. Obito, standing motionless in the shadows, replied coldly, everything is proceeding as planned. He didn't agree. For now. Zetsu chuckled with malice. By the way, it seems your old master is expecting a child. Obito's voice hardened. I have no masters. Zetsu, with his usual mocking tone, added, and to think all this could happen right under your nose. You know what happens when a Jinchuriki gives birth, don't you? Their seal weakens. A sadistic smile spread across Obito's lips. How long until the birth? It's still early. I'd say no more than 4 or 5 months, Zetsu replied. Obito's eyes gleamed with cruel determination as he turned away, his plans beginning to take shape. Chapter 92, Invisible traces. The crackling sound of something akin to welding filled the air, accompanied by a faint bluish glow illuminating the workshop. The scent of chakra fused into the air was subtle, yet to Ren, it had a magnetic pull. His gaze was fixed on Tatsumi's skilled hands, tracing a seal with slow and precise movements. The master's finger glided over the surface, leaving behind a glowing trail that vanished almost instantly. This is the finger-carving seal, Tatsumi began, his voice a blend of seriousness and pride. Its main advantage is that you don't need paper or ink. You can draw a seal directly on any surface, even skin or materials as durable as metal or stone. Finally, this is what I wished the most from the beginning. Ren, after his short thoughts, leaned slightly forward, fascinated. And? Can it really be invisible? Exactly, Tatsumi replied, without lifting his eyes from the seal he was working on. With proper chakra control, you can make it imperceptible to the naked eye. This makes it ideal for misdirection, concealing messages, or marking someone without their knowledge. With a swift motion, Tatsumi finished the seal. The surface appeared smooth and pristine, yet Ren could still sense the residual chakra lingering in the air. But there's a limit, Tatsumi added, raising his gaze to meet Ren's. Even if it's invisible, a skilled chakra sensor or a seal master could still detect it. Don't think it's foolproof. The real strength of this technique lies in how you use it, not in how well you can hide it. Ren nodded, absorbing the master's words. He bent slightly, observing the seemingly flawless surface up close. It was incredible how something so complex could remain completely concealed. Can I try? He asked, unable to hide the excitement in his voice. Tatsumi regarded him for a moment, assessing him carefully. Then, he gave a faint smile. Go ahead. But remember, the finger-carving seal requires absolute precision. Any mistake in tracing or chakra flow will ruin the result. Ren took a deep breath, positioning his finger over the surface. The silence in the workshop became almost tangible, broken only by the faint hum of chakra beginning to flow. Slowly, he started to draw a simple seal, attempting to replicate Tatsumi's movements. Every motion was measured, but Ren quickly realized how challenging it was to maintain a steady chakra flow. Too much, Tatsumi observed, his tone that of a patient teacher. You need to reduce the output. You're not painting with ink, you're infusing energy. It requires a delicate touch. Ren adjusted the flow, though he felt tension building in his fingers. The entire process seemed to demand not just control but an instinctive connection with his chakra. At last, he completed the seal and stepped back to observe the result. It wasn't perfect, but something was there, faint, yet discernible like a barely visible imprint. Tatsumi nodded, his expression free of reproach. Not bad for your first attempt. But remember, perfection comes with practice. And the finger-carving seal is a technique that doesn't forgive arrogance. Ren gave a faint smile, still catching his breath. It's a lot harder than it looks. And it will be even harder in real situations, Tatsumi continued. Imagine having to use it in the middle of a battle, under pressure. That's why you must master it in controlled conditions before using it in the field. As Ren prepared for a second attempt, Tatsumi stopped him with a gesture. Before you continue, I want to show you something else. He retrieved a scroll and unfurled it, revealing a complex diagram of seals. These are examples of how the finger-carving seal can be combined with other techniques. Misdirection is just one of its applications. You can create tracking seals, emergency signals, or even triggers for remote traps. Ren's mouth fell open slightly, his mind envisioning the endless possibilities. Each seal on the scroll seemed to tell a story, each one more intricate and captivating than the last. But for now, Tatsumi concluded, rolling up the scroll, focus on control. Without it, you won't get far. He turned to Ren with a stern yet encouraging look. Remember, this is the only time I'll show you the finger-carving seal. From now on, it's up to you to perfect it. I can't teach you everything, it's your chakra, your will, and only you can master it. Over the next 2 days, Ren's life followed a strict rhythm, marked by his established routines. In the mornings, he focused on Fuinjutsu, applying what he had learned from Tatsumi and experimenting with simple tracking seals. Each mistake became a lesson, and each success brought him closer to mastering the finger-carving seal. Afternoons were devoted to Kenjutsu, where the call of the blade brought him back to Ganryu's teachings. Though his mentor was still away on a mission, Ren practiced diligently, refining each movement with precision. The weighted sword demanded immense effort, but every strike made him faster and stronger. His calloused hands bore the marks of his commitment and determination. Physical training was never neglected. Morning runs, weighted exercises, swimming, and brief kunai combat sessions sharpened his reflexes. Every strained muscle was a reminder of the price of progress, but Ren embraced the challenge as part of his journey. Evenings were reserved for training with Kurara. It wasn't just about guiding her but also an opportunity to observe her progress. Kurara's determination impressed him more each day. Despite slow results, she never gave up, following every piece of advice with unwavering discipline. Meanwhile, Ren began ruling out known causes for her chakra difficulties, inching closer to understanding her unique situation, though the solution still eluded him. At last, the much-anticipated day with Utakata arrived. Ren found him waiting at the stall, sitting calmly as if untouched by the world's chaos. The Jinchuriki exuded an air of tranquility far beyond his years. Ren approached with purpose, exchanging a brief nod before the two headed to the eastern training field. "What can you do?" Utakata asked as they prepared, his voice curious but devoid of judgment. "Rather than tell you, I'd prefer to show you," Ren replied, a determined smile crossing his lips. Without further words, he assumed a combat stance. Utakata nodded, adopting a relaxed posture that bordered on indifference. Ren launched himself forward, quick and precise, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Despite his coordination and technique, every strike was effortlessly dodged. Utakata seemed to glide through the assault, his movements fluid and unhurried. "I expected this," Ren thought as he slowed slightly, his eyes analyzing every movement of his opponent. "This is exactly why I want to train with him." "Wait a moment," Ren said, halting his attack. Utakata stopped, watching with curiosity as Ren bent down to his legs. "There's something I need to show you," Ren continued, calmly removing the weights strapped to his legs. A dull thud accompanied each piece as it hit the ground. Utakata's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "You've been training with these?" Utakata asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Ren smiled as he stood upright. "Exactly. It's my little secret." "Ren, you surprise me more and more," Utakata thought, regarding the boy with newfound respect. The match resumed. At first, Ren's movements were slightly uncoordinated, his body still adjusting to the absence of the additional weight. But with every step and strike, his fluidity returned. Soon, his movements became faster and more precise than before. Still, Utakata maintained full control, dodging and anticipating every attack with an almost unnatural grace. "For your age, you're quite fast," Utakata commented sincerely. "But I think you can do better." The words struck Ren like a challenge. He clenched his fists. "I have to give it my all. I need to simulate this as if it were a real fight," he thought. Focusing his chakra, Ren conjured a dense mist that enveloped the training field, obscuring the view. Utakata's voice echoed from every direction. "Against a good sensor like me, this technique isn't very effective." "I know that," Ren thought, staying silent. It was a tactic. Using Ganryu's teachings, he concentrated on sensing chakra. Since the incident, Ren had noticed his senses had sharpened, allowing him to perceive chakra signatures more clearly. Utakata's, in particular, had become easier to detect. When Ren finally pinpointed Utakata's location, he launched a swift attack, landing a blow. However, the Jinchuriki's body dissolved into 1,000 bubbles. Suddenly, Ren felt a light tap on his head. Utakata had flicked his index finger against him. But Ren, too, turned out to be a clone, transforming into a torrent of water that surged toward Utakata. "Oh, well done," Utakata said, visibly impressed, just before his body once again dissolved into bubbles. A round of applause broke the silence, dispelling the mist. Ren looked up to see Utakata perched calmly on a tree branch, his composure unshaken. "I've been here the entire time," he said with a faint smile. "As a demonstration, this should suffice." Ren, though not exhausted, realized he had consumed a significant amount of chakra. He looked at Utakata and thought, he stayed there the entire time. The gap between us is still immense. For now. Utakata descended gracefully from the tree, his movements exuding tranquility. His gaze met Ren's, a mixture of admiration and curiosity shining in his eyes. "Well done, Ren. You've genuinely surprised me. But I want to give you 2 pieces of advice," Utakata began, crossing his arms thoughtfully. Ren nodded, still catching his breath. "The first, Don't rely too much on direct techniques. Your mist was a good idea, but you used it as a simple diversion. In a real fight, you need to integrate it into a more complex strategy. Control the battlefield, confuse your opponent, force them to make mistakes. Ren lowered his gaze, replaying his actions in his mind. He's right. Ganru has told me this so many times, but putting it into practice is another thing entirely. The second piece of advice, Uekata continued, never underestimate your opponent's ability to anticipate your moves. You're good at sensing chakra, I noticed that. But your chakra can also be sensed. Work on how to mask it, just as you learn to interpret others' chakra. Ren looked up, intrigued. How do you mask your chakra? Uekata gave a slight smile, his tone softening. Every ninja has their own method. But don't expect me to tell you. That would be like handing you a weakness, and a ninja wouldn't do that. However. He paused thoughtfully, I can give you a hint. It's a balance of multiple elements. Controlling your breathing, modulating the flow of chakra, and adapting to your surroundings. Ren nodded slowly, internalizing the words. It's something complex, but it's a level I need to reach. After a brief silence, Ren finally voiced a question that had been on his mind since the start of their sparring. Your bubbles. They're not just decorative, right? How do they work? The Jinchuriki looked at him, a hint of amusement flickering in his expression. The bubbles are a manifestation of my chakra. They're not just a means of attack, they can defend, distract, or even trap an opponent. It's an art form, in a way. Ren tilted his head, fascinated. And how do you control them? They seem so delicate. Delicate? Uekata repeated with a smile, meanwhile the two were stopping under a tree. Uekata turned to Ren, his tone serious yet kind. I think we've done enough for today. Sure, Ren answered, understanding that for today he wouldn't receive any more informations. Uekata smiled, a rare warmth in his expression. Then I'll see you again soon, Ren. Next time, I want to see how you've applied this advice. Ren returned a smile, then added playfully, send my regards to the Six Tails. Uekata raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback by the remark. Send regards to the Six Tails? Ren is certainly an unusual one, he thought, allowing himself a faint smile. Even Skin, dormant within him, seemed momentarily intrigued by the young boy. Chapter 93, a leap forward 3 months had passed since that intense training session with Uekata, and Ren continued to develop, fueled by the network of relationships he was building. During this time, he honed his abilities, improving in many areas but not without sacrifices. At the academy, the end-of-semester evaluations tested every student, aiming to measure progress and identify emerging talents. The village is looking for potential candidates to join the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, Fujimoto-sensei announced one day in class. This news ignited the interest of many students, including Ren. Though he tried not to stand out too much, he wanted to compete for the opportunity. The recruitment project had been in the works for a while. However, the death of the 3rd Mizukage and the initial unrest during Yagura's rise to power had delayed the process. Now the village was determined to find worthy candidates for the legendary 7 swords. This is a great opportunity. If I could obtain one of the 7 swords, my development would advance by leaps and bounds, Ren thought. I need to be smart, show potential without overdoing it, keeping a few aces up my sleeve. During the first semester exams, Ren distinguished himself with his skills, ranking 4th, just behind Shinji, Hiroshi, and Yukiko. He deliberately lost to Hiroshi but did so with dignity, playing the role of a cautious strategist rather than an aggressive fighter. The weekly training sessions with Uekata had become a cornerstone of Ren's growth. Each sparring match was a trial that pushed him beyond his limits. Uekata, despite his friendly demeanor, proved to be a strict and meticulous sparring partner, capable of highlighting every weakness and encouraging Ren to think more creatively. Over the past 3 months, Ren had learned to better utilize his mist-based techniques,